Due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome, one and all, to the first Sunday edition of Pop Talk here for 2023. I am your host, Mike. In today's episode of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, we will be talking about the following. We will be talking about a rumor going around saying that Nintendo is going to drop their idea of producing a Nintendo Switch Pro in favor of a next-gen console. Our other story that we have for this edition of Pop Talk is an update on the filming schedule for Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel, Firehouse. Another story I have lined up is one that happened earlier in the week, and it's about Jeremy Renner's accident after having an incident with a snowplow. Of course, we have an article from comicbook.com that says Star Wars Bad Batch producers admit they made a major correction due to fan backlash. What is that major correction? Tune in to find out. And of course, I have a story from Superhero Hype that says Ezra Miller may remain in the DCEU after The Flash. We will discuss that and give our opinions after we read all the details in this article from Superhero Hype. We also have another article from comicbook.com that says My Hero Academia, does the anime need to expand Dark Deku's arc? Now, I will let you all know that this story does contain spoilers for season 6 of the anime. And of course, the other story I have lined up for this edition of Pop Talk is Batman's movie success led Mark Miller to create Nemesis. Now, of course, we have those stories to talk about, but I will also be opening this to everybody to jump on the panel and give their thoughts and opinions on these stories. Of course, one of the main things for this edition of Pop Talk is that I also have a movie review. And I will begin that movie review once I have greeted everybody who is currently in the chat. And right now, we have my co host who will be here with me once I open the invites. I just asked him and Cash Money if they could wait until after I do my review of Megan to pop on. And one of those co-hosts is Baron Orworm Tug, who says poof. He also says hashtag Phil McCracken hates Star Trek 5. He also goes on to say hashtag Phil McCracken, a Yankee. Yeah. No dispute there. He also goes on to say hashtag no coupons, no peace. And let's see. Baron also says hashtag cash money, the chin. He also goes on to say hashtag free Orca boy. I think he's already free, Baron. Oh, he also goes on to say adult content is scary. Yeah, especially on this channel. And he also goes on to add woohoo. And we also have Pop Culture Mechanic here with us, who says, hey, Mike. Hey, Baron. Hey, Pop Culture. How you doing? And of course, Baron is also greeting Pop Culture Mechanic. Baron also says inquiring minds do want to know. And he adds this one, which I do find funny. Megan and Harry. Yeah, yeah. So let's say we start getting into the review for Megan. So here we go. Welcome, one and all, to my review for 2023's Megan, which came out on Friday, January 6th, 2023. It stars Allison Williams as Gemma, a robotics engineer working for the toy company Funky, and Violet McGraw as, excuse me, Violet McGraw as Katie, her niece. Now, with Gemma, she is a robotics engineer working for this toy company called Funky, and they are trying to develop a new toy after one of their rivals takes a few blueprints of a hot selling toy that they currently have, which looks kind of like a hatchable mixed with a Furby, and they need to come up with a new idea. Well, unbeknownst to one of the bosses, David, Gemma is working on a secret project that she has not told anyone about. And she spent $10,000 to put a plastic face onto this doll that she is working on. This doll that she is working on is a marvel for its time. Not only can it interact with all your smart devices, but it can also learn and adapt as it goes with its programming. And the first attempt at running this doll does not go well. It actually blows up, and I guess I shouldn't go too far before putting this up. Just keep in mind that with all my reviews, there will be spoilers. So the doll's head blows up because of a few safety issues and also a thermal shielding, which is supposed to be placed between the plastic that's around the doll's exoskeleton. And well, the boss finds out the boss is not too happy. And then Gemma gets a message on her phone saying that she needs to come to a hospital. Now, this movie takes place in Seattle, and the reason why she needs to go to the hospital is because her niece Katie is in the hospital after her parents, along with her, are involved in an accident involving a snow plow, and the whole thing starts with that part of their vehicle not having any traction on the snow because there's no chains on the tires. Katie's parents are arguing, and Katie's playing with one of Funky's toys. And of course, this toy uses a nap. It's driving her parents crazy, and her parents are arguing because Katie's dad said he didn't realize it was going to be in the middle of a snowstorm when they went, and that's why he didn't bring chains for the tires. And that's when the snowplow hits into them, and we are introduced to Katie in the hospital. And Gemma takes guardianship of her niece Katie, and we are introduced to Gemma's home. We are introduced to Gemma's neighbor, and Gemma's neighbor has a dog, and there's a hole in the fence separating the two properties, and the dog constantly gets out and causes trouble. And Gemma's also environmentalist. She has an electric car. She doesn't like any pollutants, any chemicals on her driveway, as she tells her neighbor Claire. And there's definitely some animosity between the two. So, long story short, Katie is having a tough time adjusting to her new life with her aunt. And she sees a few of the toys that Gemma has designed for Funky on a shelf. She wants to play with them, and Gemma says those aren't playthings. They're displays only. They're collectibles. And Gemma is noticing that Katie is having a hard time adapting to her new surroundings, especially when Gemma doesn't read Katie a bedtime story. And Gemma's trying to figure out a way to bring Katie out of her funk. Well, her whole idea to bring Katie out of her funk is to repurpose Megan. Megan's a Model 3 robot, and she's capable of learning all sorts of things via the internet, via human interaction, via her user. Once she is paired with her user, she is assigned to do various tasks for that user. In this case, for Katie, she's assigned to be Katie's protector. And there are a few things that go awry with Megan when she first goes online. And one of those things is Gemma is looking into her programming and noticing that certain aspects of her programming aren't working. So she asks, a few of her coworkers to help her with the problem. Well, Megan, who is online at the time, hears that she doesn't have certain programming, so she downloads it from the internet, which is a big problem. Why is it a big problem? Because Megan was never authorized. So you start getting, seeds being planted early on, especially when you're introduced to the neighbor, you're introduced to the neighbor's dog. So those turn out to be victim number one and victim number two. And as the story goes on, Megan starts learning and adapting to her surroundings while also trying to comfort Katie, who is teaching her a few things, you know, teaching her the thumb war, teaching her how to dance, and several other things. And there's also a psychiatrist who comes to see Katie named Lydia, who says it's dangerous to have this doll and Katie interacting all the time. Katie needs to be around actual people. And this psychiatrist also says, do you have her even enrolled in a school? And Gemma says, no, but I'm working on that. So what ends up happening is as Megan is learning and adapting to her new programming, she is also learning about how the neighbors are and how different people are, and starts going, you know, starts going a little AWOL. And she starts going a little AWOL after she is introduced to the neighbor's dog when one of Katie's arrows that she was shooting outside while playing and imagining that she's a princess defending the kingdom goes into the neighbor's yard where there's the hole in the fence. So Megan goes to reach for this arrow, grabs the arrow, and that's when she is attacked by the dog, damaging Megan. Now, that does play a part in the story. I'm not going to spoil everything. I'm just going to give you the lay of the land as far as what some of the setups were. So, things ensue where Megan kills the dog, and she goes on these trips with both Gemma and Katie. There's even the scene that you see in the trailer with the boy, and we all know what happens to the boy if you see in the trailer, so that's not really a spoiler. But long story short, Megan is put into more testing, but also Funky decides that they are going to put Megan into production as a $10,000 toy. And she is supposed to be put on display and at this expo, they are going to run a few tests and actually present her to a mass audience. Well, as you can imagine, things start happening, people start getting killed, and Megan ends up finding Gemma and Katie back at home after they leave the expo because Katie is not feeling well. And, the usual child's play like shenanigans start to happen. And a little bit of Terminator is thrown there. And it's thrown in there for a good portion of the movie where you see things from Megan's perspective and how you see the different displays and different indicators from her viewpoint. And she's also able to detect when someone's emotional, someone's angry, upset, frightened, eh, high in anxiety. And overall, I did enjoy this movie. The thing about this movie that I didn't enjoy is the last 20 minutes when it really seemed to fall off. In the first hour and 20 minutes, I felt that this movie was strong and it was actually introducing some new aspects along with going with some tried and true aspects. And then in the last 20 minutes, it starts to fall off a little bit. And you do see some nods to movies like Child's Play and, like I said, movies like Terminator, especially near the end, near the climax of the movie. But overall, I really did enjoy this movie. I, you know, wasn't really sure about it when I saw the trailers. It's just one of those things. You see a trailer for a movie, you're like, yeah, it looks okay. But, you know, I decided, you know what? I'm into science fiction and I'm not really a big horror fan, but I do like movies such as Child's Play, especially the first two. And so I thought, I'm going to go see this. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. Now, would I go see this again? Maybe, maybe not. It's not a movie I would actually rush out to see again, but it is a movie that I'm glad I got to see. I I would recommend it to people to at least see once. Whether you go to see it for a second time, that's completely up to you. But I really did enjoy this movie for what it is because I wasn't expecting much. It's a PG-13 horror film with, thriller, sci-fi thrown in there, and it was directed by Gerald Johnston with a screenplay by James Wan, and it was also written by James Wan with Akilah Cooper contributing to the screenplay. And as I've mentioned before, it stars Allison Williams as Gemma and Violet McGraw as Katie. But overall, it does do its job. It is what it is. It's a $12 million budgeted film, which uses all that 12 million to its advantage, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. As a matter of fact, if I were to give this a rating over my scale of, best out of five, I would say that it's a 3.5 out of five. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it a 6.5 out of 10. Like I said, it has its flaws, and those flaws start occurring 20 minutes, you know, before the film ends. So you get an hour and 20 minutes in, you still have 20 minutes more because this movie has a runtime of an hour and 40 minutes. Well, those last 20 minutes are what I feel hurt the movie because that's when things really start becoming predictable. But overall, I would recommend that anyone who's curious about this film, go see it. Now, if you don't want to go see it out in the theater, I understand. It's expensive to go to the movies nowadays. So if you want to wait and see it on a streaming service or, rent it from Redbox, do it. I would still recommend seeing it. So that's my overall thoughts on the movie. It's a good movie. It's not one that you necessarily have to go see, over and over again, but it's good to see once. It's good to get that curiosity out of there. So, so that's what I've got. So here we go. All right. Now that that portion is over, now let's get into Pop Talk itself. So let me go ahead and remove a few things. Like I said, I didn't want to spoil too much when it came to Megan. It's not fair to folks who haven't seen it, but I would recommend seeing the movie once. And if you want to go see it twice, well, that's totally up to you. But now, let's go ahead and open up the doors, allow everybody to come in, and we can talk about everything that I have lined up as far as stories are concerned. And I will also go ahead and greet those who have also come into the chat. And Black Dragon says, "Isn't Megan just a reboot of Child's Play?" Yeah, you can pretty much call Megan the present day version of Child's Play because there were a lot of, little nods here and there, not just the Child's Play, but a little bit to Terminator and other movies, like I had said. And of course, I do want to say hello to Old Man. Baron, you can let yourself in.
Oh, I forgot about that. I'm an idiot.
Eh, no, 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 you're not an idiot. The idiot's the one that's speaking right now.
Oh, okay, good. Well, look
But,
who's
but yeah,
here.
but yes, it is a thumbs up, Baron. I would give it a thumbs up.
Fantastic. Now, it's refreshing when you're talking about that film. The biggest thing that was refreshing is a $12 million budget, which means this is a low budget film for Hollywood.
Hmm.
And pretty good praise from you on that. This is, I think, something that we've been all talking about, that we
Yeah.
need more films like this, and so that's nice to hear. I mean, that's something that we should reward if it's a good watchable film, even if it's just a one timer.
Hmm. And that's the thing too. Like I was saying, I was trying not to give away too many spoilers as far as what happened in the movie. Even though
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit I was tempted to just go through the whole review saying this happens, A,
Mm-hmm.
B, C leads to D, leads to E, leads to F. But
To G,
yeah,
to Phil McCracken.
well, 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 skipping a few parts too. But
Mm-hmm.
eh, I just I think people should give this movie a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not a horror film, if you're more into the sci-fi element, because the sci-fi elements are definitely there, you might enjoy this. If you're into, you know, AIs taking over and having a conscious and being self-aware, you might like this movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, it kind of reminds me. There's a film back in the '80s. This is kind of reminiscent of. Of course, we didn't have the internet back then, but some guy. There was a girl that some guy really liked, and they're kids, and she got basically brain dead, and he implanted chips in her head,
Hmm.
uh, and then of course, needless to say, the havoc started after that. I'm trying to remember what the name of that film is, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of that film, which was also a low budget film at that time as well. So, yeah, we need to send a message to Hollywood that this is definitely good to have lower budget films. We don't need to have these big mega, 250, $300,000, $500,000 films I mean, a million. I mean, my apologies. Uh, to bring us in. And do you think now, a $12 million, you're not even seeing the full effect of the $12 million, Mike, because
No.
they chopped this down from an R-rated film. It makes you
Yeah.
wonder.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. I mean, they say that there's an R-rated cut out there, but it's only
Mhm.
two scenes that were extended, and it's not really worth putting that, little
Okay.
bit in there to
Hmm.
give it its R-rated release from what I've been reading and what I've been hearing.
Well, that's good to know because if it doesn't really affect, I mean, you don't need to have films like this to be a bloody mess either.
No.
People are. I was hearing people bemoaning, "Oh, it's a PG-13 film." Like this is a bad thing, but it's not. We need, Poltergeist was a PG film
Yeah.
back in the day, and we need to have something where even the younger set can go and get their little butt scared,
Yeah.
or
And here's another thing too. I didn't want to put it in the review portion of the video, but I'm going to go ahead and say it now. Is there were some preteens, teenagers in with their parents watching the movie, and I heard a lot of positive buzz about it afterwards.
that's good. Because this film seems to be one that would hit that crowd. This is what
Mhm.
you want to try to drag back into the theater. Because I think many ways, usually the disenchanted ones are the ones that are too busy. I'm on my phone or doing TikTok and such. So we need films like this in the PG-13 area that are well done, do a good job of scaring, and to bring back in there. I just remember the days when I was young and going into the theater, the summer of theater. It's like, oh, we're going to see, the James Bond film, the 2010 and this and that. It was like, wow. I mean, you found yourself in the theater. We need that again. And we need these lower budget films to do that.
Yeah, and when I went to the theater, got my ticket, and handed it to the ticket taker, he looked at me and he said, "I think you're going to enjoy it," because
Yeah.
he watched it, before all of us can, because being an
Mhm.
employee of the theater, and said he really enjoyed it, and he wasn't even sure that he was going to enjoy it.
Right. So that's actually a great news. I mean, that
Mhm.
makes that heartens my soul a little bit there.
Yep. And I've brought up Box Office Mojo because
Yeah,
the
let me
weekend
take a look
box
here.
office numbers are in,
Yeah,
and Avatar: The Way of Water made 45 million, but look what came in second place.
that's not bad. That's what we need. And of course, Puss in Boots also down below. I
Mhm.
mean, 13 million. Is that like the second week for that one? I'm not too sure.
Second or third.
Yeah. So I mean, that's good to see. I mean, yeah, we got Avatar: Way of the Water. Obviously, it dropped quite a bit for the dates, but in Megan, that's a very respectable. It made its money back.
Yeah.
Respectable positioning in the box office take, and I hope studios take a look at that. We need to have quality, and yeah, like you said, it's not a perfect film. We're not necessarily always looking for that perfect film. We just want to have a film that we can sit back and enjoy in one fashion
Mhm.
or other, even if it's just one time.
Yeah.
But there's
Eh,
going to be people that will see it more than once.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like I said in my review. Do I have to see it again?
Hmm.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I saw it.
Hmm.
I mean, 30.2 million weekend for a $12 million budgeted film. That's pretty
Hmm.
good. And looking at the rest of the numbers, Avatar, making 45.5 million this weekend, and it's already at 1.7 billion.
Hmm.
And you have Puss in Boots, who is currently approaching 200 million worldwide. That's
That's
that's good.
that's respectable.
But
Yes.
let's see, Puss in Boots is also another movie I recommend. I went and
Hmm.
saw that after Christmas,
Hmm.
and it was a Christmas gift to my sister because she wanted to see it. So
Hmm.
I went with her, and I said, "Okay,
Yeah.
I'll watch it with you," and it was very good.
And
So
even
that's
the
another
chin.
movie I recommend.
Yeah. Even the chin recommends it.
Mhm.
Hmm.
So when I had
What
told
was the
you,
cash investment that they did to make that?
Puss in Boots, I can find out. Just give me a second.
Is it
But,
on that thing? Maybe it's I don't know.
you know how I had told you I'm looking for more positive stories to
Yeah,
talk about because it does, it's tiresome talking about the same thing over and over again.
right. I mean, praise them when they're doing good, and this is doing good. I mean, both these films,
Hmm.
you know.
Let's see. Trying to find the exact numbers. One site's not giving it to me. I'm checking another site real quick. Let's see.
I thought Box of Mojo told that.
Puss in Boots had a production budget of 90 million.
So,
Oh, they're doing really good then.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. So will that bring up a Shrek sequel? Who knows? And the only reason I say this, I think it's safe to go ahead and spoil this part since the movie's been out a few weeks. Near the end, you see Far, Far Away.
Mm-hmm. But the big question is does Mike Myers want to do it again?
Yeah, that is the question. Does Mike Myers want to do it again? Does Cameron Diaz want to do it again? Does
Mm-hmm.
Eddie Murphy want to do it again?
Well, I think you'd get Eddie Murphy. He seems to love that role. He seems to love it.
But yeah, for anybody who might be on the fence of going to see Megan, I recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to see it twice. You can see it once and you'll be satisfied. But if you want to see it twice, go see it twice.
I mean, right there, that's creepy.
Yeah, there are things that she does in the movie that make you go ooh.
Mm-hmm.
But also another thing about this movie that I didn't put in my review is there are parts where you do laugh, but there are a couple of jump scares.
Good. We need those.
Mhm.
That's what
So
these films are good for.
yeah, so they know how to get you.
Is that when she meets Harry?
No. There's no Harry, but there is a kid named Brandon.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
There we go.
I'm not talking about our friends
Oh,
named
okay.
Brandon.
I was going to say, he just got a haircut and now he's gone. I mean, I don't know if the character's gone or not, but I'm just.
And, and Phil saying we need dollar movie theaters again and drive-ins.
Oh, yeah.
You're absolutely right. This movie at a drive-in would do great.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Dollar Theater. I saw Time Bandits, E.T., Clash of the Titans. I saw those all at a Dollar Theater that was mowed down. That was down in Bloomington. Same thing with the Arnold Schwarzenegger film where he goes to Mars.
Total Recall.
Thank you, which I need to have. I need
That
some
is a good movie. I like it.
Mm-hmm. And many other films. I can't remember how many films. The one popular one we had was called The Boulevard, and it closed. It became a Blockbuster, but Blockbuster was smart, and they kept it with the Boulevard. You kept everything Boulevard on the outside. And of course, they went under somebody else's there, but the Boulevard sign's still there because it's a landmark.
Mm-hmm.
And as for dating scene, I remember it, but I don't think I ever saw it.
When I was young, we had a place called the Boulevard on Lindale Avenue, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, Lindale Avenue, Minneapolis. Yeah,
Just
in fact,
south of Minnehaha Parkway.
Mm-hmm. That's where we saw Total Recall, and that's where I saw Clash of the Titans. So there. Mm-hmm.
And way back when it was the number one theater, and this place was, I mean, you went inside, it was nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then it degenerated down into the Dollar Theater. And that's the one part that I think the people are marketing this stuff in Hollywood. Oh, now we can go to video, sell the DVDs. No, stick it out in the old Dollar Theaters and watch it rack up a lot more.
Well, no, the thing is it's not the DVDs they're looking at. They're looking at the streaming. They're looking for the stuff to go on streaming, people to buy or rent on the like Apple TV or on Amazon. And that's what they're looking at because, unfortunately, so many people don't want to have physical media. but I believe in physical media myself. I recommend anybody. So I mean, if you like this film when it comes out, get it on physical, because you never know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
I can remember being in movie theaters, the dollar movie theaters, and the bad guy's out there doing something, and everybody in those theaters go, ah, ah, ah. And the hero comes out, ah. It was fun. It was an adventure.
But I do agree. I think there should be a theater, but it wouldn't be a dollar theater more. I think it'd be like about $2.50. I suppose for adjusting for inflation, but still, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, and especially before they ended up closing their doors, shuttering shop. I used to have a theater that was $7 where I could go watch a movie
Hmm.
each week if I wanted to for only $7, and for soda and popcorn or even candy, my whole
Hmm.
total would be $11. It cost me $10 just to get into the theater yesterday to see Megan.
Yeah, well, that's cheap.
Yeah.
I see 13,
And
14, 15.
we had a
Yeah.
theater in the Minneapolis that they call Uptown, and they showed without fail Rocky Horror Show.
No, it was
And it
not
was
the Uptown.
get in there.
It
Huh?
was not the Uptown. That was downtown. That Rocky Horror. Uptown is your snooty art house film theater at
No,
the Uptown.
no,
But
in the
it was
area that they
downtown
call
Minneapolis.
Uptown,
Hmm?
the one that you call Uptown, the one that is just north of Lake Street in
Yeah,
Hennepin.
they did not have Rocky Horror. Rocky Horror was downtown Minneapolis. I think we did go to the theater one time when we saw that one zombie film when Wayne McLeod. We always had those free tickets that we could go see the films
Oh,
beforehand, and it was that theater downtown. I think is the one that did the Rocky Horror.
uh, but no matter what, it was cheap to get in there,
Oh yeah, it was cheap.
and they were packed.
Hmm.
And hello to the lovely Sherry. Good to see you.
Hmm. But yeah, I mean, this is great. I mean, this is very positive, and hopefully, it will get the younger set out. I mean, if you had all that positive review from the young set, you know what happens. It's word of mouth. Hey, let's go see it. Let's go see it. Pack
Well,
the car up. Let's go.
even the Rotten Tomatoes audience score. I know how most of us feel about Rotten Tomatoes, but
Hmm.
the audience score is very positive for Megan too.
Yeah. Usually, the audience score you can kind of go off of. It's the other
Yeah.
one, the Rotten Tomato one,
Yeah,
because and
they're a
you know,
sellout.
yeah, they used to be good, but they're sellout now.
Yeah, and I'll say this one more time: it's not one that I necessarily would go see again.
Hmm.
Out of necessity.
Hmm.
Now, if I decided a few weeks from now to go see it again, I might.
Yeah.
But it is one that I'm glad I saw.
Hmm.
It is one I'll say to people if they ask me, Mike, tell me about Megan. Should I go see it? Yeah, go see it.
Hmm. And what a way to start off the year, huh? What a way to start off the year. Good,
Mhm.
a good film. Not a great film, but a good film, and that's all we ask for. At least something good, something to get a little escapism, and boom, there we go. We got one.
Hmm. So, with that out of the way, which one of these following stories would you like to start off with first? The rumor about Nintendo reportedly canceling plans for a Nintendo Switch Pro, or an update on the filming of Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel Firehouse?
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Renner? Star Wars The Bad Batch producers admitting they made a major correction due to fan backlash? Ezra Miller may remain in DCU after The Flash?
Mm. Let's talk about that Switch thing. I don't really know anything about that one, but that sounds intriguing that Nintendo's talking about doing a console again.
Well, I mean, it's kind of puzzling to me that they wouldn't just go ahead and make a Nintendo Switch Pro, especially after the wide success of the Nintendo Switch itself.
Hmm.
And let's go ahead and share that screen.
Okay, sure. No, you share it.
All right. And that is the link to the article itself.
Mm-hmm.
This article comes from Bounding into Comics. It says rumor Nintendo reportedly canceled plans for Nintendo Switch Pro model to focus on next generation console. This article was posted on the 4th of this month. It is by Ryan Pearson. It goes on to say a video game journalist has recently made the claim that Nintendo canceled plans for a Nintendo Switch Pro, focusing their efforts on a new console instead.
Mm-hmm.
Goes on to say the claim was made by John Lindman, senior staff writer and video producer for Digital Foundry, during a recent episode of their weekly podcast, wherein he and his co host discussed a fan question which theorized a Nintendo Switch 2 would launch in 2023, based on Nintendo's prior release schedule and its hypothetical specs. And it goes on to say initially, Lineman only hinted, I don't believe we'll get this in 2023. I'll just say that much. Technology editor Richard Leadbetter admitted the Nintendo Switch was heading toward the end of its life cycle and that NVIDIA's Jetson Nano featured a processor that really looks like next generation Nintendo Switches. The claim, the leaked NVIDIA Tegra T233 is for next generation Nintendo Switch was also mentioned later on.
Mm-hmm.
Leadbetter relented that Nintendo isn't interested in higher end graphical features such as ray tracing, preferencing to focus on longer battery life and the skills of their developers to work with whatever hardware they're given. He then passed to Lineman, who speculated, I think at one point internally, from what I can understand from talking to different developers, is that there was some sort of mid generation Switch update planned at one point, and that seems to be no longer happening. And thus, it's pretty clear that whatever they're whatever they do next, sorry, almost flubbed that one. Whatever they do next is going to be the actual next generation hardware. Goes on to say, I don't think it's going to be 2023, and I think Nintendo itself is probably like very nervous about this transition Lineman proposed because let's face it, their last transitions have not gone well. Lyman then cites the Nintendo GameCube's flop and the Wii U being a miserable failure. And it says interspersed with the successes of the Wii and Switch. It happens. You know,
Mm-hmm.
not every console could be a hit. Goes
No,
on to say,
especially when you have so many to choose from.
yeah. Goes on to say, Lineman mused how Nintendo could keep the current Switch audience happy while generating excitement for a new console. There's a risk if they just do more Switch, like enhanced Switch, it won't necessarily get the same buzz. But if they go too far from concept, they could alienate their fans again. And it also mentions backwards compatibility with the Nintendo Switch was a must for gamers, in Lyman's opinion. Yet there would be many decisions to make with new heads in leadership roles at Nintendo since the Switch's launch in 2017. I mean, you know, the Switch itself is a 5-year-old console.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, in my guesstimate, I think it might, you know, have maybe 2, possibly 3 more years
Mm-hmm.
left in it. But that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Also goes on to say, even the name could be tricky, as Lyman suggests. Names such as Super Switch may make consumers believe it's a mere upgrade as the Wii U suffered.
Hmm.
It also goes on to say, we just don't know yet what's going to happen. Lyman surrenders. He also argued in favor of the next Nintendo console being capable of running PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS games as developers grow tired of developing bespoke versions. Well, I can see that happening. I mean,
Yep.
you know, how many of us who play games or have played games, especially during the time where they started making games exclusive to one console as opposed to another, are tired of, having to have multiple consoles to play multiple games. It's
Yeah.
gotten old at this point.
Yeah.
Very old.
And then it goes on to say, while rumors of a more powerful Nintendo Switch console began around 2018, along with denials from Nintendo president Shuntaro Furukawa. I'm trying. Yeah, it's New Year, but same clubs of Japanese names. So it goes on to say that Nintendo isn't really committed to saying yes, there is a new console coming. No, there is not a new Nintendo console coming. It's going to be one of those things, and I'm stating the obvious, and it's something I do well. We're just going to have to wait. We're just going to have to wait and see what Nintendo
Hmm.
decides to do and when they decide to do it. Drop the first little hint that, hey, guess what? We've got something coming. We've got something in the works.
Hmm. I mean, if they did come out with a console, maybe a console with a port R, you log in your account and all your Switch games are on there because
Mm-hmm.
they're talking about something that is going to be a problem for them, and that's the graphics. And they're limited with the Switch because, like you're saying, the battery life. People are out there playing more graphics, the more it sucks up the battery life. Unless, of course, you plug it in and do it on the TV. Um, they they're kind of it's going to be a hard thing for them because, like they said, how Wii U went on them. Uh, they don't need to have another investment into something and have it go bust on them.
Yeah.
And if they're going to be courting PS5 and Xbox people and having it, be able to have those games played on it. Oh my word! You could probably that might be a dent into the system. But the
Mm-hmm.
big thing is backward compatibility. They need
Yeah.
to be able to play the old games they had before because
Very
pe- people have invested a lot of money into
Oh yeah.
these.
I mean, that was one of the downsides of the PS4. You
Hmm.
couldn't play your PS3 games on there. You couldn't play PS2 games on there. You couldn't play PS1 games on there. And I still have a lot of my PS1, 2, 3, and 4 games. I don't have a PS5, but I would
Hmm.
love to be able to still play those games.
Right. Exactly. And how many people get rid of their consoles for the new one? I mean, I still got the 360. I still got the Xbox One here. I mean, I just see no reason why to get rid of it. I mean, I still got my Atari 2600 and my Genesis because they're just all still fun to play, even though they're not
Hmm.
quote unquote, up to standards of today. And yeah, I mean, graphics is great, but sometimes it's the game,
Yep.
just the
You
game.
know, if the gameplay is good and the controls for that game are good, you're going
Hmm.
to keep playing it regardless of how old it is. I can't tell you how many times I've still played the original Mega Man games that were on the NES, 1
Hmm.
through 6.
Hmm.
And hello, Kathy Skywalker.
yeah.
Welcome to the first Sunday edition of Pop Talk for 2023.
Scary, isn't it?
Yeah. First one. Sorry.
Yeah, but this time the right intro was played, unlike
Yeah,
Wednesday.
I was trying to be nice and not say anything, but
And I said it. I said it. I will admit when I make a mistake. I'm not perfect.
That was an interesting one, I got to admit.
made the week might go by faster. That's for sure.
But yeah, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see if Nintendo even decides that they're going to make another console.
Hmm.
Who knows what they might try to step into next? Maybe
Right.
they'll try to step into making games for PC. You never know.
Yeah.
Granted,
I mean,
I can already hear the other side saying, but Nintendo would rather focus on their own hardware. True,
mhm.
but if they're enticed enough, who knows? They might decide to dip their toes into the PC market.
Yeah. You never know. I mean, or just expand. Keep both.
There's so much, like you were saying before, about old games.
Hmm.
They come out with something new, and you can't play the old ones anymore
Hmm.
unless you got the old units to play it on.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Some games, they may not be technically the greatest now, but they were just dang fun to play.
Hmm.
And now you can't play them because new one won't do it.
It's like, I still have my Game Boy. I can get it to work,
Oh.
but it's just one of those things where I try not to push it too much because it's, over 30 years old.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's
Be a
just it.
little gentle. Be a little gentle.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I still have this. Well, what did I do? I did it.
I did it. I did it. I did it.
No, I did my own screen because I wasn't on our screen for a moment. There we go.
Ah.
I mean, I still got this. Oops, upside down.
Oh, I would play that for hours at my grandmother's.
Yeah,
Boy,
yeah,
I remember the heck out of that.
yeah. I don't have batteries in it. I took the batteries out, but yeah, I mean, I have it right here. I just have to get my a 9 volt. It still plays, and this is what. This is over 40 years. This is 1978.
Yeah.
Over
It's
40
44 years
freaking.
old. It's
Yeah.
as old as I am.
There we go.
But see, that's also another thing. Depending on the era, things were made better.
Hmm.
They were made to last, built to last.
Right.
A lot of things nowadays are designed to be thrown away.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember my former wife, her sister and brother-in-law, who's of course they're divorced now too. Uh, they were stationed in Okinawa, Japan, and they would say
Mhm.
that every 2 years a brand new TV set would come out, and they'd literally take the old TV and put it out on the street for trash. Every 2 years.
Yep. When back in the day, if somebody put something out in the yard and somebody came by, how much do you want for this? Just take it away because someone might be looking at an old TV and going, I can get that to work again.
Mm-hmm.
You ever want to see something like that disappear real quick? Put it out on the front yard and put $10 on it, and somebody's going to steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
I
now
know a
that
guy
we've
that used
talked,
to get rid of his garbage that way.
okay.
So
Now that we've talked about that story, what
yeah,
other story would you like to talk about? Would you like to talk about Ghostbusters,
yeah.
Firehouse? All right.
Why not? I mean, it's like we ain't afraid of no ghost, right?
No.
The
I
originals
just
and the bombs that came later.
no. This is a sequel to the well-received one from the other year, not the
Right.
2016 Abomination.
No, the one that came out, it's going to be 2 years this
Yeah.
November.
Wow. Yeah. 2 years. So a year and some. Yeah. Ago. Yeah.
So this comes from GhostbustersNews.com. And it says update on filming of the Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel. And I didn't see this before, but it was posted on their site on September 22nd, but it was just
Oh.
one of those things I came across and I thought, you know what? I don't think I've talked about this, so I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah. I mean,
Even if it is a few months old.
yeah, I only heard a few rumblings recently, so I'm kind of intrigued.
Yeah. So according to this article, it says since its announcement as part of this year's Ghostbusters Day, there has been little to no updates regarding the upcoming sequel to Ghostbusters Afterlife. Slated to arrive in theaters on December 20th, 2023, it is it was assumed by many, given the amount of post production a Ghostbusters movie would likely need, that principal photography could begin as early as the end of this year. However, in today's bit of news, Production Weekly is reporting that filming isn't expected until next spring.
Or this
Oh,
spring in
really?
this case.
Yeah. Goes on to say if the update holds true, which given Production Weekly's track record, is likely that they'll, at best, leave roughly a 9-month gap between the first day of filming to having the movie in theaters, while some fans have already voiced concerns that filming in the spring will likely delay the anticipated sequel being moved from December 2023 to sometime in 2024. It should be mentioned that Ghostbusters and Ghostbusters 2 both had similar production and release windows.
Mm-hmm.
It also goes on to say, for a more recent example, the Paul Feig directed Ghostbusters reboot began filming in June of 2015, releasing a little over a year later on its projected July 11th, 2016 date. With
A day of infamy.
yes,
Oh,
with a number of reshoots taking place within that time. It also concludes to say Ghostbusters Afterlife principal photography began on July 12th, 2019, with an original release slated for July 2020. However, the film would wind up seeing multiple delays due to the coup, eventually releasing on November 19th, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And
Of course, in this one they don't have the name of the sequel, but it looks like it was a Ghostbusters Firehouse,
yes,
which is, it sounds like they're going to go back to the old Firehouse, huh?
well, spoiler, because I know that you probably haven't seen it. In Afterlife, that's exactly where they go. They go back to New York.
Mm-hmm. Now, I wonder if there any of the original cast are going to be, Bill, Dan.
Well, from what I understood from an article that I read a few months ago from Geek Tyrant, the only one who's slated to come back as of right now is Ernie Hudson.
Okay.
oh, really? Good.
Oh, he'd do it. He'd do it. He wants a job.
Yeah.
And it's a good job. I mean,
yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, I know he's already up on the screen, but please welcome back to Pop Talk my other co-host, Cash Money.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Yes, Sensei, my ass.
it's chin money. It's chin money.
Was there a little harshness out of that cast there?
No, it's because that guy has a Dodger shirt on, so two and two together. I can read Mike pretty good at this point, I think.
Yeah, we are
over a year.
We are an hour in, so we can start cussing all you want.
Oh, yeah. It's all right.
How are you doing today, Cash?
I'm doing pretty well. I fixed a phone for a family member, so I'm happy about that.
Oh, so we won't have kittens, huh?
I did not. I was not too happy yesterday because I was trying to play Monster Hunter Rise with my friend. It disconnected because Capcom can be a bunch of idiots, and then they blame us for their problem that they made, I'm sure. And then we have Gotham Knights, where I played with another friend for an hour and a half, and then it crashed. So that wasn't the worst thing in the world. And then there was Turtles. It's going on a nice run on Turtles Shredder's Revenge, and then the game glitched. It was very aggravating yesterday.
Maybe it is you.
Games with friends, maybe.
Maybe it is you.
I'm
Have you ever thought about
cursed.
that? Yeah, you are cursed. It's curse money.
Curse money.
Well, you know why I didn't join you yesterday, because I went and saw Megan.
Oh, dude, it's okay. You don't.
And,
It's
and,
never
and
your fault,
in
man.
case you missed that segment, here are my ratings for it. Out of
Oh,
a scale of 1 through 10, 6.5 out of 10.
okay. Okay. So
Out of a scale of 1 through 5, 3.5 out of 5.
it wasn't Child's Play. It wasn't the.
It had a little bit of Child's Play with a
Okay.
little bit of Terminator thrown in, some nods to some more other horror flicks, not fix.
flicks, the flicks.
Hey,
Yeah.
I can make errors. I can make errors with the best of them.
Yes, we all can. We're human.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except Phil. I don't know if Phil.
Oh yeah, Bill's perfect. Yeah, well, he was.
He
He was asking
was.
for you.
I don't know where he went.
I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
He ran and hid.
I think I know how to get him back. I
That's
don't know if I want to do this, but you know, sometimes you just gotta you just gotta drink the poison. So here we go.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
Yeah.
There he is. You know what? The thing is, I can see Dan Aykroyd coming back too. He seems to really
Yeah.
love this because I think Afterlife was kind of a passion project for him.
Yeah, because let's face it, Ghostbusters is his baby. As much as
Yeah.
it was also Harold Ramis's baby, it's also Dan Aykroyd's baby. So
Yeah,
you know,
It
for
was
him
supposed
not to be involved in some way would be surprising.
right. It was going to be because the original one was going to be a Belushi Aykroyd film,
Yeah.
and really honestly, as well as Bill Murray did the part, and made it his own. I would love to have known there's got to be an alternate universe where John didn't die and they did do it. It'd be interesting just to see how he would have done it. But in some ways, he was in the film because they said Slimer is basically
John Belushi.
John Belushi. Yep. So, and of course, this all goes into all the stuff that Dan Aykroyd. He's into all that spiritualism and ghosts and UFOs and stuff like that. So, of course, this is something he loves.
I think one of the actors that I had in my theater class, who was also the president in Quiz Show, which if you guys haven't seen Quiz Show, highly recommend it. It's based on a true story as well. Quiz Show is really good.
Yeah, it is. It's been a while.
Is that
since
about the
I've seen it.
21? Is that about the 21 scandal?
Mhm. Yes, that is a very interesting story. But I think I heard at one point Aykroyd actually was broke in his life.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know how he got out of that, but I remember Dan Aykroyd was in that one where they pretend to be two gay guys with Adam Sandler and
I didn't see that one.
and
Oh, is that the one with Adam Sandler and Kevin James? No.
Kevin James. Yeah, that's the one. Yes,
Mhm.
yes. They're at a fire department, I think, if I remember in that one.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
And they pretend. I found that movie pretty funny. Certain parts of it, I don't know. I don't remember it too well, but Aykroyd was in that. I think that was one of the last roles I saw Dan Aykroyd in because I haven't watched Afterlife. Yes, at some point I will.
And Black Dragon, I think you're correct in that Aykroyd does own partial rights to Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I think he absolutely does. Being that was one of his creations.
I
But
get
Dan Aykroyd is doing pretty good now. I mean, he's got that vodka company, he's got that winery, and he also has that cannabis company.
Yeah.
And Jed Sparks, you're never late. No one is ever late when they come to Pop Talk. The only person that has to be here on time when he says that he's going to start the stream is this guy. This guy right here.
This guy right here, man. This guy.
This guy right here, That's all. The only guy that has to show up on time is me.
Bada bing,
That's
bada
it.
boom.
That's it, guys. So you see, around here on
Yeah.
this channel, I'm
Yeah.
the boss.
You are?
Are you?
Uh-oh.
Somebody got to knock him down.
These guys right here, they're the muscle.
Oh,
I'm
Nah.
I'm a muscle? Oh,
all
wow.
right. Yeah.
I'm a muscle?
And
I'm
who's
a
this
muscle?
guy right here?
And this
Who's
guy
this
right
guy?
here, well,
This guy-
he's the guy I go to for advice.
This guy's supposed to make some toys for me out of wood.
So,
Out of wood, man.
so
Out of wood. Some
in other
wood.
words, so in other words, Just Parks, this is what we're saying to you.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
See?
Thank you for that,
Yeah.
Baron.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
and Padawannabe has it. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry or something like
Yeah,
that.
Chuck and Larry, something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
It bombed. It was.
Yeah, it wasn't. I found some things funny about my brother. That movie sucked. I remember.
And you know what? Kathy's got it right here. Forget about it.
I'm with the Norwegian mafia. Eh?
We do drive-by Ludofesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there. Don't you make us mad there. Are we going to take you out to the to Lake Pippin and throw you into an ice fishing hole and you can swim with the yellow
Oh.
pups, eh?
Hey, what's that all about?
And Cash Money. Oh, dude, really? I gotta go on this hit. Dude, I was catching some gnarly surf, dude.
Dude, gonna surf some waves, man. Gonna go to the beach, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be like surfing with the fishies, man.
Gonna surf with the fishing, man. Gonna play some volleyball, bro. On
And-
the beach. Yeah.
And I could hear somebody in the chat now, or somebody watching this on the replay. Mike, you're not from New York. My mother, my beautiful late mother, she was from New York. So like I told her, and I'm telling all of yous guys and gals, I got some New York blood in me. Not only do I have a little bit of California blood in me, but I got some New York in me.
By the way, just because somebody made me Lennon doesn't mean I'm Lenin. Okay? I'm not Lennon. I'm not.
That's
Even though
right.
I'm from California, not Lennon.
That's right. You hear that, Phil? Phil McCracken, Mister.
Not-
I'm from
not a
Delaware. I'm
communist.
Southern. No, you're a Northerner.
Nope, and nope.
All
Or
right.
I'll just do my surfer dude. No, dude, not Lennon, bro.
And
Yeah, so, so you're just saying that this?
Yep.
and I
He is,
am
dude.
from Minnesota.
Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Me so cold.
We are currently 19 degrees here. Thank you kindly.
Nice.
Mhm.
Oh, there he is. He showed
Oh,
up.
no, he's back again.
Mhm.
And I know it. I knew it. You knew nothing, Phil. Nothing.
You don't know nothing.
You don't know
This guy right here, he don't know nothing.
Guy, he don't know shit.
All right, gentlemen and ladies in the chat,
Yeah.
which story would you like to talk about next? Eh?
So we got Megan out of the way. We got the Nintendo Switch out of the way. We got Ghostbusters Firehouse out of the
Oh
way.
yeah, Nintendo
Yeah.
Switch. The we're not gonna make the new the new
Yeah.
the new
they
Nintendo
ain't-
Switch. Not yet.
They ain't committing on a new console just yet.
Yeah.
Basically,
Well,
Yeah.
you know, how about a little tie-in with that, Megan? You were saying that the one family, they were killed with a snowplow. Why don't we talk about Hawkeye and how lucky he was? Because usually when you tackle a snowplow, it doesn't end that good.
all righty.
Yeah.
I got the story. I'm throwing it into the chat, and I will bring it up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody from New York is going to stop it, Mike.
No.
What's the matter with this guy?
Oh yeah, I mean we should be talking like this all the time. There, don't you know?
Yeah, don't you know? Yeah.
And then we can have
I'm not from Chicago or the Midwest, but I could start talking like this. Huh? Oh my God! No, even better. I could be talking like this. I'm gonna go get some tonic and some chowder.
You can do that accent in the Chicago where he's like, "Who's playing?" and he goes, "The Bears."
The Bears, yeah.
The
Oh,
Bears.
yeah.
In
The
Ferris
Bears.
Bueller's Day Off.
It'd be the
Bulls.
Vikings. Oh, yeah, the Vikings versus the Bears here. Oh, yeah, that'd be an interesting game there, don't you know? Oh, yeah. And then
I
we
like
can have some. We can have a hot dish afterwards. Oh, yeah, yeah. We can have hot dish.
I like what Kathy says here. I'm from the South, Southern Connecticut.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Jed Sparks. Nintendo Switch is pretty cool. I have to admit, it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool.
You know, before we get to, there was a great line from a Laurel and Hardy movie. Some Southern Bill goes, that she was
We're
from the
going
South.
way back, aren't we?
Yeah,
All right,
we are.
all right. All
Then
right.
Oliver Hardy goes, "Well, shut my mouth. I'm from the South too." And then Stan Laurel goes, "I'm from the South also." And he goes, "You're from the South. The South of where? The South of London."
Oh.
Because he was from London, the South of London, just like Babe was from the South himself.
All right, we'll have to find that clip later then.
Yeah, we need to.
Gotta find the clip.
No, we should have a Laurel and Hardy film fest.
We should.
Mhm.
What's all the classics?
Mm.
Laurel and Hardy, Three Stooges.
Oh, there you go. We had a guy in Sons of
Arcade.
Norway,
Well,
which is all blonde-haired, blue-eyed Norwegians.
yeah,
And we had a guy in there who was black. And everyone goes, "You're Norwegian?" "Yes, I am." "Well, how? Where?" "I'm from southern Norway."
Mhm.
yeah. The Bears, the Bulls. Yeah, the Bears.
Do we have the music?
Bears, the
The
Bulls.
Bears. Oh, yeah.
I think I still have it on here. Let me just double check. I don't know if it was one of the ones I deleted when I was doing my Christmas stuff and the New Year's stuff.
Yeah.
No, I took it off, but he's just gonna have to settle for one of these instead.
Okay.
Because after all, I did give him the music to play on his channel.
Mm.
There, your new theme for Pop Talk.
Yeah.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
What? You gonna be silent on us? Somebody cut your tongue out, Phil? That's
I think
unusual.
this is apt for him.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Training, sir! Training, sir!
What kind of training, son?
Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
I've never watched that movie. I don't think.
Oh.
I don't think
You've
I've ever
never watched
it.
Stripes?
We need to watch it. We need to watch Stripes. That is the you watch. Oh yeah.
We need
That
to
middle
watch.
scene is absolutely the
Watching
best.
from the other side, the communist Czechoslovakian side.
Oh yeah.
How you doing
Oh,
there,
look.
Vladimir?
Look at this. Look at what good old
Vladimir
Phil
Lenin.
wrote.
Mhm.
Yeah, look what Phil wrote. He's such an instigator.
Yeah, he is.
Vladimir.
Doesn't he think he's still from the north or something? And yet
No, he thinks he's from the South, but
he
he ain't.
thinks he's from the south. He doesn't know where he's from.
Education. I know you. California's a big state. You should have plenty of money for the education. To know
He
your
doesn't
location.
know where he is.
Yeah.
He's just
Well,
somewhere.
unless you're
in the
original
time zone.
13, do not talk to me. I'm too good for
He
you.
doesn't know where he
Original
is.
13, not number 49, not number 36, not number 28. If you're 13, or you're in the back of the line.
He doesn't know where he is.
Back in the line, Cat.
He's in some
You
kind
should
of
be-
style of
You
destiny.
should be
thing
used
going
to
on.
lines because in the communist system, they always stand in lines.
No,
For one loaf of bread.
See, I don't care about
Okay, all
it.
right.
Yeah, come
all
on.
right.
Gotta get to the article.
There goes
Yeah.
the neighborhood. We let Phil in.
That's right. Just change.
There goes the stream.
Nope. Yeah, that's right.
The
All right,
stream
so-
was over when you guys were doing that horrible New York accent.
No.
Hey,
Horrible.
hey, how
our
dare
accent
you?
was
How
pretty
dare
good,
you?
man.
My own mother from New York said I did it pretty good.
Pretty good, man.
Horrible New York accent.
Pretty good, man. Shut up.
Yeah, he don't know nothing.
No.
You don't know nothing.
Yep.
All right, so this article comes from Yahoo News, and it was posted on Friday, January 6th on their website. It's by Tom Murray and Inga Parkle and Penny Herwani. Well, why do you need 3 people to contribute to one article?
I
don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to see
One
that.
can read, one can write, and the other
Can post.
Yeah.
I got a message
keep
for
an eye
Phil.
on intellectuals.
What's that message?
Phil gets no pennies. He gets no pennies. None.
You know what? I think we have something that we can play for Phil.
Lighten up, Francis.
My name's not Francis, so.
It's a saying, Phil.
Yeah, they do a lot of sayings up in New York. None of it's true.
And so do you.
There we go.
Phil, how?
But anyways,
how'd you like Mass Effect? Just before we start this article, how'd you enjoy it? Did you enjoy it?
Phil, you're running on pretty thin ice here.
What's
Phil,
up?
Phil, did you enjoy Mass Effect? Did you like?
It was all right. Not a great game, but it was all right.
I'm sorry I
Anyways,
missed it because I've been begging him to
It's
go
all right.
back to it. Yeah.
No, dude, it's a great game.
Yeah.
Skyrim's a great game too. I'm not gonna say it's not. It's just all right. We'll continue.
It stinks.
on
Okay,
right.
so.
All right.
So the article goes on to say actor Jeremy Renner was completely crushed by snowplow that left him with serious injuries. Oh yeah, it's a snowplow, dang it!
Oh.
Yep.
The Marvel star underwent 2 surgeries at a Nevada hospital after the tragic incident that has left him on a long road to recovery.
I have one question. Why did they put it in quotes? Tragic should not have been put in quotes.
No.
It was tragic. I mean, this is why you have 3 people on there, because it's 3 of the 100 monkeys.
This is Yahoo News, so they don't care.
Yeah, but they might also be trying to avoid using the word stupid.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was trying to help his family get out of for New Year's because there was so much snow. I don't think that was. It may not be the best idea, but
no matter how heroic you want to be,
well,
remember there's always something out there that can really hurt you, like a big snowplow.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if I can really say he was stupid.
I can't say he was
the best
stupid.
judgment, but
Yeah.
still, he was trying to help his family. I know you probably do the same thing with me.
Well, I even would try.
And the story goes on to say he had been trying to rescue his car from the snow when he was accidentally run over by the heavy-duty snowplow he'd been operating. So my question is, did he engage the parking brake? I know there are times where you're clearing snow and there's ice underneath, and even with the parking brake engaged on an incline, it's not going to help.
Oh no! Oh no! You got to turn the wheel into the curb.
Yep.
I never use a snowplow. Is it actually hard to operate? You guys have used one?
I've never used one before, so
Very
I will.
Not me.
It all depends on what you're talking about. You know, they got pickup trucks with snowplows on them, and there you simply got an up and down, gauging system. The big ones, not only do you have the blade being able to go up and down, but you can actually angle them a bit left and right. So yeah, there's a little bit of trickery to it, and you gotta know when you lower the blade, you don't go ka-thunk to the ground, because right there it tells you you're in the concrete or asphalt, and it's going to be a terrible ride.
Right.
But if you
at
do
least
ka-thunk and then you bring it up just slightly, then you go.
At least he didn't die from this, and he will
Thank
recover.
God.
And yes, exactly. And people putting on Twitter that he's died and stuff is just so ignorant.
Or wishing for him to pass on. That's just cruel. That
because
shows
of something of his
how
ex-wife.
low of a person they are.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, okay, his ex-wife said these things about him. You guys weren't there, so why are you trying to pick apart the whole situation? Like, you weren't there.
Bitter party of one. Bitter party of one.
Seriously.
I mean, these people, in a very sick way, are trying to get attention for themselves.
Oh yeah.
Well, oh yeah,
You know,
they
I
are.
mean, he was operating the thing himself.
Yes, he was.
And there's a whole series of things you're supposed to go through. Now, I don't know the one he had there, but a lot of those on the visor,
Mhm.
they tell you what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And one of them, they say definitely put it in neutral or park, depending upon whether you got a manual or an automatic. Apply the emergency brake.
Yeah.
And
They
then,
tell you to do that uphill with your car.
Yep.
You got to put on that brake. Very important.
and from there, it sounds like something didn't get obliged there.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't follow the instructions. And that's why, I'm saying it's stupid. And being an old man like this, I can tell you, I've done a lot of stupid things. Somehow I'm still alive.
So
I think it's because nobody wants me.
I think Hollywood actors need to take whatever vehicles they're driving. They need to take lessons. In particular, because this reminds me of the guy that played what was it in Star Trek, the new one?
You're talking about
Anton Yelchin.
Yeah, he decided he's going to do something work to his whatever his SUV is. Left it running. Didn't realize he put it in neutral, not park.
Yeah,
and it moved forward and crushed him up against the gate.
Yes.
Yeah.
What a way to go! And no one was home. No one was home when that happened.
Well, I wanted to add that who's to say that Jeremy Renner does have the proper training or doesn't have the proper training? Say he has the proper training.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things, and we've all done it, where it slips our mind and we forget to engage the emergency brake.
Right. You just sat back and said what I was going to say. We don't know what he has for training.
Yeah.
It surprises you sometimes.
Baldwin about proper firearms training.
Yes.
I don't know if they have to go for special training for snow plows or whatever, but I know for like motorcycles you do. And again, like old man was saying, we don't know if technically if it's considered a snow plow with just a blade on it, or it's actually like a snowmobile with the actual plow. I don't know. I wish we could tell. But if it was either way, I don't
honestly, Phil, I don't think a snowmobile would be able to plow the snow.
No,
I mean,
that's not its job.
No, it can. There's different varieties of snowmobiles. I'm not just
there are
talking
people that have
about
little teeny baby snowplows on the front of them, and they do their driveways with them.
There's actually snowmobiles that actually you got a cabin you can hold 2 or 3.
Yeah, but they're specifically saying it was a snowplow.
Yeah.
That it was involved in this accident, not a snowmobile.
Well, yeah. Now that either means a pickup truck or a big truck. One or the other.
Yeah. Yeah. And around here, because we don't get that much snow, when we do, that's what you see. You see large pickup trucks with the plow on the front of them.
With the blade, yeah.
Call Mr. Plow. That's the name. Call Mr. Plow.
And all the auto manufacturers, Ford, General Motors, Chrysler Corporation, they all say that do not ever put a snowplow on anything smaller than an F-350 or the 1-ton truck. But you should go upward and use a bigger one, like 1.5 tons or something like that.
I knew people that bought it for their small trucks, and they thought they were going to make extra money by going to shopping places to, clear out their parking lots. It hasn't snowed here in a good 5 years. So all their investment into putting the blade on their truck, they still haven't got a return yet.
Yeah.
Still waiting on snow. And it's here, it is what, January the 8th? No snow yet. No snow.
So
if you want any snow, we got a lot we could give you.
I won't mind some, but snow we do. Technically, it's good to have snow. Kills, cleanses and does good things. But the blizzards and the constant snow, like they have in the frozen tundra of Minnesota, you can keep that up there. You can keep that.
So the article goes on to say we can confirm that Jeremy has suffered blunt chest trauma and orthopedic injuries and has undergone surgery today. And that was on January 2nd, which was Monday. Renner's family said in their original statement, he has returned from surgery and remains in the intensive care unit in critical but stable condition. On Wednesday, January 4th, TMZ obtained the details of the log made by emergency services at the time, including details from the 911 call that give further insight into Renner's immediate injuries. According to the publication, Renner 51 was audibly groaning in the background of the call due to his pain.
Yeah. Well, that's surprising.
On to say the plow accidentally ran over one of the actor's legs, despite a large array of safety features leading to major blood loss. A neighbor said, "Well, yeah, ran over his legs."
Yeah, I mean, in chest injury.
The other part too is the blade, from the sounds of it, could not have been down. It had been up. How high up? And when it went forward, did that blade rake him?
And it goes on to say, in his first post since the accident, Renner shared a selfie from his hospital bed with the caption, "Thank you all for your kind words. I'm sick, too messed up now to type, but I send you all love." Goes on to say Renner 51 was met with an outpouring of support from his fans and Marvel co-stars, including Chris Hemsworth, Taika Waititi, and Chris Pratt. Key points: Jeremy Renner posed first video from hospital after snow accident. Jeremy Renner shares first selfie after snowplow accident. 911 call log from Jeremy Renner's snowplow accident reveals extent of immediate injuries. Actor has undergone 2 surgeries from injuries. Jeremy Renner seriously injured while plowing snow in Nevada. And here's a good part of the article. At least I'm hoping it actually has some good information. It says, "Do you need a license to drive a snowcat?" And it goes on.
That's what he was. Okay.
Was that what he had?
It says,
yeah, I think so.
This down here. Ooh, yeah, I can see how that can do damage to your legs.
Oh, yeah.
And they do put a plow on the front end of them things, too. I know.
Yep.
I had to do that one winter.
That's what the Canadians use to practice for their invasion of the United States. They're waiting for the snow to come.
All right, Phil. All right.
Phil, seriously.
Remember, this is a no politics zone.
It's not politics. It's Canada.
Phil doesn't learn, folks.
Just ignore him.
It says, following the sheriff's press conference, a reporter asked if anyone could drive a snowcat or if you needed a license to operate one. And this was the
depends on where you are.
It was on a private road, so he can drive the snowcat. In this instance, as Mr. Renner always does, those private roads, it goes on to say he was being a great neighbor and he was plowing those roads for his neighbors. And it goes on to say, again, they had 3 feet of snow. And it says Sheriff Balam responded. Goes on to say, now while the Marvel star was on private roads, many companies require professional snowcat drivers to have at least a driver's license. Some even require their drivers to go through training and certification before operating the snowcat.
Just like a forklift.
Mm-hmm.
I had one.
All of the ski lane, all the ski areas that have those things, the people that operate them, everybody has to have full training on them.
Yep. And maybe he did. We don't know.
No, we don't. And like I said, I'm not wishing this guy ill. I hope he gets well and comes back 110%.
Yeah.
But whatever he did wrong has got to be running through his back of his mind right now. And hopefully that means that that'll never, ever happen again. And he'll also be quick to tell other people not to do it and save them potential injury.
Even working retail, I can tell you that in order to operate the electric jacks, you have to be certified to do so.
The pallet jack?
Yeah. The motorized one.
Yeah. Boy, did I used to use those things. We used to, at one place, we take the thing, we put the operating handle up just enough that it would still engage, lean over, then work the controls and have pallet jack races. Yeah, we were crazy.
You had fun, but luckily nobody got injured.
It's not fun until somebody loses an eye.
Yeah, right there. Because I mean, we've had some stupid crashes where people got knocked off of them and fell on the floor, but nobody really got hurt.
Yeah,
there wasn't a thing that happened that couldn't be taken care of by a Band-Aid. But looking back on it, oh yeah, we could have killed ourselves.
And the article says Jeremy Renner is a great neighbor, says local sheriff. In recent weeks, Jeremy Renner has become known in his Nevada neighborhood for helping with the mounting snow. According to Sheriff Darren Balam, the Hawkeye star is a great neighbor and always uses his snowplow to clear local roads. Throughout the community, he has been very generous, and he's one of those individuals that most of the time you don't know he's doing it, but he has made a tremendous impact on the community, he told U.S. media.
Does he live near Lake Tahoe, or is he further north?
Don't know.
It doesn't say.
Because I know Lake Tahoe got a ton of snow.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those areas.
I mean, Downer Pass is just a nightmare.
Yeah.
But the folks that are just north of Tahoe, up around by, a little north of Carson City, up past Reno in there, they got so much snow. They've got pictures of people standing out in their front yard, and the snow is higher than them.
And the article says Renner's sister Kim issues update on his condition. And of course, it says here, we are so thrilled with his progress, Kim told CBS 13 reporter Steve Large. If anyone knows Jeremy, he's a fighter and doesn't mess around. He is crushing all the progress goals. We couldn't feel more positive about the road ahead. And goes on to say what were the extent of Renner's immediate injuries immediately after being crushed by a snowplow. And again, why are they putting crushed in quotes?
I don't know.
Renner was apparently still conscious, according to local authorities. But a copy of the 911 log from the accident recently obtained by TMZ has revealed further insight into the actor's immediate injuries. Goes on to say,
the only thing they're missing is the alleged victim.
Yeah. It also goes on to say, why did Renner own a piston bully? Well, obviously, he lived in an area that got heavy amounts of snow. So instead of waiting for a snowplow to come through and clear it all away, he probably thought, you know what? I can learn to operate this myself and clear it myself.
Yeah, I mean, in those areas, it might take a long time until you have somebody.
Yeah.
And you need to sometimes get stuff out of the way so people, people around there who you never know what they got.
He was trying to do what's right. I don't think he was looking for fame or whatever for this situation. He was trying to do what was right, help his neighbors out, help some family members that were trying to leave after New Year's. And
I lived on a cul-de-sac, and we had all the snow that came down. Now, I live down below, and you got to go uphill to get to the exit in and out road. Okay, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, Baron.
Oh, sadly, I do.
We got people in there that got to go to work. I'm the only one that's retired, something like that. And, they took snow blowers and cleaned out the road up there so these people could go to work. because the snowplows ain't coming around, baby. Not for a while. And they'll never get to work. So I know exactly what he's out there for. Those snowplows, yeah, right.
And it goes on to say why he owns a piston bully. It says, although more commonly owned commercially, this type of heavy duty machinery is becoming trendy for private use, especially in Colorado, the Colorado mountains. Goes on to say, Renner in particular lives in Reno, Nevada. Well, there's your answer. That is an area that gets heavy snow.
And just go to the west of Reno, and you go right into Donner Pass, folks.
Where they experienced extreme snowfall this December. The night before the accident, the area had received 3 feet of snow. The New Year's Eve snowstorm left more than 17,500 homes without power in Washoe County, where Renner resides.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Right before the accident occurred, Renner was clearing snow from driveways around his neighborhood. Goes on to say, DC boss James Gunn was among the first celebrities to respond to Renner's accident. My heart is with Jeremy, Gunn wrote on Twitter next to the prayer hands emoji. And then it goes on to give more details on the snowplow accident revealed in 911. I'm not going to read the rest of this. I'm going to leave it to the rest of you to read it on your own. Again, I'll go ahead and include the link to this article. It is also in the description. But as far as asking why does he own his own snowplow, he lives in an area that gets heavy accumulations of snow, and some of us like to be able to do things ourselves when we can.
Well, sometimes we have to do it because we are not. This is not in the city. This is out in the mountains. People who are out in the country, all that you can't rely on services. You can't. You're an idiot if you're starting to ask why did he do that. It's because you have to if you need something right away. And you never know what the neighbors are like. Maybe have elderly neighbors, people who are not in the best of health. They need to have services to get around.
Absolutely.
That's why you do it. And again, he wasn't doing it for fame or anything. Like they said, he's a good neighbor. I mean, my neighbor to the north of me here, he was kind enough to do my my driveway.
Yep.
And I'm trying to figure out how I can repay him for that.
When you have good neighbors, they'll watch your house. If you can watch their house. They give you things, which is nice. They don't have to.
No, they do not.
But if you have good neighbors and they care, there's going to be a group of people around that. It's like, oh, can you help me out? And they'll help you out. And it's nice. There's still good neighbors around, even here in California. Oops.
Well, you know what? I was gonna bring up an area of California that you might be familiar with, the June Lake Loop, Mammoth Bishop area. My dad used to go up there every spring and every winter to do some spring fishing, and then in the winter to do some skiing. And I can remember him telling me, especially when you get up to that June Lake Loop area and Mammoth area, there are times you would have to wait for a snowplow after a snowstorm, and they're not always going to be there right when you expect them to be. Because depending on where they're coming out of, it might take them a while.
Yeah.
I lived in the mountains for 3 years in the great state of West Virginia.
You lived in a cave.
People are prepared. First of all, when it snows, before that winter snow hits, they know to stock up and be ready. That way, when a situation like this, they know you're not going to get a snow plow. You're not even on the top 10 of the list of people getting a snow plow. So when the roads are snowed in and you're high up on the mountain, and most of them roads are one lane, and the snow hits and you get 3 foot of snow, you know you're there for a couple of days. So
come on.
and you get somebody that's going to quote unquote plow, you're lucky. You're lucky. But
Well,
9 times out of 10, what people do, and if you're on a mountain with say 100 people, you know your neighbors. And you know if someone's elderly, you pick up the phone real quick and call and say, "Hey, you're okay? Are you set?" 99% of the time, they're already prepared.
And that's the thing too, Phil. When my dad used to go on these trips up to the Mammoth June Lake Loop area during the winter, especially, I would ask him, "Why are you taking so much food with you?" He says, "In case I get snowed in."
Yep.
Always,
but let's put it this way, though, Phil. You were living in the hills. Those weren't mountains. Those are hills.
He was
Rockies
living
are
in
mountains.
a cave.
West Virginia. You're saying they're not mountains?
He was living in a cave. They came in there. They saw the cave drawings. They were like, "Who wrote this?" And then somebody came out with a long cloth on and a stick and went, "Uda, Uda."
These cave drawings look like McDonald's
Not only did they know
coupons.
they got a winner, they go, "This is definitely an outsider."
I lived in Montana and Colorado. Tell me about it.
They thought they found a new discovery, but it was just an old man with a loincloth on. With a stick
Sure
going,
about that?
"Ooga, ooga, ooga."
Whoopins!
Who kept saying, "I hate you all. I hate you all."
Then they
tell
figured
stories
out
about your
he
great
was saying the
neighbors
word
in California.
coupons instead of "ooga, ooga."
Yeah.
Ooga ooga mushka. That means that I love you.
Yep.
Them squaws along the Yukon, they're good enough for me.
All right, gentlemen and ladies. Those ladies that are in the chat.
Yep.
Don't forget, the invite link is pinned up to the top, and we've got room if you want to join. But while we wait for another person or persons to join, what story would you like to talk about next? Would you like to talk about the Bad Batch producers admitting they made a major correction due to fan backlash? Or
Favreau and Filoni made a mistake.
I don't know if.
would you like to talk
Favreau
about?
was involved in the Bad Batch, though.
Sorry.
Would you like to talk about Ezra Miller possibly remaining in the DCU after the fact? Okay. Obviously, that tells me you do not want to talk about that story.
My groan was the fact that they want to.
That's a no-win situation right there. But I just think cut your losses after the Flash movie, and who knows how that's going to do this year, because it should be coming out this year unless they're going to push it back again.
Or would you like to talk about a spoiler for My Hero Season 6?
Oh,
I'm saying spoiler because somebody on this panel or
on
somebody's
that show,
may be behind on the show. So just giving fair warning. Does the anime need to expand Dark Deku's arc?
I don't know. I haven't gotten to there yet. So.
Or do you want to talk about this article from CBR that says Batman's movie success led to Mark Miller to create Nemesis?
That sounds interesting. Nemesis, huh? I don't. When I think of Nemesis, I think of that Star Trek movie.
Yeah.
All right.
The worst Star Trek movie ever.
I don't agree.
No,
it's not that very.
No.
It's not very good, but it's not Star Trek 5.
Made more money than Nemesis. Sorry, no.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Star Trek 5 is an abomination.
Who cares?
It's search for a plot. Yeah.
Mhm.
Dune meets Star Trek meets. Yeah, we'll just go with that. That's fine.
All right. So let me go ahead and bring up that article from CBR.
Okay, sure.
And like I said, and it says Batman's movie success led Mark Miller to create Nemesis. Mark Miller reveals the huge success of Batman films, especially those starring the Joker, inspired him to create his evil take on a masked vigilante.
Look at him.
Look at him, and there's blood on the costume as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Holding onto a sword, a katana.
Mm-hmm. Goes on to say, Mark Miller's dark vigilante Nemesis has much in common with Batman and the Joker. In a recent interview, Miller acknowledged that films starring both DC characters inspired his bloodthirsty creation. Goes on to say, I noticed a few years back that Batman movies with the Joker made a lot more money than those without. Miller told SFX magazine, sorry about that. There's something about those chaotic characters that people prefer. Supervillains are such an untapped thing, as we've had all these millions of superhero projects out there for the last 22 years. I was about to say 2022. Sorry. In the cinema, but you don't really get so much in terms of villains, which is odd in a way because the cornerstone of cinema are gangster and crime movies. So it goes on to say Miller explored this untapped market with Nemesis, a 4-issue series released in 2009 under Icon Comics. Goes on to say the series emerged only 1 year after the Dark Knight director Christopher Nolan's critically acclaimed take on the relationship between the Caped Crusader and the Clown Prince of Crime. Nemesis was initially advertised as a tale delving into what might happen if Batman demonstrated the psychotic nature of the Joker, and its titular character was a brutal supervillain who delighted in waging war on Washington, D.C. Goes on to say Nemesis will soon return in Nemesis Reloaded, a sequel published by Image Comics under Miller's creator-owned Miller World label. That's smart.
Yep.
He's got his own label.
Mm-hmm.
The sequel sees the return of Nemesis and teases his violence against the people of DC. In an interview with CBR, Miller explained that Nemesis Reloaded would serve as a relaunch of the character intended to appeal to readers who hadn't necessarily consumed the first series. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is a soft reboot like those Superman and Batman relaunches DC did every 15 years, Miller said. We don't reference the old series at all. As much as I love it, I just thought of a better way of doing this, and it really takes the idea to the max this time. In terms of what to expect, Nemesis has always been me turned up to 11. So, he's using himself as the blueprint. He then goes on to say the idea is really simple. It's what if the genius billionaire playboy who lives in the big mansion outside of town is actually a city's worst nightmare? How would the cops deal with this highly trained monster and all his high-tech gadgets? Goes on to say Nemesis Reloaded is written by Miller and illustrated by Jorge Jimenez, who ironically serves as the current penciler on Batman and recently announced that he would be drawing both books simultaneously. The first issue of the 5-issue series hits comic book stores' shelves on January 11th. So that's going to be this week.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
I don't really know about. Do you guys actually know about Nemesis, or
I don't know much about
it. This was the first I heard about it, and I thought this would be a perfect story to talk about on Pop Talk.
It's kind of got a Storm Shadow look to him, I think, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Storm Shadow with a little bit of Batman, minus the ears.
I think it kind of looks a little like Cash.
A little bit. Oh, the chin. Could be.
I would have been more happier if it was a villain for somebody else in the Bat family. Batman has enough.
But it's not even for the Bat Family, Phil. It's its
No.
own comic.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's so many variations now of Batman or whatever is going on in the Bat world. Yeah.
Hey, Winnie the Pooh went into public domain, and they made that horror movie with Winnie the Pooh.
Who's eating?
Not me.
Not me.
Oh, I just opened up a package here.
Yep.
All right.
Gotta be the old man.
Just remember, as I stated in the December 18th edition of Pop Talk, the new rules. I don't want to hear anybody eating. Exactly.
Okay, so according to this, it was 1980, and his first appearance was The Brave and the Bold of issue 166. That's so Nemesis has actually been around a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I've never even heard of this character. Wow. Okay. It's crazy.
Well,
yeah, he's going after the Pentagon, the White House holding the president hostage. Wow.
It goes to show that back then somebody had the gumption to create a new character.
Right.
Even if he is a villain.
Well,
which is something that Hollywood and the comic book industry is afraid of nowadays.
Well, look at how old stuff like Guardians of the Galaxy is, and look at how long it took for them to finally make a movie of it.
Yeah.
Just to do it justice from the comics. Because according to certain people, Guardians of the Galaxy has never been that popular. What I think because of the movies. And I think I'm hoping the third one's just going to be as good as the other two, especially one. I feel that it should make people go back and read the comics, and I'm hoping if these movies are good enough, it will go back and get people to read the comics or check out the lore or whatever.
Well, the opposite,
by the way,
because you had Marvel doing Fantastic Four, and as great as the comics books were. All three movies that they did, yeah,
they're so.
It wasn't bad movies. Just people aren't going to relate to them characters.
I couldn't get into the first Fantastic Four movies. I like kind of the second one better with the Silver Surfer, but I couldn't really get into it. It was so goofy at that time. That was a Fox. That was under Fox, so that was Marvel and Fox, and I didn't realize until people told me the Fantastic Four comics were just as goofy. So I said, oh, okay. But I had not read any of them. So when I watched the movie, I went, why is this so goofy?
Fantastic Four's comic books were just as popular as Spider-Man comic books in the 70s and the Incredible Hulk. You know, like I said, both of them, I mean, DC, Marvel, you're just going to have some that were great comics that just aren't going to be great movies. You know?
No.
And Kathy, that's exactly right. No food allowed on Pop Talk. Because nobody on the panel, nobody listening and watching wants to hear somebody gnawing down on their food while we're all having a conversation on something. Nobody wants to hear that.
The hell you say?
Thank you for these new clips, Baird.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm a good clip master. I am the clip master.
That's all right. That's all right, old man. I just heard a package open and I'm going, what?
Oh, yeah, the dang things are in these packages, and you gotta mess with them.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, what's the big screw up with the Bad Batch here? I never saw the Bad Batch.
All right.
I mean, I know I said Filoni, but it's Favreau.
Yeah,
it's actually Filoni. It's
Filoni.
Filoni.
Yeah. The
You're
season
reading
one
my
was pretty
mind.
good. I don't know all about this either, so I don't.
Yeah.
But I don't think they should. If there's backlash, then and it's not a problem, then they shouldn't do anything about it.
Well, it depends on what the problem
Yes.
was. Yeah.
Or if there was a problem,
But
you
it's
know how.
usually never a problem.
All right, so we have this article by Aaron Perrin.
Oh, I see. Okay,
January 4th was when it was posted. And it says Star Wars The Bad Batch producers admit they made a major correction due to fan backlash. Star Wars The Bad Batch's producers admit they made a major correction to the characters after fan backlash. Anyone who has been online and following the clones since the Clone Wars has noticed that something is amiss with The Bad Batch in season 1. Tamara Morrison famously serves as the inspiration and the visage of the clones in most of the Star Wars media since the prequel trilogy. However, in the first season of the Disney series, the characters are noticeably lighter than the actor is. Morrison is I don't know if I can pronounce
Maori.
this.
Maori.
Thank you, Maori actor, and is browner than the Bad Batch in the series. However, director Brad Rao told Collider that he and the team have seen the unwhite the Bad Batch movement and tried to correct it as season 2 gets underway. The creatives opted to darken the characters in season 2, and they went back to manage the same treatment for season 1. Check out what he has to say right here. Goes on to say, Ray said, "We listened to all the concerns of the fans. Interestingly, in season 1, before season 1 came out, we're always doing this. We went back to look at the skin tones and we made some corrections to make sure that we're being true to the legacy of the clones and Clone Wars absolutely 100%.
Okay. In some ways, this is a non-story. I mean, I understand, but we got to also remember too. These are abnormal clones.
Exactly, 99 clones.
Right,
Clone Troop 99.
Right. So there's a lot of things that can be different, including "quote unquote" the skin color. It's not a slight against anybody. It was not a slight against the actor who plays Django and later Boba Fett. It's just something that's in there. I mean, this sounds like it was one of those cries where all the people in the Twitterverse wanted to cry about something. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's nice they're doing that, but they didn't even need to address it. Just do it.
But now I understand why Bounding the Comics has a article about this, how basically they decided to pander and give in to these fans. If there's the backlash is there needs, if there's something like we'll say the Sonic thing, for example, that was a good backlash because you were like, I don't like this design and what the heck, guys? And then they went, you know what? These people really care about this property, so why don't we care just as much? And they changed it. And I think that's one of the reasons those movies, they made a lot of money.
Right. And I think for the majority of the people, they didn't look at it that way. But all you need is just a couple people with their little Twitter accounts to start going out there and piss and moan, and that's what they listen to. It's like, okay, go ahead, change it, but you don't need to make a big deal about it. Just do it.
No, they don't do it. These are the same people who, they want this skin tone this way. They've done this to now Pokemon. They don't like people having, you can't have that skin tone for this trainer. Like, it's ridiculous. Right. Just let people draw and make what they want.
Champion a cause.
Yeah, that's
Disney is looking. Look at us. We fixed this. We are trying to put ourselves. Disney needs to stop.
This is
what affects Star Wars. Is you're concerning about the skin color, where the actor. Look, when you look at the Clone Force 99, the leader, what's his name? You don't
Hunter.
even think Hunter. You're not even thinking of the original clone guy actor. You're thinking more of Sylvester Stallone. That's who he looks like, Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, he's got a
bandana,
full-on look
everything.
to him, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I always thought he kind of looked like Charlie Sheen from Hot Shot Part 2. I mean, honestly, that's when I see it. It's like he's straight from Hot Shot Part 2.
Part you.
Yeah. Again, basically, people are trying to get into ethnic BS-ery and causing more. Just like when they said back that we were all outraged about Finn. It's like, and because we're all ists and phobes, and it's like, stop it.
No, if anything, I wanted Finn to become Luke's apprentice.
Yes. Yeah. That would have been, or he kills Rey. There's a lot of ways that they could have gone about things. She could have gone evil, and he could have killed her, and he could have felt bad about it, but he had to do it. There's a lot of stuff they could have showed him training in the Force. But there's other stupid things too. Like, I don't know, it just made me laugh that people were upset when he took off his helmet. It's like, oh no, it's a black guy. Yes, it's a black stormtrooper, but he's not. It could happen, guys. It's okay.
Well, you know what? About 99% of the people out there didn't give a rip.
No.
What they give a rip about is they did the actor wrong and frilled up the entire character, and they screwed him over.
Yep.
And you know what? That's about 75% of the fans out there are upset about.
Yep. And the people who wrote the articles said, you know what? It's just ignorant for people to say that, and other people don't feel this way, and they were showing both sides. Then you go, okay, you know what? Now this is good journalism. But instead, it's usually attack, and let's generalize everybody. Let's also put them in a political group too. It's so stupid. I don't know.
And you know what? When I saw the trailer for Force Awakens, and I saw Finn, Poe, and Rey, I was asking myself, who are these characters?
I think that's yes.
Well, and to be honest with you, I didn't think Finn was a stormtrooper because they were kind of ingenious about how they did the trailer. They did the trailer far better than the movie. But you have all of a sudden Finn popping up. He has his helmet off. He's wearing a stormtrooper outfit. Then you hear the sound of the probe droid in the background. Yeah. And it's like, what he's doing is he is escaping from the Imperials. So they did the old, let's dress up as a stormtrooper bit. That's what I thought it was. Of course, then I'd be called an istaful because I didn't think he was a black stormtrooper.
I would love if we were able to get access to the actors somehow and just talk to them about some of the stuff. What do you guys think about this scenario? And what do you think about this scenario? Would you have liked your character to do this instead of this? And I would be very surprised what Daisy Ridley and John Boyega and some of the other ones would have said about it.
I think Daisy was happy with the role because she kind of made it known that Rey has no flaws. But I'm sure
she got upset later on, though. Man, she was not happy. She didn't want to be part of Star Wars anymore. Nope.
Oh, well, yeah, but and how much of a bill of goods were they all sold?
Good point.
All right. Now I'm going to give you guys a choice.
A
choice.
We could go on and talk about the next two articles I have lined up. The My Hero Academia article about Dark Deku. Or we can talk about Ezra Miller. Or I will allow my co-host, Cash and Baron, to select an article that we can talk about.
Should I rant, Cash?
Go ahead. Are we thinking about the D&D one?
Well, the hell you say? The hell you say? I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to do this on my other show. Okay. So, because you know how our other show goes. It goes kind of insane, doesn't it? And we're all over the place on that. So I actually have this article. Was you? Didn't you
yes.
put this? Yeah. Yes. So this comes from the ever reliable
YouTube video. Yes.
This comes from the ever popular Pablum News broadcasting service, their news hour, quote unquote. Article by Christopher Thomas. Hack. Okay, I'm knowing being mean because this article is absolutely horrible. So you see the nice little dragon there. So, how a new generation of gamers is pushing for inclusivity beyond the table. For decades, players of tabletop role-playing games, TPRPGs, have used dice, pen, and paper to engage in a form of entertainment that combines collective storytelling with strategic puzzle solving and combat simulation. Once considered a niche hobby, these types of games are experiencing a boost in mainstream visibility thanks to series like Netflix Stranger Things and the upcoming film Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. And I'm going to also throw in there how we got so many pseudo fans in The Big Bang Theory. According to industry estimates, hobby game sales soared during the pandemic, increasing from about 1.6 billion in 2019 to over 2.6 billion in 2021. Now, they're not saying which gaming systems here. They're just saying the role-playing game in general. So they're not even necessarily saying this is D&D. Tabletop role-playing games saw a 31% increase in overall sales in 2022. In 2022, Dungeons and Dragons alone generated some 100 million to 150 million. So that's what they were looking at, which is respectable. But look at there's how much more that's out there with tabletop role-playing games. As TPRPGs permeate popular culture through podcasts, live-streamed internet shows, and celebrity boosters, tag me, the community surrounding them is becoming more diverse. Traditionally seen as, I'm going to hold back a lot of my comments, by the way, on this story until the very end. Traditionally seen as a pastime for white male suburbanites, tabletop gaming has more recently become a platform for minorities and marginalized people to tell their own stories. People of color and women have always been a part of TPRPG culture, says Stephen Dashell, a postdoctoral fellow at American University who specializes in studying male-dominated subcultures, but actual play shows. The term for tabletop role-playing games performed for audiences give them more visibility, Dashell added. I'm not I'm purposely going to mangle this name. I'm going to do the best I can. Bria Illinger, I'm going to, hopefully I said that right. I'm not meaning any mocking here. Is something of a celebrity game master or someone who facilitates TPRPG sessions for players at a table. She has appeared on many popular actual play channels such as Critical Role and Dimension 20, as well as shows directly sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, the company that owns Dungeons and Dragons.
Hasbro.
Yeah, I was just going
to. They need to get it right. It's Hasbro. They might be using the moniker Wizard of the Coast. Hasn't been that in 30, 40 years.
I was just going to say, throw that in there. It was Hasbro. Yep. You beat me to it, Phil. When playing
Dungeons.
Yeah. When playing, Enninger said she gravitates towards non-human characters like elves and merfolk. Growing up and culturally as other on several axes of identity, my brain automatically defaults to that, says Ellinger, who is black and a member of the LGBTQABCDEFG community, even though it is uncomfortably othered constantly. It is what I know, and it feels right. And I don't know why there's a up there. There is not the trauma attached to organization, so it feels like a fun opportunity to play. And what if being markedly different came with fun benefits? I have no idea what the hell she means there.
Yeah.
When Ellinger was new to tabletop, gaming, she would often go to a local gaming store to play in community events organized by Wizards of the Coast, but she sometimes felt like an outsider in a space where most players were white men.
Racist. Where have I heard this before? Oh, and everything else that's been produced since 2016.
Yeah, exactly. Those were uncurated curated tables where things got very monocultured very quickly, she said. Recently, actual plays have been finding port with a new generation of gamers, many of whom come from more diverse backgrounds. Social media allows fans of these shows to form communities and organize meetups where they can play the games
Wait a
they
minute.
watch.
Well, wait a minute. Gaming has always been diverse.
Yes.
No, it hasn't.
Yes,
and
it has.
especially Dungeons and Dragons. Even though I will say this. If you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I played it for many years and still play it, and I go all the way back to about 1975 playing it, and then where you had to pull out the dice and the little graphic paper, and there was a person who was a dungeon master that had to keep track, draw the outlet of the labyrinth that you're going by.
Mm-hmm.
We had people that I played with that were, the majority were white.
Yeah.
There were my best friend who was playing it happened to be black.
Mm-hmm.
We played it. It's simple as that.
Right.
If you want to know the real reason why a lot of African American people did not play Dungeons and Dragons, majority, and this is nothing against them, majority were what you would call non-denominational or Baptist. They were totally against Dungeons and Dragons. They hated Dungeons and Dragons more than they hated heavy metal. Your kids were not allowed to be near a kid that was playing Dungeons and Dragons. So if there was any restrictions put on them, they need to talk to their parents. It wasn't kids, because you know what? You wanted in your neighborhood as many people to play Dungeons and Dragons as you could in a party. You wanted 10 to 12 people.
You're stealing a little bit of my thunder on there. Exactly. It was like diverse.
I played Dungeons and Dragons. But the majority reason why, and I knew a lot of kids, not just black, but also white, of the same religious denomination, and I can understand their feelings on it. They weren't allowed to touch it. They weren't even allowed to watch movies at the time like Excalibur. They weren't allowed to watch or listen to music like Kiss did. The music from The Elder was based on a fantasy Dungeon and Dragon style thing. They weren't allowed to listen to it. They weren't allowed to watch it. They weren't allowed to play it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm lucky because I grew up here in good old Lutherville up here. So we didn't have all that Baptist. And yeah, there was a persecution against the players. There was. I was lucky enough to be in an area where we didn't face that. There are other areas, like you're saying right there, Phil, Cash, that cash money is. I looked at this thing, I said cash. I don't know, but Phil, you're absolutely right. We were gaming community has always been welcoming in. Come on in and play. And
yes, definitely.
The only thing close you can say in the Dungeons and Dragons community that was racist was if you prefer to play a dwarf or an elf or a human, and God help you if you wanted to be a half of Ling, which means you were either a dwarf / elf or an elf / human. Hey, the greatest character created in Dungeons and Dragons, and this goes back, was from the Dragonlance novel, the half elf, half human Tanis, who plays his mother gets raped as an elf by a human. And he has a beard, because in most of the fantasy world, elves do not have beards.
No.
Well, guess what? He was a halfling. He had beard, and he faced just as much racism, hatred in the game as you're reading the book or playing the video game, because there was a video game on it on the Texas Instrument computer.
Wow.
Yeah, it was one of the things that you had to, again, the strengths and weaknesses of the characters that you had. So
we used to go to KB Toys, and when you went in the mall, you had your bookstores, and then you had KB, and both were competing on the actual gaming book. And I was one of the first people to get my hands on the Temple of Elemental Evil. That's where you can play it, and you can go from level 1 all the way to about level 30.
That was one of the most awesome games, modules.
Here's the thing: you had people, and this is their prerogative if they want, protesting. You shouldn't be selling the books to kids. They're warping your mind. And I'm Catholic. I have to follow strict rules. I'll never forget my dad saying to somebody, "I'm like a kid wants to play." Well, you're demonize your kid. He goes, you didn't read King Arthur. You didn't read Tolkien.
Right.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I did. Well, what's the evil difference in that playing it?
Right.
What's the difference? It's like telling your kid, "Don't drive a car. You should be riding a horse."
So I'm going to continue on here because these are some of the points that we have here. This new guard of hobby geeks are highly aware, and if they are not directly BIPOC people, they are allies. Oh my God, that is one of the most insulting words, said Aaron Trammell, an assistant professor of informatics. Oh, that sounds like a BS thing at UC Irvine. Oh, right there.
Oh.
So, but even within these gaming communities, there is some friction. Old School Renaissance, or OSR, is a gaming movement whose players claim they are against outside politics permeating their game space, said Dashell. These players support the use of traditional fantasy tropes in game design, such as the existence of good and evil races and no nuances. OCR gamers are often seen as the old guard of tabletop gaming and tend to idealize the past, which defaults to white masculine worldview, Trammell said. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Okay, I'm going to get through this before I get to my full-fledged rant. Created in 1970s, Dungeons & Dragons is one of the first and most prominent TPRPGs, Dashell said, and race has been key in character design. The hell you say? When players create their in-game personas, they generally choose different aspects from a menu that accumulates in imaginary characters with a history, personality, physical traits, and special talents. Characters can be one of many different races, quote unquote, such as human, elves, dwarves. These character types could be considered various species, but resemble real animals, furries, while others are more like dragons or even angels. But the different beings have always been racially coded, according to Dashell, with humans specifically having always been seen as the analog for white. Boy, are you really okay, I'm going to get through this, and I'm going to rip it apart.
Okay.
Dungeons and Dragons has tradition of promoting human as the best or most versatile characters. Gary Gygax, the creator of Dungeons and Dragons, was a self-described biological determinist. He believed that different races of people were biologically distinct and capable of different things in life. This can be seen in early D&D with non-humans and demi-humans having level caps, says Trammell. This means that in early editions of the rules, non-human characters could never achieve the same degree of growth as human characters. Additionally, orcs were initially created as a group of bestial humanoids with the sole purpose of being killed by players. This classic evil race could not be chosen by players for their characters until 1993 with the release of the Complete Handbook of Humanoids, a source book for the second edition of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. The works of J.R. Tolkien are credited as an inspiration for Dungeons & Dragons within the game's own Appendix N, and Tolkien has described orcs in the xenophobic vernacular of 50s Britain. Okay, take a breath. Take a breath. You can get through this. You can get through this, Bird. Over the years and through subsequent editions of the game, these racial illusions have generally been minimized. In the summer of 2020, amid the reckoning on race and inclusion throughout many industries, Wizards of the Coast released a statement online outlining steps it was taking to help everyone to feel at home around our game table and to see positive reflections of themselves within our products. But for every 2 steps forward, they take 1 step back, Trammell said, citing a recent publication's inclusion of a simian race of humanoids reminiscent of old minstrel shows. Deep breath. Deep breath. Wizards of the Coast also recently presented a new vernacular for the upcoming rules changes to the game, replacing instances of race with species. At best, I think that this is an earnest appeal to fans that Wizards of the Coast is taking the representation of race serious in this game. But at worst, I really think that this may quash some of the important dialogue that is happening around the topic with fan communities, said Trammell. The problem never was that race was a concept in fantasy world. Instead, it has been that fantasy worlds are the product of a number of white supremacist tropes that mirror those of our own. Really deep breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You
6,
can do
7,
it, Baron. You can do it.
Thank you. I thank
Deep
you.
breath.
You
Okay,
got this, man.
I'm getting. I got
Breathe
this.
in,
And out.
breathe out.
Oh, I'm glad I don't have a blood pressure cuff on.
Mhm.
This issue was never really race, but essentialism, Dashell agreed, and essentially is baked into the system of D&D. It's in its DNA. I think many people would consider it a completely different game, as race/species give advantages and disadvantages, and there needs to be a check and balance system for party consistency and fun. Some of the game systems outside of D&D are doing away with race as a defining aspect of player character altogether, while other systems are engaging in stories and worlds with non-white, non-Eurocentric design. Fine. Monty Cook, owner of Monty Cook Games and a former Dungeons and Dragons designer, developed a setting agnostic game system, meaning it can be used to tell stories in many different genres. A distinguishing feature is that players can create characters without needing to consider race, species for mechanical purposes. There was GURPS, D6 system, GURPS, D6. Race and class are pre-made buckets that you fill, he said. By focusing on who your character are, it gives players more control. While there are no in-game mechanic benefits to choosing a particular race, Monty Cook Games strives to encourage diversity through artwork. The artwork they commission tries to be inclusive by showing women in the Wild West or children of color exploring a haunted house. Sometimes the art depicts people wearing masks so that players can imagine themselves or their characters in those situations. We want everyone to feel welcome, to feel seen, Cook said. Beyond those who play the game, what is often overlooked is the community of people creating and marketing them. When he started in the business, Cook said, all the designers, artists, and editors were of similar background and ethnicities, but he is seeing the culture change and becoming more diverse. We want people of all type in the driver's seat, he said. One example is Coyote and Crow, a new game focused on telling specifically indigenous stories. The more I wanted to create a setting that didn't have colonialism as part of the structure at all, so many buzzwords in this, the more I realized the only way to strip that out of the setting was to create an alternate future where colonization never even happened, said Connor Alexander, creator of Coyote and Crow, which has seen a First Nation setting and themes. Coyote and Crow began as a reaction to seeing games featuring characters of different cultures without having the same representation behind the scenes building the game. The project, which raised over $1 million on Kickstarter, allowed Alexander and a team of native designers to create a world and craft stories that were distinctly not Anglo-European. For instance, players are encouraged to create characters that are part of expansive multi-generational family as opposed to the longer trope typically found in Anglo-European fantasy tales. Alexander sees the growth in popularity of actual plays as the first step to growing diversity in the hobby. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any breakthrough show yet that has displayed the kind of diversity I want to see, he said. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of good actual plays out there with a lot of great folks, but none of them are good enough. None of them have broken through in that way. I want to see them break through yet. And part of that is due to the dominance of Dungeons and Dragons. In a recent investor meeting, Wizards of the Coast CEO Cynthia Wilson described Dungeons and Dragons as as under-monetized. The company goal is to create products targeting players even after they have purchased the source books needed to play. One of the biggest draws for Dungeons and Dragons and TTRPGs is the relative low cost of investment to start. Well, that's not true. Once players buy a rule book, which can be about $60, by the way, they can keep playing indefinitely, limited only by their own imagination. That imagination freedom is what gives minorities and marginalized people the opportunity to build worlds that center their own stories. On community levels, this creates creativity can be seen in the proliferation of homebrew, quote-unquote, games made by fans who customize the setting, characters, and the rules of published systems to their liking. Corporations and collective storytelling may sometimes be at odds, but a thing does not have to be perfect to be good. Illinger said, as a black woman and queer, if I had to throw away every piece of fiction that did any of my identities dirty, I would have nothing to do but sit quietly in a room. I made it.
Shouldn't play Dungeons and Dragons.
I made it.
Gentlemen, let Baron sound off.
All right. I'm going next.
I'm in there too.
But first, before you sound off, I am gonna play a clip.
Please do.
Because I think the Klingon in Barrett is about to come out.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
Okay, so this piece is so bloody insulting to everybody in here. Everybody. It is pablum. It is pandering. It is bullshit. I mean, going through here, it's said it as one side. You do not even have the other side weighing in and explaining things. No, they're telling you what they are saying, which is, again, horrible, horrible, horrible. Phil is absolutely right about one thing. That we players were always welcoming, but it was other things that were holding them back in the 80s, especially hit pieces by 60 Minutes, where they're going out there and calling us Satanists and other things and deviants. You had that horrible movie, Mazes and Monster, with Tom Hanks in there, about how we're just all insane people who are willing to go out there and start killing people because we're wrapped in to this game and are willing to kill people in real lives. So we gamers that went through these days, that kept TSR alive, which became Wizards of the Coast, by the way, we players went through a lot of shit to keep this thing alive, through the highs and lows. So do not come at us and do not start insulting us. We have always been there for people all the way through, whether you like it or not. Now, in here, they're sitting back saying that, that I went to a table and they're filled with white players. I felt uncomfortable. Let's turn that around. What if I said that the other way? How fast would I be called an ist in the phobe? She never said that she was not welcomed. She just said she felt uncomfortable. And you know what? That's her problem. I bet you nobody gave a shit who she was. Thank you. My dogs like to get involved in this. Of course, you see these pin-headed, cone-headed morons from colleges and universities thrown in there, battling the existence of good and evil. Folks, good and evil exists. Do I need to go through a whole list of people's names that would probably get this channel flagged throughout history that were evil and the people that were under them? Why we fought World War II? There was evil and there was good.
Yes.
There is nothing wrong with good and evil. You have a perfect window with D&D, with the chaos, law, good, evil, and neutral. That is the best window to try to figure out where you want to go with your character. Now, as we come along here, promoting human species as most versatile, yeah, Gary Gyas did. In the beginning, D&D, he was determined that should be it was a human-centric game. Yeah, we're talking about the original D&D. He hated halflings, which were hobbits, by the way. He did not want hobbits involved in the game. He made sure they had the worst stats. But the thing is, the game even grew when you got into Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and especially Second Edition. No, it wasn't describing humans as quote unquote being the whites. Not at all. You're going into the world of myth. You're going into the world of folklore. And you're going off of their differences. Their difference, the difference of a dwarf that was a Nordic myth that Tolkien brought forward. The differences of the elves, definitely out of Nordic myth, and also going into Lord of the Rings. And again, with gnomes and others, they are creatures of folklore being designed for what they were in historical mythology. Now, of course, with that, you have level caps, which means what? You have to be intelligent in playing your characters. You need to know how to play the good and the bad. Now, this is even worse because this whole section right here, I'm going to highlight right there, is a slight to Asian Americans. Because this xenophobic vernacular that they're saying is Mongolism, which is an insult and a slur against Asian people. There is nowhere around anything to state that the orcs were anything that way. They were goblins. They're super goblins. They started as goblins in The Hobbit. They became orcs in The Lord of the Rings. Basically, that's what they are. Goblinoids. They are monsters. They are creatures. They were perverted from elves by an evil entity to become what they were in Lord of the Rings. They were wonderful people until they were perverted and twisted and destroyed, which is a great analogy because that's what these people are doing to our systems. They're doing it to our comics, our games, everything. That's what they're doing. They're taking our elves and twisting them into orcs and saying this is good. Now, as we come down here, this thing about the simian race should be an insult to all people of color. The simian race has been around for about 40 years. This simian race is... well, I'm going to click on this because it'll take me right there. This simian race came from, it's called the Hadozi. It first appeared in 1982. This is 40 freaking years ago. It was introduced in a game called Star Frontiers. They were an alien race. Yes, they were simian. They also had flaps between their arms and their legs. They were able to glide if they wanted to. When Star Frontiers came to the end, they were brought into the Spelljammer game system in the early 1990s. And then, of course, they made appearances in D&D Modern, their space one, where they were reintroduced into the Star Frontier world. There is nothing racially or minstrel about these creatures. They're an alien race. No one just have to go, hey, how can we, let's make fun of the black people out there and make these apes. None of that. You realize how racist you are for even making that statement that this was reminiscent of minstrel shows. Talk about stretching. When it comes around to everything, there was always strengths and weaknesses. This didn't mean that one was better than the other. It meant you had to work together. D&D was a game where literally right down there, it is checks and balances in there. You had your fighter, which was your tank, who was going ahead while the spell user was behind because he'd get his ass kicked. And he's casting the spells for defense. Now, we did try to go with non-Eurocentric design. It was called Oriental Adventures. Not too long ago, some wag out there went out there and cut across the swath saying about how racist this was. People, we were, and even in D&D, wanting to go in something that wasn't Eurocentric. We're looking for a new thing. Oriental Adventures was very popular with many people. You got the Karator system for the Forgotten Realms for second edition. Again, you can play in the world of Asian culture, whether it's Chinese-centric, Japanese-centric, whatever. It was out there. But they say, oh, they're racist because you didn't get everything right and you're growing off of these tropes, whatever. The whole game is tropes. Should I be insulted that the Eurocentric designs that they have for D&D is insulting to my people? Oh, yeah, let's have the Northerners, big, dumb barbarians who can barely speak and wear horns on their head. That is not historically accurate. Should I be offended? No. Okay, Monty Cook, he's mealy mouth. And we also had artwork through many of the game systems. that showed diversity, whether it is GURPS, whether it is Star Wars, the various Star Wars role-playing games, whether it's even D&D. In the 3rd edition, they had plenty of people of color in there.
You should show them a couple covers of the actual book game version of the mission stories, whatever you want to call it, of Dungeons and Dragons, Baron.
Yeah.
Because some of that artwork were the very artwork. There were good known artwork designers,
right?
And it was very inclusive. You had when we had elves. We in Dungeons and Dragons, our elves were more broader than even Tolkien. You had blue sea elves. Your mountain elves, you had mountain elves, you had tree elves, you had river elves. We had so many variety of elves it wasn't. And then when they came out with the Asian style, we even had Asian elves.
Right. And the various other spirit creatures that are part of Asian mythology and folklore, and even religious beliefs today.
Yep. They even had a South African tribe, whatever you want to call them.
Oh, you're talking about
Dungeons and Dragons. So
yeah, you're talking.
Wanted to make a Zulu-like warrior, and I knew people that did that in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah,
you could.
That's the Shining South in the Forgotten Realms.
Yes,
you can even.
There are plenty. When you talk about when you're talking about the one Dragon Lances, and you're talking about like the lady that brings the magic back, and she gets the staff. She's based upon Asian, what do they call it? Pacific Islander.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Oceanic.
Pacific Islander. Gold Moon. That was her name.
Yeah, Gold Moon.
You could play, and it was, when you get 15 people sitting playing Dungeons and Dragons, you normally didn't want 15 people to make an order of the Knight Templars.
No.
You want a variety pack people where I want to be a Tindler. A Tindler is like a halfling that always fools around stuff, and it was pretty much the comic of the group. If you ever read, if you ever get the chance to read Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, the storybooks, Dragonlance, you will understand what I'm saying. Everything you never went into a Dungeons and Dragon adventure,
no,
with 20 people and say, okay, guys, we're all going to be the Knights of whatever Huma was, the Knights of the Rose. No, no, the party would never work out. You had to have a healer. You had to have somebody that was a thief. Sometimes some people were half of one skill and half of another.
Yeah, multi-class.
You wanted a party. Just like when you play, the only way I can analogize is if you played Star Wars, The Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah.
If you play any of the Dungeons and Dragon MMOs, you never have a party of one.
No.
No, it never
Lineage 2 is the same way. You play a lot of those different MMOs.
But the difference with Dungeons and Dragons, when they're talking about with the books, this was all you have a person, and like the Dungeon Master really had to work. He had all the burden of the work.
Oh.
He had to decide. He had to draw the map. He could tell you what you could do and couldn't do. It was you used your mind. You didn't have a computer. You used your mind.
Yeah, you used your mind, and I noticed this article does not mention also that there's players that can betray each other too.
Oh yeah,
but there were some Dungeon Master. Again, the Dungeon Master decide this.
Right.
If you had a character that was evil and he didn't like evil characters, you were forced to create a new character because you couldn't play an evil character.
Right.
If you were chaotic evil and he didn't approve of it, then you couldn't play a chaotic evil character.
Right. Mm-hmm. You always talk with a Dungeon Master before a game. And it's like, okay, what are we doing? What are we looking at for a campaign? What are you not allowing? It is a communal thing. It's a communal thing. This is something where people come together and you get that diversity. People think outside the box. They actually are playing characters. They're not playing themselves. They're playing characters. ROLE, role playing, not ROLL. I mean, which of course you do a lot of that in that one. Now, as it goes, even in the world of Greyhawk, he had a Aztec culture just south of the Scarlet Brotherhood. I mean, there was always a diversity that you could go out there and give a try to play if you wanted to. I mean, you have introduced the monk you had the monk throughout all of D&D. That's obviously an Asian influence that you had in the game, and a lot of people love playing the monk. So as we go on here, and of course, like I said, so the thing is right here. The important word is homebrew. Homebrew. I do not know of any game that has not been homebrewed in one fashion or another. These books are perfect the way they are. If you do not like something about it, you can change it. But obviously, if you want to go to a sanctioned game, you're SOL. But you want to go in and do this as your own game and do these changes, you're free to do so. No one's to say no except for the group, or most importantly, like Phil said, the DM. Now, this goes for any role-playing game system. Whether you're playing GURPS, you're playing the Star Wars role-playing game, you play any of its incarnations, by the way. Whether you are playing Star Frontiers, Gamma World, Star Trek role-playing game, any of the iterations there, the Doctor Who role-playing game, I'm looking primarily at the FAZs. Whether you're playing any of those games, it is about making sure you have...
They had a book, Starship Troopers.
Yep.
And you weren't, and even like Starship Troopers, you created your characters like you would go to any of these games online. You create the characters. And I have known people of many different races that come from different countries. Nobody ever says, oh, well, I don't want to be a, Star Wars, they have on the online game, they have the Chiss race. Well, yes. They're red. They're making fun of Indians. It had nothing to do with being red. It's okay. The race is red.
Right.
The Chiss were just basically just blue humanoids with red eyes. That's all they were.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. First of all, no one ever went into this game or any of these games. It's like going to Monopoly and you got the car. Well, is it a blue car? Is it a red car? Is it a Chevy? Is it a Ford? You didn't care. It's a car. When you went into this game, you did not care. If Jet Sparks wanted to make a knight, and that knight happened to be in armor like a Knight Templar or Knights of St. John or the Knights of the Teutonic Knights, no one's going to say, well, Jet Sparks, you don't look like a Teutonic Knight to me. No one cared. If that's what he wanted to play.
Exactly. And that's the same thing when if I was in the Star Wars universe too.
Real quick. We have someone to welcome back to the panel. It's been a while since he's been here. So let's welcome in our next guest.
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
Please welcome back Superfan Adam Shawhan.
Well, I want to make another point here. Notice, again, like I said, these are evil, slimy creatures that are taking elves and twisting them into orcs. What did they have to do? They had to, first of all, slander Gary Gygax, the creator of Dungeons and Dragons. They wouldn't have this if it wasn't for him. You stupid, dumb shits. And then, of course, always, because, and I'm sure this has to go with Amazon and ROP, they had to go after Tolkien. Again, slandering him. Those sons of a bitches.
30,000 times.
Right.
He wrote Tolkien, and he's a fan. You can call him the father of all medieval or whatever you want to call this genre.
Modern
father. He's the father of it. Okay.
Exactly.
And he wrote. The main reason he wrote Tolkien wrote his stuff was because there is not a lot of lore besides King Arthur and maybe Robin Hood. There is not a lot of lore in English that they have. So he created it.
Right. Because
he put it out there. When you see the riders of Rohan all dressed up, you take them off the horses and they're identical to the Saxons. Identical to the T. The only thing is the Saxons did not ride on horses.
Well, and most importantly, King Arthur to him was too Francophile. He did not like King Arthur. He was not a fan of the French. And I'm gonna finish up my rant here so other people can talk.
Yeah, because I want something to say.
Yeah, I'm going to finish up with this part here. Now, they're talking about us OCR. We're absolutely right. We don't want politics permeating into this game. We don't. This is an escapism. This is not trying to bring in all the problems of our world. It's trying to get away from it. Yes, we know it's not just traditional fantasy tropes. There is good and evil. You're going out to battle. You're trying to be a hero, and in some case, an anti-hero if you're playing an evil game. These are the bases. If we didn't have that, then why the hell even play the effing game? And yes, there are evil races. Beholders are evil. Mind flayers are evil. These creatures exist as unspeakable horrors against against people. And yes, they represent the racists. They represent the bigots because the beholder are extremely, extremely xenophobic to a point that even one of theirs has a deformity, they destroy it. And the same thing with the mind flayers, where if there is some sign of deformity or strangeness, they'll destroy it. You have to be a perfect mind flayer or a perfect one. There is absolute proof right there that we're battling what they're accusing us of. So with that coming to the end, Trammell, go eat a bag of dicks. Even though you're a lesbian, what's her name? Abrera, eat a bag of dicks. Monty Cook, eat a bag of dicks. One last thing here. Let's see. Where's his name? Where's the name? Oh, whoever wrote this article, you eat a ton of bag of dicks until you choke to death. And that's just that is just vernacular YouTube. I'm not meaning it because I don't know if anybody who actually goes out there and eat bag of dicks. That's a ridiculous thing.
Barry, I don't think any of these people actually really played Dungeons and Dragons. I don't even think she did. I'm going with that. That's what I'm believing. I don't know what anybody else is believing, because I can tell you this. If you went to a store that played open books, you could go there and you can play with people, or if you did it with friends, this stuff never happened. Whatever she's talking about. Look, she says in the article when she did play, she wanted to be an elf. No matter if it was Tolkien or even in Dungeons and Dragons, any of the incarnations or editions, elves are the most arrogant, ignorant, and stuffed up people that you could ever imagine in any game. That's how they were played. That's how they were portrayed. It's nothing against them. It's just that elves were always arrogant. They were arrogant people. But she wanted to play elves. I guess she wants to be arrogant. Sometimes you want to be something you can't be. And she went in that direction. Most of the times, like I said, I can guarantee this. If all of us sat down and wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons, we're going to play something unique. Not necessarily something that actually portrays you, me, or anybody on this panel. You just say, oh, you know,
I'm going to jump in on this thing here because you guys are just going back and forth. And Jax and Cash, and of course our new fellow that's in here, a super fan, haven't had a chance to really sound off. But I'm going to sign off on something for real. I was in Atlanta, Georgia, back in the early 2000s. And I was there on an ethnic thing, so I'm in Viking costume. I got a Viking sword on my hip, everything. I'm walking around. I decided I wanted to take a look at the upper level so I could look down on the main level and see everything that was going on down there. I go up to the upper level and I'm walking by a room. The door is open. I look inside. Well, what are these guys all doing? They're playing Dungeons and Dragons. I went, wow. The guy goes, hey, you want to play? Come on in. We got a spot for another person. I said, no, I got to work down below. Now, here's the interesting part about this. There were 8 people in that room, counting the DM. Everyone in there was black except one. And the guy that was white was not the DM. And they were teasing the heck out of him when he said, oh, he's our thief. And he goes, yeah, I'm a thief. And everyone's going, yeah, you steal from everybody. Da-di-da-di-da. And they gave him tons of crap. I'm looking at this. These guys were having the time of their life. All these black guys and there's one white guy in there playing with them, and he wasn't even calling the shots.
Yeah, so that's
this
a
is all
very
about.
true
When
point.
talking about this, they're liars saying this is racist.
Exactly, it is.
There you go. The fighter from the Player's Handbook. This is the 3.5 version, but the same artwork from the third edition, which came out in 2000. Excuse me, the fighter. What color is he? We didn't have inclusionary. I'm gonna go. Let me go a couple page. One more page. There's the monk.
Just a good illustration of it, but yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. You can play that class.
Right. And there are games where men played women. There was a game where they were all playing drow, or drow, however you want to pronounce it, right? And the one person decides to play a female drow. So what happens? Well, she's the lead of the party because in drow culture, women are the bosses.
Okay.
Would anyone else like to add to this discussion? I really don't have much to add because I didn't really play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I don't have anything either because I never played it, but I just can't understand that. Yeah, people. I just don't like the idea that people cannot be included in anything, and they think, oh, people have been excluded for years. Geek stuff is inclusive. Has been inclusive for years. It doesn't matter what background you are. If you were into this kind of stuff, cool. But let's talk about it and let's join in. Come on in and join.
Mm-hmm. One of the great publications that came out was Deities and Demigods. So in that, it was the groundworks of playing in cultures from the Nordic to, of course, the D&D pantheon. Egyptian. You want to have an Egyptian run game? You could do that. If you wanted to have a Finnish-centric game, you could do that. There were many ways you could go out and have something that was not Eurocentric, playing D&D going back to the old days. Yes, a lot of people did play that because, that's what they're more knowledgeable in. But as more things came available, people started learning more things. It's like, hey, let's try it this way or try it that way. Some of the most diverse people are us. We are the most diverse people out there. And all they can do is insult us. We are some of the most welcoming people. Yes, we gatekeep because we want to keep the morons that are part of this article out because we don't want them to destroy. And then they're the ones that have the key and are not inclusionary because they certainly aren't.
Yeah, because they say, now it's ours now. Yeah, you get out of here. This belongs to us now. Get lost.
Dungeons and Dragons always had the thing, and you have to remember it was slow. And I'm trying to keep the novels separate from the gaming books.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a while to include, especially when they did the Aztec and South American editions of the books. Dungeons and Dragons always tried to go in new areas. Always. It might took them a couple of years to do it, but then again, you have to remind you, they have to create it, and creating it from scratch. And what I mean by scratch, not only did you give them new dungeons, new gods to deal with, new villains to deal with, you had to come up with new jobs, you would call it, like the thieves. If they did like when they did the Orientals, they did something similar to like a samurai warrior or the monk. They were Asian. So every time they come out with a new region, you got that. There were some regions that were just focused on the ocean. You had to be a good boat player. You had to know how to build a boat, craft a boat, how to get a crew. Are you going to be a trader? Are you going to be a pirate? All that type of deal. Okay. You don't want to do that? Okay. You're going to be like the Silk Road type deal. Well, I'm going to be a caravan trader. So I'm going to go from here to here through the desert. Don't like the desert. there's always something you are going to like and do.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And yes, there are some jobs, all right, a night, 9 times out of 10 would be based in a location that would be based on something like your Tectonic Nights. That didn't mean that somebody that was playing in the Asian style of the game, which they're all connected.
Mm-hmm.
You can make an Asian character, and you can drag that Asian character across the world on a boat to be where the elves are, or a particular elf. Because you have to remember, there were many different varieties of elves, and our creatures that we had to fight. There were good dragons, there were bad dragons, there were green, and any of the metallic colors, 9 times out of 10 they were good, and if they were just basic colors, they were bad.
Superfan, I can see your wheels are turning. Want to jump in and say something?
So I was just gonna say, I mean, well, first off, see, we did it first. I'm just saying, we did it first, and they won't be happy until they destroy everything.
Yep.
So,
First of all, I do want to say welcome back, Adam. It's been a long while.
Thank you.
Glad to have you back.
Yeah, Adam. Why don't you read your Discord, huh?
Happy New Year, everybody.
Adam, you got to read your Discord more, man. I stopped seeing messages. What's going on, huh?
It's been pretty busy, man. I know. It's I'm part of Rogue Entertainment now with Walton, author Stephen Walton. Still got stuff going on with the Place to Be reviews, guys. And then like my channel itself, I just got tired of getting strikes for absolutely no reason. So like I'm still sitting with 2 strikes that don't go away till after March.
I think I gave Mike a strike.
Yeah.
I don't care, Baron. I really don't care. I mean,
which is they keep telling us.
Here's the thing.
Oh, no, go ahead.
This was the whole idea of Pop Talk too, for fans to come on and voice their opinions, their displeasure with what's happening with their fandom, with something that they fell in love with. I mean, heck. Look at this comment from Dempsey, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Dempsey, but I think a lot of this can relate to this one.
Yeah.
Geeks were excluded for this stuff. What are they even talking about? I was looking for my entire childhood for people to play with me. Nobody would. They made fun of me for it. Well, I'm going to put myself on the spot too, and I don't care if anybody says, "Oh, you're just using it." No, I'm speaking fact.
All right.
44 years ago, I was born with cerebral palsy. I'll be 45 this year. You think I was included into any groups when people saw me? No, because you want to know why? And I know YouTube's going to give me a strike for this, but I don't care because it's the truth. Because I was the cripple as far as everyone else was concerned. Nobody gave me a damn chance. Nobody cared what I had to say. I was pushed aside. I was ignored. Well, guess what? Now I have a voice, and I'm going to express it. And if you don't like it, you can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Amen, brother.
Right.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's got a big ass to kiss too. All right.
Yeah, he does. But you should have said eat a bag of dicks.
But that's the way it was, though, man. It's like, and then like for me, I was 9 when I became diabetic, and then it was like, that was it. And you're on your own till you do find the right people, But exactly, like we would have been friends, Mike. I would have had no problem with that.
I would have had no problem being friends with you.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's one of those things.
I would have been friends with you. You're too cool.
You got to find your group, and it sucks. Sometimes it takes forever, but we've already been there. We've already accomplished all. Like I said, we did it first.
Yep.
The town I grew up in was a small town. I mean, we were 2,000 people, and we were counting the cats and dogs. And we had all types of people in that community that you can imagine across the line. The girl right across the street from me, Connie, she had polio in a wheelchair. One of my classmates was a $3 bill. Actually, and then the other one was a switch hitter. We had all kinds of different people in that town, mentally retarded and everything else. But there was one important thing across the boards. We didn't give a damn about anybody else because they were us. And I saw a horrible fight break out one night at one of the clubs because they're picking on one of our guys that was a little mentally retarded.
Now,
and another thing I want to add too. When I was born, my parents were told I wouldn't walk, and even if I did, I would have to use a walker, or I would be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. They said I wouldn't be able to run. They also said I wouldn't be able to tie my own damn shoes. They also said I wouldn't be able to ride a bike without training wheels or drive a car. Well, guess what? I do all that. I drive a car.
You voiced your opinion.
Run, I walk without any assistance. I play baseball. You all know how much I love baseball. Well, guess what? I've even played it.
He's played it, man. And remember, he did finally take off those training wheels on his bike. Yeah.
And he took a fastball to the head. That's why he's a YouTuber now. Right.
Well, actually, I did get hit in the right eye some 32 years ago by a baseball. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
When I rode my bike without training wheels for the first time, my dad was sick that day, but I ran into his room anyway, and I was so excited that I actually did it. Because I knew I could do it. And my parents knew I could do it. But it was the naysayers who said he won't be able to do it. Hell, my parents were told by some of their friends, put him in an institution and it will be better for him.
Yeah.
Who tells that to somebody? Really? Not even giving someone a chance.
People who write this article. People who contributed to this article. These people.
Exactly.
These people were probably born with some kind of gold spoon in their mouth and whatever, and they think the funniest thing the whole
you want to know something, Cash? These people would be the people that have come up to me in my life, in my 44 years, almost 45 years of life, and said, "Does it hurt when you walk? Are you able to feel compassion?" Acting like I'm not even a human being because they can't understand what it's like to be a human being and have compassion for your fellow man and women.
Poor thing, you poor thing.
Well,
exactly.
It did hurt Mike to walk when he was doing the over the hot coals, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, it's the thing though. People who do say that, again, you don't know where the heck they've been through. But then, like you said, these people were born with silver spoons in their mouth. People will not complain about things until it affects them. Like look at freaking Cardi B, who's complaining about food going up in price. Lady, you probably have never gone shopping ever since you've been famous. I highly doubt you've been. You probably hire some random jerk to go out and go get food for you. You probably don't even step foot out of your house unless you got to go to a concert, unless you had to perform at a concert, or you got to do a talk show interview or something.
Well, she's too busy roofing guys and robbing them. That's what she's doing.
I was about to bring that up. That she stopped though. She stopped. So
quote unquote, yeah.
Hey, when I would play baseball and softball, I had people who would say, "I'll run for you." I go, "No, I can run for myself. Thank you."
I mean, when it comes to our world, I have one whole shelf and then some of GURPS, and you have systems for Egypt, Japan, ancient Greece, ancient Celtic. I mean, these world books are like little history books, even though they're gaming books and well done. Don't tell me there's no diversity. And this is a different game system. I mean, there's all sorts of game systems out there. But no, we got to piss and moan.
Yeah.
We don't have imagination.
The funny thing is these articles are probably they're just basically a new form of bullying, because if these people actually tried to bully us like this, who played D&D or played video games or whatever, who cares about having an imagination, who grew up with amazing things in the 80s and 90s. I'm very fortunate that I grew up in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
But
me too. And that's the reason why I'm so imaginative. That's the reason why I became a writer. It's my destiny, because I was such an imaginative person. I probably had my head in the clouds when I was a kid.
I come from this train of thought over the last couple of years. When you hear people like this and they want to attack something, it's because they don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you have somebody that's into like the UN and he goes, all people are fighting for old dying empires. That might be true. It might be true. But it's better. I always say it like football. Everybody wants to win the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, one out of 32 teams can win a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
right. One. And when you're number one and you're on top, the following year, all 31 teams have you circled.
Yep.
It's no different in our culture. There's some cultures and some things they excel, and some things they don't excel. And then you have some cultures that'll sit there and say, well, I can't be like the Chinese. Well, I can't be like the Indians.
Or they blame other people for their own problems.
And say they were greater than me, rather than say, I'm going to improve myself. As I improve myself, I'm going to improve my culture and my heritage. Not sit there and cry, well, this person did this to me. Most of these people today, they're crying offenses, weren't offended, weren't alive to be offended, and the people they're trying to put there as being the offenders were not the offenders. Okay? When I sit there and I say somebody wants to say something like, for example, this person did something to me, and I'm going after a culture. This person that's in this article saying my culture is not included or my culture is not represented. Go to Dungeons and Dragons, offer to write something, and offer to put something there for your culture.
No, that's too much work.
That's too much work.
They don't want to do the work. That's the problem.
Yeah, I need to be included. You all need to pander to me in order to make me happy. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to
say,
there's plus and minuses to everybody's culture out there, everybody's social identity. There's plus and minuses. But don't get mad because you sit there and say, well, everybody's fighting for a dying empire, and my culture never had one. Well, good. Well, then now you don't have anybody to complain to say that they did something to you.
Yep. And when these companies always keep talking about how they want all this representation, fine. Then why do you guys do such a poor job of it when you have millions and even billions of dollars? Why is it that the fans still do better jobs of the property because they care more?
It's there, and also these guys are artistically bankrupt. They think that if they pander to groups that probably don't even care about this crap, they just want to get an applause from them and just say, yeah, thanks, thanks. I'll just be happy.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
It's been 40 years, and I hate to throw this in there because this is all about culture. 40 years, football and baseball have said we got to get minority people involved.
Right.
And all
we have to have minorities as managers, as head coaches in the coaching staff.
Hold on.
Baseball, football, whatever.
In a lot of the sports out there, minority is the white guy.
Whoa, we got people talking over each other here.
In all sports, how many in just in the United States? Just in the United States, name me the Chinese American that's been a head coach. Where have they say, okay, you have to interview the Chinese American to try to be a head coach? Never happened. Not once.
Or not Japanese.
How about, Japanese? How about, since there's a lot of Pacific Islanders now playing football, how about a Pacific Islander be a coach? They're not there. So how can they say, well, we're inclusive and diversified when they can't even put none of them in our coaching staff?
Nope. They feel ESPN and other sports shows.
One group that fixed the problem. That's not fixing the problem.
No,
it's making the problem worse.
They think because they try to calculate that there's a lot of black players in playing football, which is just a lot of black people like to play football. Oh no, how terrible! But anyways, and so they think then the majority of those teams should have black coaches. You should hire the person who's the most qualified. It doesn't matter if they're green, blue, black, red, whatever they are. If they're qualified for the job, then they should be hired. Unfortunately, it doesn't always go that way.
And you've had some good black coaches that earned that position for their skill, not their skin color.
You know, I thought this in 1987 when the Washington Redskins, yes, I was a Washington Redskin fan. And I say Washington Redskin, when Doug Williams won the first Super Bowl. Now, he could not do it when he was with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but he had something in front of him that he had in Washington. They were called the Hogs. They were white. They were black. He had running backs, running white and black. He had wide receivers, some black. The tight ends were white. But he didn't go there saying, I'm throwing the football to only this person, or this guy's the only guy that's blocking him. And when he had trouble in that season, sometimes they didn't even want him to be the starting quarterback. The offensive line said, you are our guy. Not the coaching staff, not Joe Gibbs, not Joe Bugle, the offensive line, the Hogs. And mind you, they had went to 4 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowls by 3 different quarterbacks. And one of them, yes, happened to be black. Whippy-doo. I didn't care if he was green. And we still can't get over talking about it. Oh, well, this team doesn't have this quarterback. And we know the one that's been out of football for years, they kept on trying to promote get a job. No, he was not that good. Colin Kaepernick was not that good. Forget his whatever his beliefs are, what is political, he wasn't that good.
Well, he wasn't willing to put in more of the time after when they're like, oh, you'll be a backup. It's I'm not good enough. I'm better than that. It's like, no. You want all that victimhood. I got into a random fight with somebody about this before. They wanted to beat me up, take me to their neighborhood. Made me laugh. But anyways, yeah.
I got to play this for you. Play this for you, Cash.
Okay.
Boy, we got a long. We have
What the hell you say?
You got in a random fight with somebody. Okay, yeah.
I know, how terrible, right? Yeah, I know the hell you say, yeah. But it's all goes along the lines. It's the same thing with the Witcher series. When it started on Netflix, they're like, well, Trish can't be a white redhead, even though that's what she is in the games, and that's what she is in the novels, because these are written by Polish people. Well, guess what? A lot of Polish people are white. I'm not sure all of them are, but I'm quite sure the majority of them.
They're Slavic, they're white.
Slavic, yes. Yeah. So I'm just saying, if it's written by that, why would you change it? It's so disrespectful. You can do this, race swapping, whatever you want. Fine. It's lazy, and it's, to me, stupid. And I don't know how many times I've said this, but when the gender and race becomes more important than any other part of the character, you're not going to get a very good character. It's going to be pretty much one-dimensional.
Exactly, and that's the whole point, though. But they still keep doing it because they think they're trying to please and appease people like me. I don't care. It doesn't even matter. You could probably resonate and find interest in no matter what character is. It doesn't matter if the character is male or female. There are lots of female Star Wars fans, that Star Wars girl included, who resonated with Luke Skywalker. That's the whole point. Nobody really cared. Heck, it especially resonated with her because she said she grew up on a farm. And she always had that out there thought of, like, there's more to this world than just staying here in my little slice of something in the middle of nowhere. There's a larger world out there, a larger galaxy. And that's when he looks out at the twin sunsets. But no, we gotta make sure that, the only character you're allowed to resonate with is a character who's black like you or Hispanic like you. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The reason why people don't want to resonate with Rey is because, again, she's never faced any problems in her life. She's never faced any dang problems other than the fact that, she's just a lonely person on another desert planet somewhere. That's not really a good character building. What other than that? What did she really go through? No, she basically just pulled a lightsaber to her with zero effort and all the other stuff, all the other crap she had to go through. She never really went through anything. She literally beat Kylo Ren in every fight he got in with her. He pretty much beat him every time.
Mm-hmm.
So again, all this stuff saying that when you make a perfect character, that character is gonna be boring as hell, and that's the whole point. I mean, if you're gonna actually, I'm not saying the character your main character should be killed, but make sure that they don't come out of this like unscathed. They come out with a few scars. Hell, I wouldn't mind if they come out of it like somewhat traumatized by something they did.
Why is it that every time you have a convention and the press shows up, Okay, you got all these people that are incredibly articulate. Some of them medical doctors, some of them lawyers, you name it, across the line.
Yes.
But what do? They purposely hunt out the weirdest whack job there to interview.
Yeah.
To make you all look like you're whack jobs, despite the fact that you've got the upper 10% of society in that group.
Mm-hmm.
Well, PBS NewsHour does the same thing with politics, so it's not. I mean, this is political in its own way, but yeah, it's not surprising.
Well, and this isn't even journalism. This is just
it's an opinion piece. That's
right.
all it is.
But when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, let's just say putting us in the fire. If you're a fan of Dungeons and Dragons, it's nothing new. Been that way since I was 4 or 5 years old. Start playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
We were demons. We were practicing
Satan worshippers.
They had the shows on the 700 Club. You're just a kid playing in a fantasy world.
Right.
I mean, no different than you would play in a fantasy world King Arthur. Are you going to say that he's a Satanist?
Yep.
Do they have a problem with Merlin?
Yeah.
Merlin was cool. Everybody wanted to be like Merlin. When we created characters, they were magic users in Dungeons and Dragons. Who do we model them after, Baron? If it wasn't Merlin.
It was Merlin, Gandalf, those are right there, two of the big biggies right there.
You know, it was, like I said, it was nothing new. And that's all we were doing is playing a game. You had to remember, board games and Dungeons and Dragons, I'll throw it in there. That's all you had. Some of this is pre-Atari, stuff, things that you didn't have an Atari. You didn't have video games. When you told somebody, I'm going to the video arcade, that's pinball, air hockey. That's what we called video arcade.
Right.
We didn't have that. This was our getaway. And like I said, it was perfect. But at that time, they attacked Dungeons and Dragons like they attacked rock and roll. You devil listen to rock and roll, you're a devil worshiper. You're a Satanist.
Yeah. You're sexually perverted.
Yeah. I mean, they couldn't get in the head. Alice Cooper is a son of a minister. He is a ordained minister. He's playing a part, an actor. Would you call the guy who played Saruman, what's his name? Christopher Lee? He played evil characters. Would you say he's evil? No, he's playing a character.
No, just playing a character.
But no, when it comes to stuff like Dungeons and Dragons, you couldn't do that. You are a Satan worshiper.
Well, it's basically Dungeons and Dragons is let's play imaginary game with rules. I mean, going out and going in the backyard, swinging a stick, pretending it's a sword, or and a garbage can lid for your shield. And this was make believe with rules to keep things in order, and that's and anything. It also helps teach how to get along with other people.
I don't think enough kids now have make believe. Do you remember, Baron?
I just had to go out and play.
Yeah, I just need to throw this in there. Do you remember wanting to go out as a gangster and get a Tommy gun, a fake one?
You're
go outside and dress up and
like old man can say, cowboys and Indians.
Absolutely.
And some of us like to play the Indians.
Yeah, but sometimes today don't have imagination.
No.
I don't think so. Not enough.
Not when they're in front of a computer all the time, or they're on their phone all the time, tablets all the time.
Right, and the MMOs on they're playing don't teach them how to do anything other than let's go in and fight. Some part of role playing is being able to talk yourself out of it, and that means you have to play a role with the dungeon master. I mean, when I went and played Edge of the Empire, Star Wars, it was before the game was actually officially released. It was for Star Wars days. I was playing with one of the creators of the game, one of the people that built that game. And we come to this point which is supposed to start into a fight. And it happens to be a Rodian. For those who don't know what a Rodian, think Greedo from Star Wars, right? A female one. And she's kind of getting sexually harassed, you might say. And I was playing a droid. And I come, so it's it comes to that point, and it's okay, whatever, okay, here you go. So I go and I basically steal from Beverly Hills Cop, I think, 2. I come shuffling over and go, "Oh, mistress, I'm glad I found you. Unfortunately, the tests have come back positive, and they suggest you get in contact with every one of your partners you have been with for whatever, going through the whole thing." The guy was sitting there, and he just stopped because I knew I derailed him. He knew I derailed him. He just stopped and goes, "Those are extra points for you." Because that was the thing. It's like, okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to be murder hobos? Are we going to actually think? And most of Dungeons and Dragons is part of thinking. There's a lot of dungeons that were made to have you think and work together cooperatively. A lot of these MMOs are not that way. Basically, it is murder hobos incorporated out there.
Some of our Baron. I've played a lot of MMOs. So
a lot of the MMOs and RPGs games that are based in fantasy are still based deep down on your Dungeons and Dragon dice.
Yes, it's the same with WoW, EverQuest. Without this is the foundation. I mean, what else is there? You had a pen and paper. You put down your strength, your agility, whatever. This has to be the foundation. There's nothing else. You have a pen and a paper.
Well, bad thing about also is it's always
you bring up imagination with pen and paper. When I made Phil's banner for his channel, I opened up Photoshop and I had a blank canvas right in front of me.
Yep.
And I was trying to picture what's going to be on it. Looking at the suggestions on what should be on it, and then trying to imagine what everything would look like once it's completed. And I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I think I did a good job.
Yeah,
you did. Yeah,
and you need a lot of imagination with Phil, that's for sure.
You should see me when I play Dungeons and Dragons. You know,
I'd love to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun. Yes. The board games are just the pen and paper, whatever. Do you own Dungeon Strike, or do you guys own Dungeon Strike? The Dungeons and Dragons. That's from the '90s, I think. That's the one that has the goofy video.
Hold on.
I zapped.
Bot alert.
Oh,
the time has come. Execute Order 66.
Down real quick.
Oh, Kathy was quick in there too. And so was Superfan. Oh wow, I went in there.
Oh yeah. Well, I would tell you this. I played as a kid. I used to come home from school. Me and my friends got together, and it was an older. He wasn't a teenager. He was in his 20s. He was a dungeon master.
This was after you guys played with the Easy Bake Oven, though, right?
Right.
I told you had to make deals. Sometimes to get more people to play football, and you need more bodies, you had to sacrifice. So
how else are you going to get those coupons?
There you go, man. There you go, man.
Adam gets it.
You know, even girls were playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep.
Now, a couple of them, boys and girls, got in trouble in our group because their parents were. I'm not busting on people's religion. You know, we have one that unfortunately he never was able to play Dungeons and Dragons. I personally think since he plays Skyrim, he would be fit in perfectly with Dungeons and Dragons. But it is what it is. But I had people that played with us that were every race you could think of. So it was not a big deal. We, like I said, you never excluded people in Dungeons and Dragons. Like I told you, if you can get 15 people, great. If you can get 9 people, great. If there was another person that wanted to play, the only thing that was stipulated was we had many different dungeon masters. The dungeon master was the one that would not play with anything evil, chaotic evil, neutral evil, or just evil. You couldn't play your character with them. You had to create a new one, totally from scratch, different alignment. You know, that was the only stipulation that we had.
Well, and the only people we excluded from games were the assholes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, Baron, but I remember in the mid to early 90s when we did have people that wanted to play orgs and people that wanted to play what were the other one? The Draconians. We had them people.
Yeah. One of the problems. Yeah, and that was one of the problems with the second edition because they got rid of the half work.
You know, people look.
Which I thought
never liked these people never liked Dungeons and Dragons anyway, whatever their reason is. So to me, this article is a person I don't even think they never played Dungeons and Dragons.
Mhm.
Especially if you went to a store and they're sitting there playing and she didn't feel included. Maybe she
Or
had
she
to
did feel included, but she felt weird. Wow, other people feeling awkward around different people. That never happens.
Oh no, I've never felt awkward around people I just met. Never, not at all.
I just want to say something here, everybody. I'm very uncomfortable around all of you.
Well,
you chose to come here, my friend.
You know what? You know what? You're
And we
uncomfortable.
thank you for it.
You're uncomfortable around all of us. Is that so, Barrett? Well, then I just have what they to say to you.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
Except the problem with that, he's going to let himself back in.
For many years.
I can come back in.
I could see Phil doing something like that if somebody brought the GoBots instead of the Transformers to his house.
Oh yeah. By the way, Dempsey, yeah, there's my 5 players guide right there. I have virtually every one of my gaming books I've had. I never got rid of them. They're going to crush me to death one of these days, and I love it.
Do you have the Temple of Elemental Evil?
No, I don't have that module, unfortunately, because that was back in the day when we were sharing modules. So somebody would get that module, I would get this module. I mean, I got the Expedition to Barrier Peaks. Someone else got the infamous Tomb of Horrors, and that is being used properly because that is one devil. White Plume
Elemental Evil is as big as a Prima gaming guide.
Well, you know, they did that one company did the 5th edition boot of it, where they do have the original in it. It's a 2-book set. That's how big it is. I got the Expedition Barrier Peak where I have both the originals and the new one.
They actually came out with the game, but it crashes. And the crashes, you can play the game, no problem. But as soon as you stop and like log out or shut your computer down, that's it, done. So you literally, in order to play the game, you had to literally play the whole game or leave your computer running when you're taking a break. Couldn't shut down.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of modules here, including the Ravenloft and Ravenloft 2. I mean, those were groundbreaking. Those were groundbreaking. Of course,
my dad has a lot of that. Yeah.
And I got a lot of the 2nd edition game systems: Karator, Forgotten Realms, Spelljammer, Ravenloft. Of course, I was never a big into Dragonlance, so I was never big. But I do have the 3rd edition Dragonlance book, but I was never really into Dragonlance as much.
All right,
Darren was playing way back on dial-up before there was an internet.
Oh man, dial-up.
And he was playing games that way.
Going a lot of these youngsters don't know how good they've had it.
Yeah,
the internet. My goodness, dial-up.
BBSs. Yeah, both
You
of
want to
them.
see when the power goes out and they don't got it for a couple hours and they can't get on the net, they can't activate their games. They literally go around like their head's been cut off.
Yes, they lose it. And I mean, even if it's like if it's a permanent thing, if like the power goes out for like a whole month, they'll freak out in like 2 hours.
Yeah,
exactly why you should always have some physical media.
Have some
like books.
Yeah,
like
physical media. Recharge your stuff in case it needs to be recharged. And
Have a battery pack.
Power. Yeah, have a battery pack.
You know, it was so much fun back in the day when we had like Dungeons and Dragons. We'd go outside and play Dungeons and Dragons, you know, sit around, get a bench, do that. Go out and play. We went out and play. That's
remember
how we
when
met people. That's how we made friends.
There's the granddaddy of the science fiction plane.
Wait, go out and play?
Go out
but
and play.
Then I'd have to get fresh air. I'd have to play in the dirt, be exposed to germs, you know, build up my immune system, and
go out and play right now, Mike.
I did
that even before you were born, Junior. I've been doing that since before you were born.
It's safe to say, wouldn't have a cell phone. When we didn't have a cell phone, it was no big deal. Here's how you tell time. You told your child, if I'm wrong, old man, correct me. If you went outside to play, you come in when it starts getting dark. You see the street lamps getting on?
Well, yeah, when the
That's
street
when you
lights
come
turn
in.
on or at a designated time.
And you didn't come in early unless you were hurt or something was wrong with you. You
Right.
stayed outside and play.
Yeah,
And
you play. You rode your bike. Actually,
Hey, you know what?
Or
The
that
only
funny little
exception-
curfew alarm went off.
you got on your skateboard. Hey, there's also places like, I don't know, skate lands, and then you would actually go. There's also an arcade there. Play Mortal Kombat for hours and hours.
Saints roller skating rink, rest of soul.
Well, also another
Yeah.
thing about staying out until the lights come on. The only exception I ever had growing up was if my parents were at a neighbor's and they were outside still talking. That was the only time they would allow us to stay outside and play if we were playing.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole
I miss
point.
places
I
like
can
Malibu
remember as
Grand
kids
Prix.
playing kickball. I don't know if people
Yeah.
know kickball was like
Oh, yeah.
baseball, but you
heck
had a
yeah, of
ball.
course.
and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the only time we
Socko.
ever got extended hours and the street lights were on was us kids were playing and our parents were outside watching us playing. They were talking while we were playing. So
Yes.
it was cool. We got to play longer. Our parents were out there talking. They got to watch us play kickball. It was all good in the world.
Yes, I mean,
That was
I still
Dude.
somewhat see that in the summertime when, at my apartment, I still see, again, kids and their parents all talking to each other, and all the kids that live in my apartment complex, they're all sitting out there, all playing with each other. Heck, there was a little kid that even when it was getting colder, he made a kite out of a grocery bag, a plastic grocery bag.
No.
So there's still some kids that can make their own fun at times.
Yeah.
But you got the kids who are in the bigger cities. Yeah, you got them you got them obviously on their phones playing devices and other stuff and whatnot. They don't even have any imagination because all that stuff in TikTok has sucked all that imagination out of their heads. They sucked it all away from them.
TikTok.
I worked on a job with a guy that was an engineer. This guy was educated out of UC Berkeley. Anyway, the guy had this calculator. He would come up with the simplest stuff and then feed it into the calculator. We got a 5 on this one and a 4 on that one, and 9. We're all looking at each other going, huh? Well, he went to lunch one day, and when he came back, his calculator didn't work.
Oh no.
Somebody who shall remain nameless took the batteries out of his calculator, turned them around and put them back in. Well, his calculator ain't working. So we start giving him the figures, and he's going, I can't do that. What do you mean you can't? I can't figure that out. Why? My calculator ain't working. I said, then do it the old-fashioned way. Took a piece of paper and a pencil, and I handed it to him. I says, go to work, kid. So that's how stupid some of these people are.
And
you go into a store, you buy something, and what do? Oh, I got to give you $1.25 here. Remember in the old days? Remember in the old days, Joe? You went in there and that was, that's $2.95, and you give them a $5 bill, and they go, here's a penny, da-di-da-di-da, counting it up to $5.
I remember using a typewriter in elementary school. These kids don't know.
I remember taking a class to use the typewriter. Keyboard.
Yeah.
Keyboard, a lot of people don't know. Keyboard is styled after a typewriter.
Yeah, quickly or whatever you want to pronounce it.
And the people would get hired, especially young ladies, with the ability to type X amount of words per minute.
Yes.
Yeah, I took a typing class in junior high, or what most people call middle school. And we didn't have electronic typewriters. We had the old-fashioned ones. It had the ribbon. You had to
hand.
Yeah.
Well,
you had to make sure everything was aligned,
and it was mandatory. Boy or girl did not matter. You had to take home economics. Learn how to put a cake in the oven.
All right.
One thing I do have to say, because I do want to end my rant that I had on a positive note, a very positive note. You know why an article like this came out? because there's a huge backlash against WotC for doing this. That's why they didn't want to talk to any of us old school gamers, and hell, even the new school gamers that are playing the game, because they're seeing their game being emasculated. So a piece like this only means one thing. Like what I always said back, there's like the dark before the dawn. We seem like we're losing the war, but we are winning it, even though there might be a battle. We might not be exactly winning. One of the things for this piece is, and I just was just kind of taking a look across the YouTube verse here, looking it up. People are pissed about this. They're in the gaming industry. This could turn around and really hurt WotC. They're so full of woke people there, they can't find their ass with both hands in a flashlight. So when that comes to it, that's why they have a piece like this. And our response to all this is not a micro, it's a macro thing with our response, and they have to try to do something to save some face. One of the bad things about this is I can see the older game systems that are being sold used starting to go through the roof in prices, as it always does.
Yes.
Like the Star Wars role-playing games started going up in prices when they started really effing up the Disney universe, and people were wanting the old. Because majority of the role-playing games are based in the old EU. As Dempsey, I believe, was saying, 3.5 is his baby. As a particular favorite to mine, which also went over to being the first edition Pathfinder. Why they changed that, I don't know. But that's going to be one of the downsides, trying to get your collection. Now, the good thing is we do have Drive-Thru RPG. This is not a paid ad, but you can get reprints or PDFs of it. But the one funny thing is on their page, they have this little disclaimer. We, Wizards, recognize that some of the legacy content available on this website does not reflect the values of the Dungeons & Dragons franchise today. Some older content may reflect ethnic, racial, and gender prejudices that were commonplace in America's society at that time. These depictions were wrong then, and they are wrong today. Now, this thing's all pretentious, right? This content is presented as it was originally created because to do so otherwise would be the same as claiming these prejudices never exist. Dungeons & Dragons teaches that diversity is strength, and we strive to make our D&D products as welcoming and inclusive as possible. This part of our work will never end. I.e., we cannot dare change this without a napalm storm. They want to be pretentious in their little thing that they have on there. It's insulting all the way through. But the thing is they have to have these old game systems. And you can have your first edition AD&D, second edition, third edition, even fourth edition. I don't know why, but they have the fourth edition available on there. So you can go there and you can keep these games alive. And pretentious little things like that, they have to admit, they cannot try to go in and start changing things around without a backlash.
That's Hasbro.
Yep.
And I'm putting all the blame at the feet of Hasbro. When it's Wizard of the Coast, and especially when that was under that moniker, the owners, real owners, not just the games, but of the novels. See, even if Hasbro wants to go back and change it, they can't, because the original owners still have the right, not rights, but you would have to pay them. If they want to change the novels, you have to pay the writer. They're never going to do that. It's too much money. And they don't have the authority or the ability to scrap it. So they can use the excuse, well, this was the thoughts of the 80s or the 70s. This isn't thoughts of today. Well, if you're going to create a samurai warrior, how can you call it anything else but a Japanese thing? If you're going to create a knight in shining armor, well, I'm sorry, knights in shining armor are Europeans. I'm sorry. You know,
the movie
everybody has a different thing. That was the glorious thing about Dungeons and Dragons. Everybody had their thing. It wasn't like I couldn't make a character, like I said, like a Native American. I could. He just wasn't a knight. He wasn't a samurai. But he was better in other things. Maybe he was the best bowman. What did they call the bowman?
Archers.
No archers. There was a. I'm sorry. It's just what happens when you get old. There's a particular Rangers.
Rangers. Rangers.
There you go. Dude, they were perfect Rangers. Yeah. And you can make them look how you wanted. If you didn't want your Ranger to be dressed up with like your ideal of Aragon. Okay, you can make him look like a Native American, and he didn't have to wear anything but skins on. No big deal.
Well, but one of the big things, though, even though reading that little pretentious piece of crap, one thing is important. They have them all available for you to get, which means that they know it is us. They're making it they're making it available for people out there. So they're making money off of the old stuff.
No, they definitely are.
But the thing is,
what, Darren, and I can guarantee in the group you played with, we had one golden rule.
Don't be an asshole.
No, not only that, but we didn't have sexual involvement.
No.
It solved the problem because you had to remember some of us were 12, 13. There were some 9-year-olds. So to solve the problem, you didn't have your character do anything with another character or anything like that. It was pure
aardvarking.
Yeah, it was out the door. You know, you didn't deal with it.
Well, it's kind of weird because you're kind of aardvarking with the Dungeons Master.
Yeah, no shit.
We're getting into a real weird area here, folks. Unless, of course, you have to have a party that way. You know,
like I said, one of the 4 Dungeon Masters I had was a girl. She was like 13. She was not, I'll give her credit. She might not have been as great as the one that was in his 20s, but she could do dungeon mastering perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
In my book, she was just as good. And she was the one that had her rules on hers when she was the dungeon master. No evil characters.
So Phil, when you saw this girl, I'm assuming you were close in age. What did you do? Did you do this?
Hey, yo.
No, that was my best friend who was trying to hook up with her. There's lines you do not cross. You
didn't give her fudge? That's terrible.
You know, if your friend made the move, you knew to stay away. And if you didn't succeed because you're a friend, you never tried to even attempt to go back in that lane. You'd leave it alone.
You mean you didn't slide in there and go, "Hey, I got some McDonald's coupons here. Let's go get a."
I mean, Phil is trying to push morality.
It's got to be morality, and no, it wasn't McDonald's. It was that Roy Rogers, which she liked the strawberry shortcake that they had at Roy Rogers. That was the big thing. Yep.
All right.
But the thing is, part of the winning the battle.
He was short on a couple of dollars because it was like $1.99. I said, "Here, go take her, go get some. Try to help him out." But you know, it didn't last for him. But at least he tried.
He tried. But
all right.
I was just going to say these are all positive things at the end. That's what I'm going to say.
I was going to ask if does anybody have anything else they'd like to add before we move on to either the last 2 articles, or if somebody has an article they want us to discuss, we can do that too.
Move on.
Unfortunately, the reality is these kind of articles are going to keep coming out. And I'm not going to talk to the other side of the people who have actually played these games, experienced them. They want to listen to people like the Anna Sarkeesian and all those people who, unfortunately, she actually went to the same college as me. Unfortunately.
Explains a lot.
Wow. Yep. I know one thing. Thank goodness I never went to college because of 1, tuition fees, 2, and just in this day and age now, all this woke crap that's going on now. They're gonna tell me that I'm gonna be a very oppressed person just by the very factor that I exist.
Well, not all professors are like
Kathy.
that, man.
That hurts, Kathy.
You should have Kathy come on.
Well, Kathy, if you'd like to join the panel, the invite link's at the top. You're more than welcome.
I forgive you for living up in New England.
Yeah, you can be the Square.
Dempsey, if you'd like to join too, you're more than welcome.
Then we will have a Hollywood Square.
Can I be in the middle square? Because I like what's his name? That was the.
You're Paul Lynn,
but Jet's already in the middle square.
Well, look, if we were playing, you know,
Paul Lynn. What was his name? The comedian.
Paul Lynn.
Paul Lynn. There you go.
Yep.
I liked him in Charlotte's Web. Crunchy.
But there's one thing about being in the middle there. I gotta warn you. It means you're surrounded by people that can get you.
We get him anyways.
Yeah.
He could be in the side, middle.
I just know that
he's Alice right now.
In that far right corner. That's perfect. That's perfect. Above you.
Anybody got the barbecue sauce?
In the corner. In the corner.
I was just thinking, simply put, if we were playing like tic-tac-toe or, make sure you get 3 in a row, like we were winning for the longest time till he moved.
That's true.
But no, it's just always fun, man. No, they won't be happy, like I said, till they destroy everything, because again, they don't want anybody to have any fun. And again, we've already survived this, right? And we've learned to adapt. So like and unfortunately we're just used to having to take it, because we are of the generations where we accept people for who and what they are, and it's like, we're just like, hey man, do your thing, get your freak on, whatever. Like, this is my group of guys, this is what we're doing. And the way like we might have played D&D could have been totally different than the way y'all did too, and that was also okay. I wanted to bring that point.
It's
homebrewing.
Good. It's fun.
I wanted to make sure that did get brought up. So see, like I said, we've already done this. We did it first. We conquered this shit, and we'll just keep doing it, because it's been a way of survival for some of us too, because we didn't have a choice. Mike, it's the stuff we fell in love with, and then we see them attacking it, and then you got, but yeah, and we get upset, but then we're not out there doing crazy shit either. It's like, yeah, it hurts. But
no, that's what they want us to do. That's what a lot of the media unfortunately wants us to do, so they can make their point. I told you guys. I told you. Unfortunately,
and because those of us that know what actually being bullied meant, right? Not this pussy shit they're doing.
Exactly.
Real bullying. Okay, and this is nothing. Like, so yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, the bullying I went through is kind of technically what a little bit of the kind of stuff they do. They just mess with you until you actually react and get a rise out of somebody, and they just do it as a quick laugh. So yeah, it was kind of like that, but yeah, no, kind of other semantics that happened that led up to other things. That I know I've pretty much put it all behind me, but.
It happened.
Yeah, but it's stuff like that. It's just crazy that people who do that, just like, again, they are just like, they just want to keep whining and crying about it on social media, and it's like, guys, there are people who have gone through far worse than stuff, and even then, how much I'll mentally put them in a dark place. But yeah, you guys got crap to say. You guys really are just like. Really,
it must be nice to only have to worry about cyber bullshit, right? Like, because like we got our asses beat too, like legitimately. So like they weren't like, when I wrote down the woman, I wasn't joking. We caught some ass whoopings, for nothing. And again, what did we do? So, some of us fucking bulked up and got bigger. And then what happened when the nerds started beating motherfuckers up? They didn't care for that so much.
No.
Hence, hi, I'm Old Man Logan. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially if you have parents who teach you to stand up for yourself, and especially if you're tall, it doesn't matter. You stand up for yourself. People don't mess with you. Yeah, you might get punched here and there, might get accidentally choked.
If you're tall, I would say this: if you're a tall person, why the hell would anyone even mess with you? You literally just push them down with just your foot.
No.
If they're way taller than you.
I'm 6 foot. I mean, and I mean the real 6 foot, not the new, like they're making everybody shrink for some reason. I haven't figured that one out. But yeah, I'm 6 foot, like 208, and I mean, I'm older. Yeah, I mean, I'm in, pretty decent shape for my age. But I mean, even back then, what did you do? I mean, you had a couple of, you could run. I mean, and that was always the other thing. You could fucking run. And they're going to make fun of you. I don't give a shit. Sometimes it's better getting your ass whipped for nothing. If we're just all sitting there playing and here they come, you just kind of.
Yeah, the old saying. I mean, you fight the runs away, lives to fight another day.
When you went to school and you put on a shirt and it said, let's say if you're hockey, just a hockey fan, and you had a Flyers shirt and another person in the school had Rangers, or whatever, you're bound to get into a fight. If you were in the heavy metal and you had like a Kiss shirt on, you better be ready to fight, because everybody wants to fight you because you were a Kiss fan.
Just don't wear that same Kiss shirt.
Here we go. We got one right here, huh?
Yep. Don't wear it the same day, because then you get silly comments like, "Didn't you wear that shirt yesterday?" I'm like, "Wow, I'm amazed you pay attention to my clothes so much."
But back in the day,
so clean, man.
It didn't matter what it was, who you were. Everybody was ready. You were either the victim or the perpetrator.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest. We all did it. If you one day you were getting beat up because you were wearing a KISS shirt. The next day, you're beating somebody up because they're wearing a 49er shirt. That was the way. That's the way it was when we were growing up.
Question, gentlemen.
I didn't want to bully other people.
No,
but I had bullies that came after me.
Yeah.
And probably one of my greatest little dirty tricks that I would do is to say, "You want to fight? Okay, let's go at it." And as they're all getting ready to do that, I stomp on their foot as hard as I can.
Oh, that's clever.
I like that.
Yep.
I admit I was a dirty fighter. And what I mean by that is, you go in school and you have a book bag, and 9 times out of 10, that book bag's heavy. So if I knew someone had to go, my school was 2 levels. You had 2 stories. And sometimes you had to go up the stairs. And if I knew that person's going up the stairs, I would wait. As soon as they come around that corner, I take my book bag and swing it. Wham!
Oh,
Right.
Man,
See, now this was an honor here.
And I would swear up and down. I just walked into my book bag. I didn't do anything. He came up the corner. I was talking to somebody. I took my book bag off, and it just so happened to hit him.
Yeah.
We had a 2-story school also. And the one stairs going down was these metal stairs all the way down. And they were not exactly what you call nice stairs. Well, I was sitting there talking to some people just about to go down the stairs when one of the bullies came up behind me. Now, the idiot couldn't realize we had a glass window right there that I could see a reflection. And just when he's about ready to hit me, I turned sideways. Thump, 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 thump. All the way to the bottom. Oh, was he a mess? I never laid a hand on him.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's time to behave. It's time to behave.
Oh.
We have a first-time guest here on Pop Talk.
All right.
She is a great supporter of this and many other channels. Please welcome Kathy Skywalker.
Hey, Kathy, yay!
Hello.
Hey. Hello.
I knew she was a bounty hunter at heart.
You don't have to behave on my account.
Nice helmet.
You don't have to behave on my account.
Nice, thank you.
I've never behaved on account of anybody's account.
I don't know though. Do you really want me to say what I'm about to say from Spaceballs? You really want me to say it?
It depends on what it is. It depends on what it is, Adam.
I'm asking her. She said behave, but I mean, it should be pretty easy. Y'all should know what I'm talking about.
I know nothing.
I didn't catch what you said.
You said, we didn't have to behave. And I said, are you sure? Because, I've got a line from, Spaceballs that is ready to come out, but it's kind of dirty. But if you take it the right way, it's not meant to be. But it's your fault for wearing it.
Go ahead.
Guys, I bet she gives great.
Go ahead.
Oh, dear.
She's calling you a bonehead. She's calling you a bonehead.
I had to, that's why I just wanted to make sure, PG-13, it's in the movie. You're the one that came on with the helmet on. And that was the first thing that came to my mind was, I bet she gives a great helmet. So
I need a moment. I'm getting emotional here. Kathy's way up in here.
Aww.
And for once, that wasn't my fault.
And I still forgive her for being up in New England and especially Connecticut.
Oh, Phil, drop it. Drop it.
Hey, I can't help it. I'm born.
I am touched.
Phil doesn't really have any feelings, Kathy. You just have to give him the right pills, and he'll go right to sleep. So.
He's an artificial intelligence that went bad.
Artificial, yes. Intelligence, that's questionable.
That's why I said bad.
I'm sorry. I need to find a tissue.
Oh gosh. Oversensitive Phil.
He is.
Phil, you don't have any.
You know what, Phil?
Come on.
You know what, Phil? I mean, it's not really connected to what you just said, just slightly.
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
Well, thank you. The thought count.
You talking about that article?
Yes.
Yes.
I can read that for you if you want. So, because I am a amateur newsreader here. Yeah, Jets. Have a good one there, Jets.
All right, thanks
Yeah,
for having me on, guys. Peace out.
All right.
Oh, thanks
Peace
for coming,
out,
Jet. Take care.
Take care now.
All right, bye.
Yeah.
And Jet. Oh, never mind. I will just send him a message on Twitter.
That's what it's there for. So this is coming from Game Rant. Explaining the controversy surrounding Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy seems to like the perfect game for Harry Potter fans, but over the years, the franchise has become surrounded by controversy. This is by Max Borman. And this is dated March 24th, 2022. So this is about almost a year old, but it is still relevant.
They used to have comments on this website.
Aaron, until they started getting picked apart. Avalanche Studios has finally shared more information and gameplay for its highly anticipated Harry Potter video game, Hogwarts Legacy, also known as Harry Potter and the Vomitorium of Voldemort. The game seems like the dream game for fans. The game seems like the game dream. Boy, who writes this shit? The game seems like the game dream game for fans of Harry Potter. Finally, they will be able to attend Hogwarts as their own personal wizard, learn spells through defense against the dark arts, hang out in Hogsmeade, and fight Phil because he's going to be in there, wizards in beautiful-looking RPG. Hogwarts Legacy has everything that fans of the franchise have been asking for, but the game is surrounded by controversy that it will have to face as the release date nears. Dum bum 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 bum. Not only has J.K. Rowling garnered criticism for her comments regarding the trans community, now this is where they should have had the quotes, but the story of Hogwarts Legacy has also been called out for being anti-Semitic. The Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts series has been criticized recently, as well for a lack of diversity. Hogwarts Legacy is facing an uphill battle with all of the controversy surrounding the series, and many fans of Harry Potter have even sworn off the franchise they once loved. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
How many, though?
Is that three? Well, you know what?
All three of them.
You know what? This is what I gotta say.
I want you to know it's over.
Well, bye.
That's what I gotta say. J.K. Rowling's comments. For the last couple of years, J.K. Rowling has been using her platform to discuss the trans community, and many of her comments have been criticized for being transphobic. She started by responding to an opinion piece about the people who menstruate and went on to tell a joke about how there used to be a word for that. After receiving criticism for her remarks, Rowling chose to double down and went into more detail over her beliefs, which included the notion that she supports the community, but that erasing the concept of sex also removes people's ability to discuss their lives. Soon after these tweets, J.K. Rowling continued by crafting a blog post titled Turf Wars, in which she outlined why she was worried about trans activism. Her remarks caused huge fan lash across the social media, with many calling her out for her transphobia. Little tiny Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson and Rupert Grint all came out against J.K. Rowling by declaring that they stood by the trans community. Pussies. The star of the Fantastic Beasts series, Eddie Redmayne, also came out against J.K. Rowling, and Warner Brothers even issued a statement over the remarks. These statements against J.K. Rowling have not stopped her from continuing to discuss the trans community. In 2020, she released a series of tweets where she claimed that the mental health industry and the medication are a new form of conversion therapy, and that many young people are being pushed to hormone and or surgery, even if that is not what is best for them. On top of that, Rowling released a book titled Troubled Blood, in which a serial killer dressed up as a woman to kill other women. I think that was called Psycho. This novel sparked even more controversy as the story seemed to be telling people never trust a man in a dress. Well, Monty Python proved that. After her transphobic comments, the book felt like another attack on the trans community. Hogwarts Legacy, problematic. Whatever villains.
Problematic.
Thank you.
Yep,
Not only has J.K. Rowling made remarks that have been considered transphobic, but the plot of Hogwarts Legacy is also being criticized. The story of the game tasked players with preventing a goblin uprising during the late 1800s. The goblins will be teaming up with dark wizards in an attempt to overthrow the system of power in place in the wizarding world at that time. This story has been called anti-Semitic and been called out for essentially having the player try to prevent goblins from getting rights. Now, I am not, but if I was of the Hebrew persuasion, I would be fucking offended by that.
Oh, you better believe it. Right there
I
saying, because these people are this, and because of that, oh, it's anti-Semitic. Excuse me, you're relating the Jewish people to that.
Right. Exactly.
You guys have to, I'm sure you guys understand this, that J.K. Rowling is another one of these actual SJWs, so woke people.
Yeah.
And once you say something that goes out of the box that they don't like, they all just turn on you. They're not the only group. But
Oh, no. I was going to say, you kind of stole a little of my thunder on that. This is kind of like, she was out there with all her SJW crap, but she doesn't toe the line 100% like you have to be as an SJW. Yep. You're now an ethnophobe. The goblins in Harry Potter have already been criticized for perpetrating anti-Semitic imagery, with many believing that the goblins in the movies are nearly identical to Jewish characters in Nazi propaganda. They are presented with hook nose, and they even manage the economy of Wizarding World, with the films taking this and going even further with the presentation of goblins. Now, really, who is actually the ones being more anti-Semitic? It's the people who are making the accusations. They're the ones that are putting
It's always them. I mean, even that Dungeons and Dragons, it proved it's always them.
Right. They're the ones that are projecting their racism on everybody else, their bigotry on everybody else, and while trying to look like they're good. In Harry Potter, goblins are subservient to humans and are not allowed the same education as the wizards, or allowed to have wands of their own. Hogwarts Legacy takes place in the late 1800s, years before Harry was even born. Well, maybe they can stop it. This means that goblins may have even less rights than they do during the time of Harry Potter. The story of Hogwarts Legacy has players fight back against a goblin rebellion, but all that they are seemingly rebelling against is their lack of rights. Goblin rights matters, folks. The title has painted them as the antagonist when it seems that the player character might be more of an antagonist. Little is known about how the story will play out, but at face value, it seems problematic. Oh, boy, is there a lot of projection here. Oh, you racists are sure having your projection. The Harry Potter series has diversity problems. But yeah, I'm looking at an Asian woman right there, an Asian girl. Mm-hmm. The Harry Potter series has a history of diversity problem and tone deafness that has been coming to light in recent years. No, being made up in recent years.
That girl, though, who's in the Harry Potter movie, she came out about a year ago. I think it was about a year ago, and said that she was not treated properly and stuff because she's Asian and whatever. That happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said. Now,
that's what she said. Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's just it. We don't
possible, but I don't know. So
yeah, it could be possible. You're absolutely right.
People can feel the way they want to feel, but even that Asian kid came out against that movie with Clint Eastwood, Gran Torino, and said so too. So
right.
as another example. I
But
don't.
look, you have an Asian girl in there. The few people of color that are in the books are underdeveloped and shoehorned in. Not really.
Really?
One of the few Asian characters in Harry Potter is named Chu Chang, who lives in the world filled with fantasy names like Severus Snape or Luna Lovegrove. Yet Rowling chose to give her the name Chu Chang instead. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire introduced the Patel sisters, but many have called out the outfits that they wore to the Yule Ball as a mockery of the Indian culture. Fantastic Beasts also garnered criticism when it revealed that Voldemort's snake, Nagini, was a South Korean woman who will eventually get turned into the pet of Voldemort, as well as the Horcrux. Well, isn't that more the fact that it's because Voldemort is a son of a bitch?
Right.
Hogwarts Legacy has a lot of controversy that has yet to overcome. As the release date nears, J.K. Rowling has continued spreading her rhetoric on Twitter. As most recent, she claimed that the South Wales Police LGBTQ ABCDEFG plus Apple TV plus Paramount plus outreach program was virtual signaling. No lies detected. Further, the story of Hogwarts Legacy is currently under fire, though that may change once players learn the full story. Yeah, maybe you should shut up. Still, the Harry Potter series has been heavily scrutinized recently over its lack of diversity. The game is facing an uphill battle as more criticism is mounted, and fans will just have to see how Avalanche Studio addresses these concerns. You know something? I want to say this right now. I think manga, I think anime, I think Godzilla films and Japanese films are not racially diverse enough. There's not enough people of that are lack of color in there. The reason why I say this is an English book.
This is also these campaigns that pop up about Asian hate, about this, that hate, and then the people start coming out and say, you know what? I feel this way. I said, you still took the money, didn't you? And why didn't you talk about this when this first happened if you were so upset about it? It makes no sense to me. It just and so when you ask questions, and people do not like questions much anymore, especially the so-called elitist people, it's like, I'm going to keep asking questions because this stuff is wacky. And if this game does well, there's still going to be people who are going to like, let's attack it. Let's go get it.
Baron, we all know based on this article and the Dungeons and Dragons article, we're always going to hear something like this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I'm kind of sick because I was looking for something about this and I got the wrong paper. Dang it. And the other one it's in the stack I got off here to the side. But somebody in there was very, very satirical about this entirety of what they're doing with Hogwarts and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have it to read, so I've got to try and go from memory, which ain't that good, folks, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
There was an article a couple days ago. The guy who played Neville went after the lady that created Harry Potter. And he said, a trans woman is a woman and a trans man is a man. End of story. No, it's not end of story. For years, I have, like I said, pretty don't want to bring religion into it, but I'm religious. But we were told, follow the science. Has science ever proved to us that there is a third gender, a fourth gender, a fifth gender? No, there's two genders. Now, you might disagree with her all you want. You might hate her all you want. But these people, these actors, especially the three big ones and this one right now, that guy who played Neville, you should be kissing this lady's rear end. And if you don't want to kiss her rear end and you don't like how she does things, how about giving the money back?
Yep.
Yep.
Give the money back that you made and then say, this is my statement.
No, they won't do that.
Royalties to everything. No, let's do that. No, these are the same people that are hypocritical that went and for years support Roman Polanski, knowing what he did, and he fled over to Europe. These are the same people for years, and even now they try to hush and don't want to say anything that they were the bad man that's in jail right now for doing the things, for telling these women, if you want this job, you have to do something.
Right.
You know the name. I'm not going to throw it out there, but it's a hush world. Like I said, I'm gonna look at this. Madonna for years was out there championing this cause for years.
Yes.
She has children. She adopted children. She don't expose her children to none of this. It's okay for her to influence your children, but don't dare influence hers.
Right. I know.
It's you got to take them for what they are. Growing up and
hypocrites.
An actor is an actor. That's it. His opinion and
stop worshiping them
is not worth anything. A doctor has more say than an actor. A lawyer has more say than an actor.
If they have good opinions to say, like I would say somebody like Chris Pratt, I think that's somebody you should listen to. Same with Henry Cavill. There's a few actors out there who say things that make sense, including Gina Carano. I would say she has said some very good things that make sense too.
You still shouldn't worship him like a false god.
That's
I agree.
They've attacked religion. They've attacked. I mean, so much. And again, I'm gonna say this real quick. I am very against organized religion personally. To me, it's your personal relationship with God, whatever God that may be. Let me be very clear there. So that's how I look at it. Okay. Everything else at the end of the day doesn't matter, right? Because usually they're babbling and bitching and arguing over something that doesn't matter, just like, we're kind of bringing to attention. So that's where I come with, guys, just so y'all, and like everybody knows, but that's to me.
I agree.
Once you start,
you can love their craft, but always
happening. Again, we've already gone through all this so many different times. It's rinse, repeat. It's just never been to this level of insanity. Because again, they couldn't get them to say there's two sexes. Oh, now we're going to change it to genders. Who gives a fuck? What difference does it make?
The article that I was trying to find.
Yeah.
And what in there said about with Hogwarts and all that, the person simply put in there that Rollins wrote this. This is out of her mind, her creation, her what have you.
That's right.
What gives you the right to think that you can tell her how to write her own book? What right do you have? And they go on and on in here pointing out stuff that these attackers are doing, not just with Rollins, with others too. And that's why I'm sorry I can't find that article because they got it written a whole heck of a lot better than I'm saying it. But the main gist all the way across the boards is they did it. They created it. It's published. It's out there. If you don't like it, shut up and go away.
I want to ante down on what Phil said earlier. I'm going to ante down on that one. No, they shouldn't give the money back to the studio that they made. Put your money where your mouth is. Give every cent that you made doing those movies to all the LGBT trans groups out there. If you really freaking care, and this is offensive to you, that's dirty money.
Give half of it.
Yeah. No, but I'm going to go with all of it because, my God, why do they want to have that dirty money for? They're going out there promoting all this horrible stuff that JK was having. Give all that money to all three of you, and even you, Neville, all four of you, give every cent that you made on those films to the LGBTQ crowd and prove to us that you really fucking mean this.
Yep. She wasn't even involved in the special, which is just ridiculous. I don't care how you feel about her. Without her, this doesn't happen. It's just that simple.
Well, mind you, don't forget, they'll make plans to make stuff. It doesn't always mean it'll get made.
Right.
I mean, always remember that too, guys. And I mean, that's for anything. We're taking all this stuff as a rumor. Allegedly it's going to happen at some point in time, possibly. And these are just our points of view on them. That's it.
Yes. Yep.
I just like how they tried to tie the game to what's going on in real life. Game doesn't have anything to do with this.
Well,
They're just using the name because the game is coming out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the thing is we're reacting to the morons out there, not the game. And we don't know. I mean, just like you said, we don't know anything about this game. They even threw at least an obligatory. We don't really know what's involved with this game.
Well,
but
it's this whole. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But to go out there and start saying we're anti-Semitic, we're anti this, we're anti this, we're anti-trans because we like this. If this is your thing, that goes beyond the pale.
What you do is when people say that, even on the internet, and that's always their defense. You just laugh at them. Then they get madder. You just laugh at them. You laugh at them more. I'm like, prove it.
Yeah, prove it. And they can't. All they can do is just have the insults.
Yeah.
To me.
Well, I saw what you said,
and I mean no offense to anybody, but they add more letters every time.
I know.
What's next? What is next? I've said this from the very beginning, and I'm going to say this now. The line has to be crossed and say, okay, this is not acceptable. Okay? If you want to go ahead and do this behind closed doors, I really do not care. But don't try to say, I have to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Look, ancient times, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Egyptians, the Chinese, they had gay people. They had bi people. They even had people dressing up of other sexes. But at no time in any of these cultures in the history of the world did they ever identify as a married or a family unit. Never. Not once. But that's the world today we're living in. And you have to take a step back and saying, if we're constantly destroying stuff, what are we going to have left? What are we passing on to our kids?
Nothing, because they're rewriting everything. And keep in mind, that's the plan, the whole game plan. They still hate us as nerds, so they got to take our shit and destroy it because nobody's allowed to be happy. Especially if we weren't all fighting with all these stupid ass people doing this stupid ass shit, we would be united and actually probably solving half of the problems going on right now that we're all
important problems. But I can guarantee you, all of us, most of us are not want to say elderly, let's say mature.
Oh, yeah.
But we grew up, if you don't like something, regardless of what it is, that's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you're not going to attack somebody over it, not if you're going to abuse somebody over it. But if it's not your cup of tea, you have every right to say that's not your cup of tea, and that's it. Doesn't make you a hater. Doesn't make you anything else. Look, if I don't like chocolate and the rest of you do, why hate me because I don't like chocolate?
Because
I don't like
good.
Sports.
Well, of course you like chocolate because you make it in your easy bake oven. What's going on?
Yeah, I like chocolate. I really do. Just using it as an example. Look, I'm not one of these people, but if a person says they don't like Icelanders for whatever reason, that's perfectly fine in my book. They have a right to. The only thing they don't have a right to is to say, well, I want to harm them or I want to eliminate them. That type of stuff, that's not acceptable. But if you say you can't get along with an Icelander, more power to you. Yep. I don't consider you a hatred. I don't consider you a person that just don't like people. That's not your thing.
Yep.
Everybody cannot like everything. And that goes for people. Look, some of us like big dogs, some of us like small dogs, and some of us don't like any dogs.
Perfect.
Just because
and all those
like
people should be put in a trebuchet and launched into Catville.
And Phil doesn't like anybody.
It wasn't dirty, I'm trying to, there could have been other words than cat.
And we have someone coming into this four-way, just to warn everybody. Thanks, Mike. You beat me to it. I was trying to do at least an introduction.
I'm going to welcome Gap After Dark to this great conversation. We've had a great discussion between talking about this article and the previous article about Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I just got. I've been. It's been a crazy day, but I started listening to this, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to get on this article. So, to me, it boils down to, she wrote what she wrote. If you don't like it, don't buy the stuff, don't watch the stuff, and 2, we don't know what's in the contract as to what they're allowed to manipulate, and let them blow up in their face again by shoving. People are so, I've had it up to here kind of business. People are way beyond that now when it comes to let it keep on. You try to reboot all this stuff, it's going to blow up in your face because people are way beyond sick and freaking tired. And, they're just trying to, keep everybody divided by creating controversy, leaking crap. And then, like I heard about the ABCDEFG plus 9 plus 12, they need to go get a life. And then the other people in the LGBTQ is all I'm going to recognize. The older folks in there that fought for their equality for marriage. Okay, great. Now you need to step up and slap the hell out of these young activists and say, look, B, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us. And, they need to step up and tell the young ones, you need to calm your butt down. And if you want to spin off, well, you can spin off from our alphabet and make your own crap. Don't bring everybody down, and I think because it's still, again, it's the minority voices who bark the loudest are getting all the attention. And then people, and there's so many sheep out there that they're going to believe that crap and not think about, well, wait a minute. That's just, 5% of the population or whatever it is, 5% of their population that's bitching, so go get a life. You want a fantasy thing, write your own, put your own alphabet in it, but stop this craziness and she wrote it the way she wrote it. Tough titty, said the kitty, and it should just stay that way. You know what I mean? Because this stuff just boils me up because, everybody is sick and tired of this crap. And, so, that's what we need to do is convince the LGBTQ from 20 years ago, not the past 2 decades, but 20 years ago. There are some groups I saw on YouTube that are standing like gays against who, younger, trying to with younger people. How did I put that really well, right? Without saying the G word, but you guys and gals need to stand up, and put your power, which it would be a metaphorical thumb, and press on these little twats and, push them to the ground and, get a life.
Well, well, that's the big thing is that they do try to do that, and they're labeled as basically traitors. And what we're seeing here with the LGBT, Q, the new one that we have running around here, the plus crowd, is a minority of the voice, and many of them are quote unquote allies, or not even in there, or they're pretending because it's fashionable in their virtual signaling. A lot of homosexuals out there hate them. They hate them.
I think almost all do, to be honest with you, because they're not down with this new wave.
No,
they're not.
What?
And I know that from personal experience, by the way.
Say,
I know a guy
you've gotten attacked. Well, you know what?
No, I haven't gotten attacked. No, but I. Well, no, I haven't been attacked. But I know a lesbian, and she hates Pride Day. She hates all that stuff. She looks at it as demeaning to her. It's like using her as a prop for virtual signaling.
I know
a guy that's gay, and I worked with him very diligently for several years. Great guy. When it came about getting married, he said, "No way, absolutely not." And you don't want to get married to your lover? No, I don't. Why? Throughout history,
it's just a tax break.
Marriage was done by the church, not the government.
Yep.
The
yes,
government has
exactly.
no right to say who's married and not. It's the church's job. And
Yes, and I've
we
got
can make
lots
a
of
contract to live together with the government, no problem, but not married.
Well, what's also funny, Gap, is I wanted to add to this is the certain groups, we'll just call them the certain groups, LGBTI plus 6526128 Labuba, whatever.
Just call them alphabet.
Don't forget, though, it's always got an IRS at the end of it.
But the thing is, the people who are always talking about how welcoming they are, they're not. Because when you have different ideas, that get out. We don't want you here. How dare you say that? And so,
Scarlett Johansson, how dare you be an LGBTQ actress when you're not one?
But you know, but I see what you're saying, Cash Money. But you know what? It was to the point until the hustlers of all kinds, race, sexuality, whatever, was like, oh crap, I am not gonna. What the hell am I going to make money on for the rest of my life and perpetuate this? Because you know what? It got to the point where it was fine. You know, people learn from their mistakes about beating up gay and lesbian, and like Matthew Shepard, who got killed and laid on one of those one of those fences that have that twist thing, metal twist things in it, and killed him and put him there. You know, people they need to remember that, you know, and yes, people have done hateful things to all groups over the thing, but it was getting to the point where everybody was like, okay, I understand that you're gay or lesbian. I'm a straight man. I'm a straight woman. I know you don't want me. You know, not every gay man and lesbian wants a woman or a man like that, you know, and, you know, it just, grow a thick skin now. Now's the time to put on your shield and grow a thick skin and start, you know, fine, attack me. Go ahead and call me all kinds of things, you know, but here's, you little twit-twats would not be here if they hadn't gone through all that stuff. And you wouldn't have your codified law. You wouldn't have any of that stuff. Shut the hell up and quit trying to turn fads. You know, transitioning is good for some people, but not all people. And it's a very small minority by what I've been reading, because I was like, you know, before I open my mouth, I better read this. And I've seen military guys who went from a man to a woman and then they regret it.
Of course.
And
and then they were like, you know what? I got on the damn trend bandwagon. Oh shit. You know, my tripod's gone, you know, I mean, you know, and then some of this stuff I equate to when my friends took me in Atlanta to drag clubs to watch, and they were fucking hilarious. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh, they're hilarious.
They were effing hilarious. But you know what? I think it's just morphed into some of this other stuff. And none of them, the old timers that I heard, that I've talked to, because I said I want to learn more, would ever bring a kid to any of these things, ever try to indoctrinate them or anything. That was a forbidden law in the older generation for that group. They were like, no, Gap, no, we would never ever do that. You have to be.
Dude, they had to figure it out for themselves, right? Like let's think about it for a second. It doesn't matter how, you know, this goes, you know, sexually being this goes with anything, right? When you're not normal, right? And you know you're not normal, and not on a level like myself, you know, with diabetes and stuff. You know, we're talking, you literally just don't fit in anywhere. And then when you do find that your group, like I was saying, and then you don't want to coerce people that aren't truly that way. Or else, like you said, we end up with a lot of the craziness that we've got going on right now.
And well, you know, I want to
real quick. Kathy's got to go, and Bear's got to go soon to get ready for the King.
So take care, Kathy. And I just want to piggyback on one thing, though, that you were saying about the Matthew Shepard. You know, shortly after the Matthew Shepard thing happened up in St. Cloud, there was a woman that went out there and said the same thing happened to her on the campus of St. Cloud State University. And then it was found out that, oh, no, she made this all up. So piggybacking on it, and to see these are the people that had the problem. Of course, they didn't put any charges against her. I think they should have thrown the book at her.
They should have. They should have. And Juicy, we'll just call him Juicy, did his group no favors by that fake thing. And that's the other side of the coin, which relates to entertainment and stuff. You know, it's fads, and they know they've got these weak minds that don't have strong families and backgrounds and stuff. You know, if it comes right down to it, 99% of parents would accept their kids, whichever sexuality they were. 99% of them. Yes, there's going to be that 1% that doesn't, but that's because those parents don't know how to deal with it and don't want to, or don't know how to find how to deal with it. And just, you know, it boils down to something simple. Let people be people. Let Hogwarts be Hogwarts. Hogwarts written the way it's supposed to be. Leave it alone. You are what you are. Don't try to shove it in anybody else's face. Just be who you are and know the places that you can go. Yes, there's still hateful people going on. You know, I asked my friend, I was like, how come you don't tell me about any more people being attacked or stuff? She's like, they don't report that anymore because they're all the minority voice is barking so loud on these trends. And she said the same thing in Hollywood. You know, it's just, I don't want to see a gay or lesbian character thrown in my damn face because it's not, if it's matter of fact and it's just the way it is, she said, that's just what life is. So it should be reflected that way. So it would, you know, and she said the same thing like with Harry Potter, leave Harry Potter. You have, unless you have no right to change anything or appease anybody because except for I think deep down inside these people in Hollywood get off on this division and they think that they have the most money bucket they could grab from. Yes, because most of the people from that group have a lot of disposable income, you know, so yes, I'm sure, you know, they're like, we can always count on that half. But, you know, why not just get everybody in it? But see, Hollywood's not all about that. And neither are these new plus people stuff. They're just on what they want to do. And they're from those past generations that are, it's me, selfish. It's all about me. Right, woe is me. I've now, you know, the hustlers have turned me into another victim, and I'm going to play victim until I get 50 or 60 and realize, oh crap, they're full of crap, you know. And then I've had almost 2/4 of my life gone for believing this crap. You wait, those people are going to get older and older and go, oh crap, where has this got me? Nowhere. And Hollywood doesn't give a crap. They don't give a crap.
No,
they don't give a crap.
And the other thing is, Gap, I just want to add to that, is the people who want to cancel other people for things they say and this and that, for things they create, why don't they go out of their way and create stuff? And I keep saying this. I've told people before, if you're so upset about this, why don't you create something instead of trying to change somebody else's vision?
Yes, I agree. And Hollywood, you can tell I'm on my soapbox. Hollywood has enough money to create their own stuff. Hey, Kathy, create their own, create their, you know me when I get rolling, girl, you know, you're like, oh God, Gary's on it. You know, he's on them.
Well, here we go.
Here we go. But
here we go again, folks.
But they've got enough money to do that. And they need to set their expectations lower, like that movie Bro. You know, my friend, he was like, you know, I'm gay, but I don't want to see that crap. He said, you know, it wasn't. He was like, he sent his partner to see it, and his partner comes back, and they call me up, and they're like, oh crap, you don't want to go with us to see it because I left him at home, and I was upset and arguing that I wasted, you know, $18 at the movie on this crap. It wasn't even entertaining, and it was still stereotypical.
Yep.
Yes.
You know,
just in another way, and saying things right, like the trailer said, saying things like something's wrong without
society today, especially young people, think this is all new. Go ahead, Kathy. Go ahead.
Kathy, go ahead.
Can I get a word in edgewise?
No.
No, not
Please,
Kathy.
Kathy, please.
E-Man Woman is Club here. No woman can talk. No.
Before I
Hey,
go,
Kathy, can you go
I
make
just wanted to say,
Hold on, Gab. Let Gab.
What's
Kathy.
that?
Please let Kathy
Go
talk.
ahead, Kathy.
Please let her talk.
But yeah, before I start laughing, I can't say anything. No, before I go, I just want to say, you don't always have to accept people for whatever reason, but respect them.
Amen.
Totally.
Common
I hate to
courtesy
say it,
always
Kathy, but
expected.
that's where I'll take the objection to it. To me, I'm very literal. The word respect means that you have high regard for them. They've done something worthy for you to respect them. But everybody is entitled to courtesy and politeness.
Right.
Agreed.
Which they don't teach.
Don't
No.
leave me with
Exactly.
these crazy people, Kathy. Don't leave me.
Someone who doesn't have courtesy, someone who doesn't have courtesy is, of course, Phil.
Phil
I
McCracken.
have I have a courtesy and all that stuff.
I am trying to keep. I'm trying to keep
Whatever, Phil.
New Year's resolution towards Phil.
We're going to teach you new words. Like I don't know. When you come back on, I'll have new words for you.
I'm sure you will.
That's
we can all,
scary.
as I go out, we can all agree that we have all, in one fashion or another, been bullied in some fashion, insulted, slighted. There's assholes in the world, but we can all take comfort in one thing. Our community that we have here with the YouTube, majority of us get along just fine. We all love each other. We all respect each other. We all have courtesy for each other here because we've been together. We know each other. We are all inclusive here, even when we get some new people in. I've never talked to Kathy Skywalker before, so it's nice to actually hear your voice.
Yes,
Yeah,
Kathy,
It's nice to hear yours too.
Yeah.
Nice to meet everybody.
So I mean, courtesy.
Yeah, I had to take the helmet off. It got too hot.
So a courtesy, respect for everyone, and love for everyone, except for, of course, Phil.
Yes, I hate you all.
Because he hates us all. He hates us all. So, okay, everybody, I got to go over to the Kings, and if you ever get a chance after this, please come on over and watch over there the hijinks we got going on. It looks like we have a new king, New Bomb Perk. So, I love you all, and you all have a great day, and catch you all later.
Thank you, Barrett.
All right, later,
brother.
Later.
Kathy. Oh,
Take care, old man.
Mike.
Yeah, I gotta feed Delilah.
Cash, it's always great to be around with you.
You too, old man.
So it was fun.
I'm gonna say kind
Good
of
night,
something.
everybody.
But I'll pass. And for Gap and Adam and Kathy, it's so great to have you guys on and meeting and talking with you. Thank you guys ever so much. And please stay well, stay healthy, and don't follow the Judas goat.
Thank you, old man.
Yeah, old man.
Anything you'd like to
I'm
say,
gonna go
Kathy?
now.
All right.
Just it was fun being on here for the first time,
I appreciate you coming on.
and I had to take the helmet off. It got too hot.
Honey, I get props.
I could make a joke. I could make a joke about that, but I'm gonna restrain myself.
Kathy,
Go
can
ahead.
Can I tell
Nope,
them a
nope,
secret?
nope.
Can I tell your
Hey, I've heard a lot of stuff, so doesn't bother my. Nope. Go ahead.
No,
we know you. We know you sleep with your helmet.
I told you guys she gives great helmet.
Yeah, that's the only thing I sleep with.
You are the best. You are the best, lady. You are the best. We should see more of you, Kathy.
Yeah. I mean, when I have open panels like this and I tell everybody, come on in. I mean, come on in. Don't be a stranger. Don't be scared.
Well, I'm already
the
strange
only one
anyway.
who bites on the panel is this guy right here. He's the only one that you have to worry about.
Kathy, I just want to say you do not sound like you're from Connecticut, and that could be a blessing.
Where do I sound like I come from?
Pennsylvania, maybe Maryland. You might even slide in maybe Northern Virginia, but you don't sound like Connecticut.
Well, I can't help where I was born.
No, that's true.
We don't always listen to Phil, so don't worry about it.
No,
Yeah,
no,
whatever,
no.
Phil. Hashtag whatever, Phil.
Let's get that trending worldwide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bill McCracken can get that to go worldwide.
I'd like to see that.
You have a lot of things, don't you, there, Gap?
I don't care to see a damn thing you have, and I just broke my New Year's resolution, which was try to be nice to you.
Didn't take much, did it?
Which try to be nice to you, Voldemort.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Oh my gosh.
Bill, you bring out the best in people, and you
everywhere
always
I
bring
go.
out the worst in yourself.
Hey, I never had an issue with Superfan. We seem to get along perfect. The rest of you, what's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Nothing's
Adam's-
wrong with me.
Adam's just too nice.
Nothing's wrong with Cap. Nothing's wrong with Kathy. She's an angel.
You sure about
Thank
that?
you.
You know what?
You sure
Yeah.
about that?
Yes.
I'm not
Funny.
too sure. I can see a wicked side to Kathy.
Yes.
You can't be up there in Connecticut and not be somewhat devious.
The only one who's Satan, and I've told you this many times before, is you.
I have done no evil.
Ask Paul that. Ask Paul that.
Okay, look, I
I
don't
thought you
do
said
anything
something
to Paul
else.
that he does not want to do. I don't force him to do anything.
You put
Ooh,
the
that's not-
messages
clip
into
that.
his ear. Yeah, I
Clip that,
will.
Kathy.
Somebody can tell you to cross the street. It's clear. If you cross the street and get run over by a tractor trailer, whose fault is it? Not mine.
Thing is, you would tell people that. You would say it's clear. What about the semi truck coming?
Well, I didn't say this second.
There you go. See, this is why I get along with Superfan. See, perfect.
Well,
whatever you say,
No,
Phil.
it isn't like I pushed him out in the middle of the street. I don't push Paul to do anything. I say, hey, Paul,
Oh, sure.
do you want to do this? And he goes, sure.
I've got a clip for that, Phil.
His laughing is better in generations than it is in that clip. Just pointing that out. Look, I even got Kathy just to laugh, and she snorted a little bit. So I'm doing my job.
Well,
I'm doing my job.
The
I'm
thing
doing
is,
my
the
job.
thing is, Phil. The thing is, she's probably laughing at you all the time. We're just
And I
finally getting
love
to
that.
hear
Oh,
it.
yeah. That puts me in. That's my Zen area. My Zen.
What? People laughing at you?
Laughing at me,
You don't have any
laughing,
Zen. What are you
laughing with
talking
me.
about?
It's all laughing. It's all good.
You won't have Zen when I send
You
the
don't
British
have
at
any
your house.
Zen, dude.
I don't want to hear nothing from you, Cash Money. You'll never eliminate pennies.
Hey! Cash is a co-host.
He can be a co-host all he wants. He's still not going to eliminate the penny. This ain't Canada.
Well,
Who said
guess
I'm
what?
eliminating
You
pennies?
can't.
This
You,
ain't
you,
Canada.
you get no pennies. That's
You
not-
can't tell one of the co-hosts to be quiet. The only one that can do that is me, and I haven't told Cash to be quiet.
Did I say Cash Money be quiet? No.
In your way. In your way.
Your
You
way.
hear how you guys act like I burrowed into you guys' brain like I'm that bug in Star Trek 2. It goes in the ear.
No,
are.
you're like you're like those damn stink bugs that we can't kill.
What's
Yeah,
the stink
yeah.
bug?
Or like the ivy on Wrigley Field.
There you go.
That
Kathy,
beautiful ivy. That beautiful, wonderful ivy that will bloom once again
Yes,
Oh,
Late
yeah.
April, early May.
Let's do a
weeds.
field trip to
The
Wrigley.
weeds.
that would be interesting. Yeah. We'll leave Phil in the car though. and lock
Yeah,
him in.
no, we'll put Phil in the ivy.
Yeah, see, he's right though, because when you get people laughing, like when I make Chris Fisk die laughing out of something completely random that just pops in my head, or I'm thinking or something, and we get a good conversation going, you know, with ETEP and all the guys, I mean, us as fans or you know of a program or something, and then when you find those people again that are your people, man, and you can talk and it just works. But then when you also give them what they gave you, it's great to be able to be the person that gets a little like Jeff Hicks. I'd go out of my way in the chat to make him laugh, and then you know he'd be like, "Damn it, Adam," you know, or "Damn it, Superfan," and it wasn't a negative. Damn it, I was making him break, you know, on live air, you know, he's because he's dying laughing.
Chris
But that's
Fisk
kind of what
laughter.
we've always done. You know, we want to pay it forward. We find joy. We want to share our joy because we've been miserable so long, you know, and not been the quote unquote normal.
Wait, are you saying because I'm a Cub fan, I'm miserable? No, it builds character. Builds character. You can handle losses better. You realize life isn't all roses. Life isn't all golden brick roads that you walk down. Nah, sometimes you get trampled on that road over and over again.
Sometimes you step in manure.
Yep.
I couldn't help it.
I think you need to put your helmet on. Your helmet on,
You're
Kathy.
fine, Kathy. You're fine.
Go over to Phil's house and blow it up with one of your
You're welcome to come
weapons.
over anytime, Kathy. Anytime.
Somebody please remember to bring the coupon bomb to Phil.
Definitely bring the coupon.
Just throw a bunch of expired coupons at him and leave him at his front door.
Exactly. That would all expired. You know, that's a coupon bomb, right? So at least thanks, Cashman. At least you got it.
Yep. I got you.
We've got to be
I mean,
inspired.
What kind of cheap bee do you have to be to use coupons at McDonald's? I mean,
seriously, right?
I know, really.
Give them to you. And
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Brick killed a guy.
Hey, honey, we can't.
When McDonald's
be
has that
British.
free Big Mac, go to McDonald's and go get your free Big Mac. You don't say no. Who says no?
Hey,
Free.
I would.
hey, Kathy,
I haven't
you
eaten
know
McDonald's
Phil
in about 3
and
years.
his girlfriend.
Kathy, are you a vegan?
Yes, I am.
I kind of figured that just as soon as you said that.
Oh, come on, Phil.
I did.
I agree.
You
I'm not a
can't
vegan.
have the power
I just don't eat
of
McDonald's or fast food. I go to the butcher shop and get meat and
Yeah.
cook. So, you know,
Yeah.
Do you still have a
It's okay to be a
girlfriend,
vegan.
Phil?
You're not going to give me double beats.
It could be, Kathy. It's okay to be a vegan. It's okay.
I know it is.
You know?
It gives me more meat to eat than you,
No.
sweetheart.
No.
As long
I
as
didn't know
Kathy
you liked it.
doesn't smell meat, goes, "Oh no," and then runs away from it.
Only if Phil was around her. But Phil, do you still have a girlfriend?
Of course I do.
Yeah, honey, I'm sorry, I can't
Is
take
it
you out
left or
tonight.
right?
I can't take you out tonight. I have expired coupons.
We went out to get Chinese. I had Chinese for dinner. Yeah. No problem there.
Good one, Gap.
Someday you'll have a relationship gap. Someday. Today is not that day, but someday, my friend. Someday.
But not
I'm
everybody
pulling
wants
for
a
you.
relationship.
I am pulling for you.
Some people would prefer to have the single life.
I do. I'm
I do.
happy.
Free.
I like being single.
Me too.
I'm
You
single
gotta
right
give
now
up
and
your
I
shit.
enjoy it.
Because I don't have to explain to anybody what I spend my money on or where I'm going.
Yeah, right?
I
It's
never would have done
always
that
that
anyway.
first
But
thing.
yeah.
It's always that first thing. You have to explain about where the money goes. That's always the first thing. End all
No.
relationships is money.
It's my money. It goes where I say it goes.
There you go.
Exactly.
And I mean, yeah, no, listen, I am married. I am married. And my wife and I were both previously married. And again, like, we still have everything set up and we've been together 15 years. Okay. Mind you. But like either of us could just exit stage left or right with all our shit with no problem. Like my shit's mine, her shit's hers. There's, you know what I mean? There's none of that nonsense that so many people talk about.
That's good.
Yep, I agree. Separate checking accounts, etc.
So yeah, my bank account's mine. She's got her own bank account. My credit card, that's mine. She has her own
secret savings account. That way they can't find out if they don't know about it. It don't hurt no one's feelings.
Well, who said we would tell anybody we had a second?
That's what I'm trying out there, And you have to remember, if you're sharing a bank account, there is a difference between and /or. See, /or, technically you're sharing a bank account, but anybody can get it out without the other person knowing.
Yeah.
When it's they can't do it that way. The other person has to approve. See, you learned something. Thanks to Phil McCracken.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the obvious, Captain.
Yeah. Captain Obvious.
Whatever, Phil.
Whatever.
I know your girl is upset that there's no more Happy Meals for you to take her out to.
Just for the record, she doesn't eat fast food. Someday, Gap.
Another good one there, Gap.
I'm pulling for you, Gap. Someday.
I think this is a good time to end this Sunday edition open panel of Pop Talk.
We're never having it again. It's all over, folks. It's done.
Nope. The next one's going to be on Wednesday, the 25th. The next open panel, not the next Pop Talk. The next Pop Talk, however, is going to be this Wednesday at 6 p.m. It's the third time I've done a 6 p.m. edition of Pop Talk. I'm going to see how, after this third one goes, to see if that's going to be the new starting time for Pop Talk on Wednesday, or if it's going to go back to 8 o'clock, or if I'm going to try a different time. I'm just trying to find a good time to have Pop Talk on Wednesdays and Sundays. So, folks who want to tune in can tune in.
Yeah.
Different hours is good.
How long? Oh God, you guys have been on 4 hours and 53 minutes. Wow.
Yep. I'll be honest. I like starting it at 1 o'clock now here on Sundays.
Which is 1 o'clock your time, or
Eastern time.
Eastern. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're in the Sunshine area. Okay.
Yeah, we have 4 seasons.
Oh my gosh.
It's in between the murder mitten and the boot state that likes to kick you in the ass. That's where I'm at. So, But yeah, we have the 4 seasons. So that's the best part. It's like, oh yeah. But yeah, I'm glad I was able to catch you and not be too busy. We've had some puppies and a lot of stuff going on, and sometimes stuff just kind of, we try to catch as much of each other as we always do, But yeah, man, thank you. It was so thanks, thanks for always being a good dude, man. Again, there's a lot of fake people out there, but you're not one of them. And I appreciate getting to hang out with all you guys and ladies. Because we don't want to forget about, we do have a few ladies that are in the chat and obviously on the panel for the first time, which is awesome. So thank you for coming on though and proving here's what this proves though, because sometimes women will be a little skittish and stuff, but see, you're on here just like the rest of us, and whatever your comfort level is, we will, obviously respect and try not to go too far. Like I said, when I ask for permission, I hear Mike going, I don't know, what is it? I'm like, buddy, I know it's your channel, but I'm not asking you. I'm asking the lady first.
You need to get to know Kathy a little bit more, Adam, because she can go
that's what I mean.
She can go way far.
I've had to moderate myself on someone else's channel.
I remember.
Well, Gap's heard my mouth too. So, but yeah, if Gap says it's all good, I trust Gap. I know Gap; he's a good fella. So,
Gap, remember the soggy bottom thing?
Yes.
Oh, you talking about this bottom? Please. I like to hear about the soggy bottom.
Well, let's hear about it backstage.
Sure. I just want to hear about it. Don't care where I hear about it or what.
Don't y'all wish you could be at the after party?
Yeah.
Real quick, Adam, you bring up that I'm gonna give you me when I'm in a good mood, and I'm gonna give you me when I'm in not so much of a good mood.
Yeah, watch one of his reviews of Rings of Power. You'll see he isn't in a good mood.
But the thing about Mike, see, there's this movement. I'm a demon of movement, just because we're all here anyway. But it's called or a new club. It's called the We Not Me Club. And see, it's we, not me, with you too, Mike.
I know.
No, you never.
That's how I feel about it. All of us, we come on here. It's for all of us. Not one of us are just here for one. And being selfish. That's what That's what it means. Sometimes you need
all for one and one for all.
That's right.
Except for the.
How do you feel about people playing video games on easy mode?
Wait, there's modes.
There's your answer. There's your answer.
Order in and play.
Yeah, we have people that tend to want to play on easy mode because they say they advance the storyline. There we go. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we leave you on this Sunday afternoon, I have a PSA announcement that a few on the panel know very well, and that is, do you know somebody who plays on easy mode? Do they say that the reason why they do so helps advance the story of the game? If you do, please get them the help they need by calling this number on your screen right now. 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. Get your friends the help that they need today so that they can play at a higher difficulty setting in any video game.
Some idiot's going to call that number.
Operators are standing by now, live, 24/7. Please call. Help your friends.
And if you have a friend that plays CPU versus CPU, we can't help you. We just can't help them.
Well, wait. Do they still even have that anymore?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Don't let your friends play on easy mode.
Be a real friend.
But also, if you come to PACIFIC414 and you see that I'm dying in the game a lot, that's just par for the course. I'll pass it eventually.
Remember
Dude,
that?
Do you remember Mike? And a lot of times it's Nintendo, so it's just like I don't care. I'm just having fun.
Exactly.
We're having fun.
Do you remember Kathy and I were counting how many men, every time you died?
So was Phil. So was Phil. The three of you were counting how many times. The three of you, every time I died in Evil West, were counting. It's like, all right, guys, I'm aware of how many times I've died here.
I lost count after 16. I was like, no sense keeping track.
But I did pass the game.
Eventually.
You did?
Yes.
After we wanted to rip our eyeballs from our sockets.
Yes. I'll tell you what I did. And I did post a video. What I did is I restarted the game. I still have the original save state, but I restarted the game going, I'm never going to beat this final boss with all the special moves that I have and the way I have it set up as is. So I restarted the game. Instead of it taking me 16 hours to get through the game, it only took me 8 hours to get through the game. And I changed a few abilities that I didn't have before, kept some of the ones that were working, and I was able to beat Felicity in the game.
Wow. We're impressed because
easy mode and moved on.
Nope.
Because
I stayed on the same difficulty level.
When you got to 2 minutes and there was no kill, Kathy and I in the chat were like, "Ooh!" And then I'll be damned. As soon as it turned 159 to 2, you died.
You almost made it.
But wow, I'm proud of you, Mike, because you're like, when you're on some of your gaming streams, you're like, you know what? I'm gonna keep on going, damn it, until I can get where I'm going. And I appreciate your determination.
That's how I am when I play these games.
I'm very happy, Mike, that you play Gotham Knights. I really appreciate it, especially when images and clips of the Buns of Steel, Barbara Gordon. That's trending.
Well,
That's on YouTube.
You can thank Cash. You can thank Cash for playing as
He stopped.
Batgirl.
He turned into a coward. We know how he is. He'll play the game, and halfway through it, you never see him again. But at least you're carrying on. I'll give you that credit.
I will, and I'll continue it between doing game streams here and on my Twitch channel on occasion.
But
I'll
for the record,
continue.
I did not come up with Barbara Gordon, Buns of Steel.
I know it's out here on the YouTube sphere.
Yeah, it's going wild on YouTube.
I wish your girlfriend would hear that you fantasize about somebody
It's
else's
okay.
Buns
She's
of
outside.
Steel.
So I'm safe. I'm safe. Tell her she's outside. Look, App. You have not been there. Mike's been there when I was talking, and then she walked in, and yeah, it was not a pretty sight.
Oh my God, I would have loved to have seen that.
You should have heard it. It was a beautiful sound.
Sometimes
Is there video?
Phil McCracken does get his comeuppance. Yeah, she has a way to put an end to the fun. But yeah, that wasn't embarrassing. That was on live stream. Everybody heard it.
But I'd like to say this because I know you're getting ready to wrap up. But except for Phil, I value all of you, and I trust Adam as well. Adam and I have seen each other all over the place. Kathy, and then Cash Money here and there, and of course Mike all the time as I can do it. But I feel very comfortable here, and you guys are just young gals.
Are you wanting a nightmare?
Are awesome.
Mike, tell him. Why don't you tell him what you did? You, Cash Money, and yeah, Paul.
I am getting to that, Phil. I am getting to that.
Oh, good.
Hold your horses.
Man. It's like he's like a kid begging for cookies. Anyways.
I love
all right.
Cookies. You got cookies?
So,
you didn't share
not for you.
Adam is obviously sitting down. Kathy, I hope you're sitting down.
Yes.
Gap, you better be sitting down and holding on to something.
I'm holding on to a chair rail right now.
All right. And I will go ahead and put it in the chat. Yes. It wasn't just me alone. It wasn't just Paul of the Star Wars guys alone. Nah, Baron played a part too. Cash heard about it, went along with it, as did Crit. I can't believe we did this. I can't believe we did this, but we did. We released McCracken onto YouTube. So not only do you get to hear him when he's in Paul's Discord and Paul's playing a game, not only do you get to hear him ramble, rant, and rave here on Pop Talk, but I can't believe we
gospel tones on the Discord is what I'm hearing.
Oh gosh, I can't believe we did this.
You're welcome.
And I didn't ask
Can you
for
send
it.
that to my?
They did this on their own, and then they dropped it in my lap.
I love it.
Yes.
Roll it.
Phil McCracken has a channel. He has done 2 live streams. His first live stream received 124 views. The second one has received 41 views. I will send you the link to both of those.
And for the record, the second one went crazy faster than we have the craziness on Pop Talk. It took less than, a minute before everything went to HE double hop sticks.
Yeah, I even made a comment about that in the chat before joining the panel.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Just so everybody knows, as much as I trolled Mike, he decided for that stream he was going to be my troll. And he trolled me well. He gave as much as I give him. He was good. He was good. Kathy's in a state of shock. Breathe.
No.
Breathe.
No. I was going to say something about when I say I'm going to release the Kraken, it means something totally different. If you get my drift.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, is that a picture of you, Phil? Holy gross! Oh my God!
Oh,
I'm bringing
my
sexy
God.
back. Look how beautiful it looks.
That's
Wait
you.
a minute.
My eyes.
That
was
your
a
tune
picture
last
made
Friday.
by Crit.
My eyes.
Yeah, Crit made that
Yeah.
program. He combined yeah.
Crit,
You can tell you have no teeth.
Crit made the picture, so
Long as
I
I got
used
it
that,
wrong.
made the background,
Yeah.
made the background, and also went through Photoshop to look at different fonts and decided these two fonts worked.
That's what happens when Phil got trapped at the North Pole. So.
Yeah. When they
For all
ambushed me and dropped this on, I thought it was coming to help them out in the stream. And then they're like, oh, no, we got you here because, yeah. And I really asked them, I said, you guys sure you want to do this? YouTube cannot handle this. But, okay, it's there. So now I have it. I got something to do.
Mm-hmm. So, Phil, when's your next stream?
2 more weeks. Me and Paul got something coming out.
Uh-huh.
He's showing me things here and there, so I'm learning.
Uh-huh. So
it's not going to be a video. It's going to be another live stream.
So you're gonna make
everyone is welcome, of course.
You're gonna make your audience wait 2 weeks?
Yes, I have to, but I'm still learning how to do things. I still haven't figured out how to do the video. He's supposed to show me how to highlight the messages and all that. He wants me to learn to do it just in case I ain't got a mod, in there in the channel. So I will offer to Kathy, and believe it or not, Gap After Dark. If you guys want to be mods, you're welcome. Super fans, you too.
Did you hear that?
The whole chat had.
Oh my God! Help, I've fallen. I've fallen and I can't get up.
Scaring the dog.
I think I brought,
Yep, you okay?
I brought Pop Talk to a wonderful conclusion. What can I say?
Are you okay, Gap?
You broke Gap.
I broke Gap. Well, I broke a lot of things over the last 3 weeks. Why not Gap?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Are you okay?
Boom. You all right there?
I have to go to the hospital.
Oh dear.
I might have to go to the hospital.
Oh no.
Oh, somebody call 911.
And I just want to say for the record, I will never refer to people that come to the channel as my community. I consider you my sheep.
Oh my gosh.
You know what?
Whatever.
It's time to execute some kind of order and make it permanent. Oh, are we ending the stream?
We are ending the stream, but I was going to allow you guys to promote your channels real quick before we ended the stream. I want to give you that moment. So, Adam.
All right. Well, thank you. I should be on tonight with Vinny Tartamello at Vinny Art. I believe 9:05 Eastern Standard Time tonight. And man, it's such a new mixture of things that are going on. So I don't know what's going on, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Usually Mondays with Tommy the Guinea Pig Collective. Tuesdays I will be with Monotone Tony that used to be Clown World Review. He's rebranded. So Tuesday, that's 8:05 to 8:35 will be going live. Wednesday, Place to Be Reviews. I'm usually on there at 8:35 or 9:05. Again, I do apologize. The times are off, but the channels are right. Thursdays, WCBS, I'm in the chat. World Class Bullshitters, mod, and Fridays, we have a lot of fun. I'll be back on with Vinny Tartamello, and then usually along with Monotone Tony. So, but yeah, everything I share out on Facebook and I share out on the Twitter. I'm getting better at that. And again, thanks for doing this, Mike. It's always a pleasure to come here and party with y'all.
No problem.
God bless, man. This has been a lot of fun. My channel, again, I'm not really doing much on mine right now until all the strikes are because right now, all it would take is me going, I don't like you, YouTube, and then them going, that's your third strike. Now all your shit's gone. So I'm not touching my personal channel. I mean, y'all can sub. There will be videos and stuff. I just won't be going live right now. Fun University will be when I start going live and doing some of the shows. We'll bring back Old Man Talk, Digital Distraction on Wednesdays, Friday Fun with Friends, and all that too. It's just like I said before, I've got a lot of irons in the fire, and one of those is now on Saturdays with Stephen Walton, part of the Rogue, regime over there, Rogue Entertainment. So I'm here, there, and everywhere. But you know what? It doesn't matter the size of your channel. You find the right people. You can make friends, and just like I did with all of you guys, and where where I come from, and even if we don't agree on the exact same way or something, we can still be friends because that's how it's always been.
Yep.
Yes.
And thank you.
Let bygones be bygones. If you don't agree with somebody, just drop it.
Yep. Makes it a lot easier.
All right. We've already covered this guy's channel.
Next. Next.
Kathy,
Next.
I know you don't have a channel, but would you like to promote anyone?
Well, I do have a channel, but it's mostly videos of my cats and my magnet collection and a couple other things.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not on Facebook, but you can always find my face in a book.
All right. Let me get the link to your channel.
I'm not on Twitter or any other thing, just YouTube. And I did have 96 subscribers, but for some reason 3 fell off, I guess.
I could
That's YouTube for you.
Kathy, if I could get cookies sent to me.
Wait. Why does she have to give you an incentive?
Cookies.
He said cookies. At least it wasn't coupons.
Can't you make those in your easy bake oven, Phil?
I was
How about expired coupons?
We're trying to cut off my cookie connection.
Or an ivy plant.
I want cookies. Kathy, cookies. Sugar cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies.
Why do we always have to? Why do we have to provide you with anything, Phil? Why can't you provide us with something of value?
Your co-host there keeps busting on me about the easy bake oven, and I'm pretty sure Kathy had one growing up. So me and her
I did.
hook up and make some easy bake oven cookies, which really rock. Have you ever had a brownie out of an easy bake oven? It is darn good.
I also had Light Bright and that creepy crawly thing.
Oh yes, Light Bright. I had
Light
that.
Bright, yeah.
And that creepy crawly thing where you poured the stuff into the mold and made bugs and lizards and snakes or whatever.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I don't think anybody wants Phil to come over and bake with or hook up with.
No.
And you don't know what's going to be in those cookies. Oh my god.
Yeah, I assumed that I would do something to your cookies.
There could be a razor blade in those cookies. You
never know.
I just put stink bugs in it.
I would not mess with people's food.
Uh-huh.
Mess with your mind, but not your food.
You know what we used to do when we were kids? I used to be with the girls and play with their easy bake oven if they said they would come out and play football with me.
And it worked wonderfully. And I got brownies and cookies out of the deal.
You'd make a good girl, Phil.
I'm glad I stayed.
It's all right, Phil. We won't judge you if you like to wear a dress at night. It's okay.
I'm not Scottish. I don't wear no dress.
It's all right. Well, why are you hating on the Scots? What's going on?
Yeah, Letty.
Yes.
Why you hate on the Scots, Letty?
Seriously.
Because they wear dresses.
It's called a kilt.
It's a dress. Dude, I don't care in any world, shape, or fashion. It's
kilts, not dresses.
It's a kilt, dude.
Wait, real quick. I'll show you guys what I just did. Peace and quiet. Peace and quiet.
Okay, now I can say it.
Finally.
Nobody wants to see Phil's raisins in a kilt anyway.
Or a soggy bottom.
Yeah, or a soggy bottom, or his little Vienna sausage. You okay there? Who's coughing?
Oh, wow.
That's me.
Hey, you should just remove Phil, not me. Mike, what the heck? But anyway.
Oh, someone has to keep an eye on him.
I don't want to. Don't give me that responsibility. Don't do it, man.
But speaking of you, Cash.
Yes.
What's coming up?
We're gonna do some stuff, Mike. We're gonna play some games.
Yes.
I have Streets of Rage 4 now, so we got to play that. And finally, some excitement is coming to Back to the Phantom Hooligans. Unfortunately, my co-host has been incognito for now because he's busy with work, which is fine. But I will talk to him soon, I'm sure. But until then, I gotta get. It's a new year, and the Hooligans got to bring the fire. So. Got to work on that. Because if I don't, Phil's gonna bug my ass
6
about
months
it.
later. You
Yeah,
promised
6
me
months
6 months later.
See?
gaming
And
stream
no,
and
no.
still
You know
ain't
what? Push
happened.
him out again. Push him out again. Push him out again. Put him in the timeout.
Just so you can see, he is in timeout again.
Thank you.
Because remember, Phil, you're not in control here. I am in control here.
You're
Continue,
scaring me,
Cash.
Mike.
I think Mike can make a good supervillain. I really do.
Yes, I think he could.
Yeah.
I think that picture works well for him, actually. Well, a new character in Spider-Man or something. I could see it for sure. Yep. No, I have been a bit lazy, Phil, but I still don't own an easy bake oven, so I got that going.
Hey, you invited me on to the Hooligans. I've got a McCracken video idea in my head.
Very good. I like it.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
So, anything else coming up, Cash?
Just gotta get Saints Row 2 started, but we're gonna start playing some games again together. Hopefully they won't crash. Testing some stuff. PC. I'm playing PC.
Okay.
It's on Game Pass.
I want to double check, man. That might be something I can look into because that would kind of be fun. I love the second Saints Row.
Yeah. I don't think we can play co-op with that, can we?
I don't know yet because I thought they were going to launch a patch for it. I had heard rumors a while back. I thought. But
I'll look into it. Yeah. Are you going to be around Discord then, Adam? Or
yeah.
Okay. Are you going to vanish? No.
I don't vanish. I just a lot of times I'm in a chat room with the British guys. So I've got a couple Brits and an Irish. I'm all over the place, dude. It's
that's all good, man. I'm just
yeah. But no, yeah. I mean, that's why it's like that's why when I did warn you, it's like if you like need me or like if you need me to really pay attention, it's best to message me on there versus I don't really do the form part. That much.
You just want people to DM you. Yeah, I got you.
Well, I don't just want to. When I have times to go look at stuff, I don't get on that much. You know what I mean?
On Discord. Okay,
on Discord, right. I'm usually when I'm on, I'm in the middle of a chat, like what we're doing now, just in the Discord.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Phil, it hasn't been 6 months since the last gaming stream. It was back in September, so it's only been 3 months.
That doesn't count. That's only a joint.
Oh boy.
He's still streamed. Technically, it still counts.
No.
Yes.
You can't let him off the hook that easy.
What? Yeah. You know what? I was gonna actually give you a penny, Phil, but you know what? I'm taking them all away. That's it.
Yeah, that's the whole
I'm
point.
putting them all in the
That's
piggy
been the
bank
plan
for
since
later.
day one.
So I think that basically you're saying this to Phil.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought I'd make sure. Yeah. All right. Okay.
I was just going to ask Phil if he would take the plug out that he's sitting on and put it in his mouth. It'd be much quieter.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, just want to say thank you to everybody for being here. Of course, do I want to thank Phil? Yeah, I guess I should.
I don't get an outro for that.
No.
Yeah, he put 2 T's in later. 1 T, Phil. 1 T.
But also, before I forget, I don't want to forget Gap. Sorry, Gap. I got a little ahead of myself. Just trying to push Phil out of here. That's true.
I'm just kidding. I don't. I can't say anything right now. Not after my plug joke. Okay, I do. All right, I'm at 415 subscribers. Once I get to 500, I am going to have prizes. Like Legos, action figures, and a game to give away when I hit 500. So incentive.
Ooh, Gap. I have an idea.
Well, I think you follow me on Twitter, right?
Yeah, I thought I was on your. I'll make sure that I'm on the YouTube. I don't know if everybody else, and this is no bullshit, but I've been being unsubscribed. Yeah, see, I'm not subscribed to you again. I gotta fucking do it again. What the hell?
Well, yeah, I think that's happened to a lot of YouTubers. I mean,
yeah, I've been having a lot of problems with stuff that's not making sense because I'm like, I knew I was sub to you, and I'm like, okay. I mean, hell, you've been on my show when I was doing.
Yeah,
I'm like, but no, I mean, like something like a joint Lego build could be fun too, where like if the panelists all have like one set, and anyway, that's what I was gonna say though, like because I love, how much I love Legos, dude.
Yeah, and I think that's a good idea. And then I'm going to try to set time where I actually can start. I've only done 4 shows, but I'm gonna start Gap. I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah.
Stream. And so I'm shooting for the end of January. And it's about elderly people who hate the British and they've fallen, and we try to help them get up during the stream. So, but
you mean it's about this guy?
Hold up. On the 4th of July, there's no love for the British. There's no love for the
Here we go again.
And I've got a McCracken action figure, and I'm going to tie it up with duct tape, and that's how I'm going to start off my Gap. I've fallen and I can't get up. See this old McCracken that fell down and can't get up? Well, he won't shut the hell up, so we duct tape the crack.
Living out your fantasies, huh?
Oh yeah, I just dream of Vienna sausage and raisins. Yes, I just can't wait.
Oh God!
So tell us about your dreams of Vienna sausages.
Oh, we're trying to
get out of here.
Wrap it up here.
I was just curious because he brought up Vienna sausages.
Well, you'll have to fantasize about it on your own time, Phil.
I don't have fantasies of Vienna sausages. He has a
and please use latex-free and powderless-free gloves when you think about it.
Oh, them type people are we?
Oh my God!
You wait till that video comes out, Phil.
Anything else that you'd like to promote, Gap?
You can see me all over the place, like Adam. Of course, we mod here, Kath, and I see Kathy, and we mod in other channels. We're always in Doomcocks and and Ronin 66 and Cardinal Sin. And I don't have anything else to say.
All righty.
I'm glad I didn't leave yet.
Poor Delilah is looking at you. You know it.
Yup. I just had to resubscribe to you, Mike, on Frank's. They took the Wiener Dog clan away from you.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I've noticed, and it's not just this month. It's been for the past 3 months. I've noticed that YouTube has been unsub happy, taking away subs from me, and I haven't said much about it here. I haven't said much about it on social media because I don't want to sound like I'm whining and complaining about losing subs.
Right.
But what I am tired about is gaining subs and then YouTube goes, nope, sorry, you can't have those subs. Heck, Phil, Friday night you had 32 subs. What does YouTube do?
Took them away.
Nope.
They took them
Can't
all
have
away.
those.
Not all of them. No, they took about 4 or 5.
They took 4.
That's what they've
Initially,
been up to
it took
lately.
an extra.
I mean, every couple of weeks
seems
you
like
lose them.
for every 10 you get, you're going to lose 3 or 4 off the bat. So,
Well, I don't know why anybody would want to sub to your channel anyway.
Because
it's been great being on the panel with all of you.
I'm awesome, and people love me. They really, really love me. Don't you get it? They love me.
Frank and the Shaw Wiener Dog Clan.
Yeah, because even Kathy's about to get my Wiener Dog Clan invading her channel. But I mean, I literally just had to. I couldn't find the stream when I switched it on my phone. Now when I sub to a channel, I sub Frank subs and Fun University sub because those are all 3 my channels. So when I find people, and I generally, because that way I never know. Honestly, I never know which fucking device I'm going to be on and which one's going to be logged in. But sometimes it's one of the TVs. The dogs have their own TV, hence Frank and the Wiener Dog Clan. They have their own YouTube channel because, well, I put Wiener Dog stuff on there. But, again, that's me. But I shouldn't have to do this. YouTube needs to stop messing with my damn when I subscribe, I'm subscribed there, whether I get on all the time or I don't get on all the time,
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
how you help channels build too, because when the dogs watch TV, doesn't mean it's got to be the exact same thing I'm watching, but it's usually creators. So when you notice kind of an increase, but you can't figure out why, it's usually the Wiener Dog Clan.
I do want to say one last thing on a serious note, except for the P. No, I'll just say this. All of you are great. Adam, I've seen Adam everywhere. He knows me. I trust him too. Kathy, same way. Cash, Mike, whatever you are down in the left corner. But I appreciate you letting me on here, Mike, and everything. And I have not laughed so much until the past 45 minutes. I needed this today, so thank you.
Kathy, are you ready? Look, we're gonna do it live.
What?
My wieners invaded you. You have now been exposed to my Wiener Dog Clan. There you go.
Well, I
That's
know a wiener that won't be. I know wieners don't invade McCrackens.
I am so happy. The promotion that I get from Gap, the amount of time my name pops out. Yeah, thank you, man. I don't know how to thank you. But
You're
just
welcome.
for the record, I hate you all. I hate
You hate everybody. You hate everybody. But,
Can you see Phil? Can you see
whatever,
Phil? Can you see Phil in the park? I fall it. Damn it! Don't help me up. I don't give a shit. Sometimes I'm falling it. Wiener British, easy bake. Come help me up.
I didn't know the first Sunday Pop Talk of this year was going to get this crazy, but I'm glad I did.
If he's fallen, then you have to go up to him and be like, "Hey, I got some GoBots," and they're ah!
No.
Hey, you fallen, but you can't GoBot.
I'm not GoBot up. That's for damn sure.
But look, if this is how 2023 is going to be, that we can all have this much fun at least, then so be it. Because you know what? This has been one of the best weeks of my life so far. It has been, catching up with old friends. Earlier I was reminiscing about like a year and a half ago, but also reminiscing about old friends that have passed, Brandon Moyes, stuff like that. People that we've recently lost, it's JJ and Adam from Raiders of the Lost Flicks to people that you all have lost, maybe. But it was just kind of one of those odd days for me, And then I happened to kick on the TV because I wasn't, I was just kind of decompressing. And after having a really good week and catching back up with my friend DJD, getting to catch back up with Red fucking gays, man. I'm sorry, but it was so good to see Red again, catching up
Yeah,
with Black
Red.
Angus and Rookie Critic and streaming with those guys. I mean, and these are people I started with way back when. So it's like, everything aligned just perfectly, and it's been. And then here, on a Sunday now, I was just gonna rest up before Vinny's stream, and then oh yeah, you guys are on. Let's see what's going on, and look at how much fun we've all had. I am very thankful for all of you creators that do like Mike does, do like a lot of us do, and just come out here to have fun and open the panel up, say, hey, come on, come play with us. So again, thank you, Mike, and thank every single one of you to do it. And Gap, again, I love you coming on, and we do love it. And again, all of us feel the same way, though. We either met in the chat, and then we followed each other because we like the shows, obviously, or we ended up, eventually going from there to the Twitters and the Facebooks and the messages, and then we all get to know each other and become friends, so that when we're all in the same state, we can hang out.
And ETAP, we see each other a lot on ETAP.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my God. Last night was freaking fun, y'all. ETAP Wakuyan's Place to Be reviews.
Yep.
If you haven't seen his shows, oh my God, you're missing something. And Mike,
it's really entertaining.
Yeah, you should get on there. And that's how Adam and I met. And
if you could put the link to his channel into the private chat,
I sure will. I most certainly will. Because it's again my rogue brother. It's one of those things. It's really nice to be able to meet you people, that we don't know. And this is Mr. Wakuya
you people
in real life.
What do you mean by you people?
That's
by
ETAP,
all
yeah.
these peoples, these guys and ladies.
I come on. I was hoping you would get my Tropic Thunder reference.
Oh yeah, I did. What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you people?
Oh,
but
no,
yeah,
that,
ETAP is
you got people in that picture. What is that guy wearing a red cape? What in the world is that?
That's Adam.
I'm not wearing the red cape. He's talking about behind me. So what's funny is I'm dressed up like White Apollo Creed, because I guess apparently I identify as Apollo Creed in this picture. But if you look, Rocky's being pushed around. Dun-dun-dun-dun. That's the kind of jokes we like making and fun we like. No, we went to this was Comic-Con up in Michigan last year, or the year before, rather 2 years ago. And that's when I first went up, and we went and hung out and had a good time. And I'd already met Mr. ETAP here prior, but another really good dude and really entertaining. Like if you can't find entertainment and you need someone that you want to see and you really want to laugh, this guy gives it all to you.
He would appeal to your other side of you, Mike. I mean, he's just freaking awesome, and you the comedy stuff. I think we could bring it out of you. Just watch one of his shows, and
I will.
And I know you'll get ideas and everything. And he's a good guy. And then I'm captain of the Rogue Entertainment mods, and Adam knows that. And author Stephen Walton's another good channel to watch. And you should drop into ETAPs and author Stephen Walton, and who else, Adam? Mike, and make yourself known, Mike. And
yeah. Well, I mean, and that's kind of been, I've been kind of that in between guy, and I've always been that. I'm the tweener, giggity, the tweener with the tweener wiener. I'm the tweener with the wiener, baby. So yeah, I'm here, I'm there, and that's the best part, like bringing people together, that sometimes might not have found each other because of the fact of just the busyness of life and YouTube, man. It's been an honor to be that guy, and yeah, exactly. That's why we share this with each other, being like, hey, let's see. So right here, I'm just gonna type in ETAP, and this will be his channel. Sorry, I have to do it from my phone. So there we go. But yeah, that's ETAP Wakuyan's Place to Be reviews, and this man gives you shows every Tuesday, I need to learn to plug better. Every Monday night for Going In Raw. Every Wednesday, he does this weekend. Holy shit news. Thank you. Yeah. See, I was so used to This Week in Bullshit with Justin Proper, I got tongue tied there. Yes. Yeah. Holy shit news on Wednesdays, and it's only an hour. And I mean, it's a good one, you know, if you want to test the waters and see if you kind of like the stuff that and I've been on air with him numerous times, and I'm in the chat. Yeah. Last night I wasn't in as much because I was also doing something with Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective and Slasher. And I mean, we are a big community, man. And a lot of us, you know, as much as we love to be on every stream, we can't.
Yep. And the thing with
Saturday
me when
night
I'm
main
watching
event.
different, when I'm watching different channels, I'll watch them more than once.
Oh yeah,
to try to get a feel for them.
I think you're gonna like ETAP, and he also does, like last night was, Adam will tell you, it was freaking, oh my god, freaking hilarious.
Oh yeah,
Saturday night's main event.
Yep. Welcome to Saturday night's main event. And it was one of those things that it just kind of organically happened because he was kind of doing the shows and the streams the way he was doing, and he's kind of changed stuff up a bit, which kind of freed some other people up as well. Like I would be in on a lot of the pre-shows, which was no problem. But now I'm a little bit more freed up, and it frees him up to do more stuff with the family and or other things pre-doing the big show, and then we carry the member stream after. And then, of course, like if he's short, for example, on people or needs an extra person, I'm always there to help fill a seat if needed. And then if not, I'm in the chat or I'm doing exactly like I'm doing. You know, they've told me they love me. I'm their hype man. You know, they're like, we just love having you as our hype man. So I'm going with it.
Well,
but again, I do the same thing for you, Mike. I mean, you know, man, I 110%, man. I share it with everyone, you know, the way it should be, you know, and then you make your decision from there. And even if you don't like it, like we said, it just proves we can still be friends if we don't like, you know, the exact same stuff.
Yeah, and Vinny Art.
Yep.
Vinny Art. Oh, bye, Phil. Not that we're sad that he's gone, but Vinny Art tonight, you know, at 9:05 Eastern. If you can, Mike, check him out. And I like your sports talk, and I'd like to see what sports memorabilia stuff you have in maybe a 30-minute show or an hour show interspersed with that particular sport, you know, or let's just say baseball. But, you know, I think that would be good. And Vinny is real. If you watch some of his toy videos, you'll get an idea how you could do your baseball collection or whatever collection you got. And you can meet other, oh God, Adam, what's that? Where the other dude that does the gaming all the time? You know, the gaming channel. I like watching you play, and you know, I think you should do shorts. Throw a few shorts out there, and you know, if you so desire to choose to do, you know, keep on doing the game streams. But like the collecting, you know, open up your thing to like the collecting of baseball memorabilia or whatever it is that you're into. I know you're into other stuff, but you know, show that and get more people, and drop into these ones that Adam and I suggested, and I think you'll like the people we suggested, and drop in the chat and get to know. And you know, we'll say, you know, we see you pop in the chat. Adam's done this for me, and Papa Cotton 7's done this for me on other channels. He's like, to the host, he's like, yo dude, I vouch for Gap.
Oh, yeah.
And the host was like, well, then hell yeah. Adam's like, well, we vouch for Gap. All right. Well, you know, he's in, you know, so, you know, we're just trying to, you know, I like what you do, Mike, and I just want to see you do more.
Well, I appreciate that. Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go. I gotta fix dinner.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for coming on, Kathy. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's nice.
It's been a lot of fun.
Come on.
Yes. Phil sucks. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
PhilSucks.com.
You know, somebody probably actually has that.
I wouldn't doubt it. If not, maybe we should look into it.
I just want to say good night, everybody.
Good night, sweetie.
Great night, Kathy.
Good night, Kathy.
Take care.
A wonderful evening.
Look forward to seeing you the next time I'm live, and whether it's a game stream or whether it's for Pop Talk on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Pop Talk. Yep.
That's right. Pop Talk.
I'll pop in.
All right.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Kathy.
Bye.
Good night, Kathy.
I got
Bye-bye.
Vinny's in the chat for everybody to check out. So it's Vinny Art, and I am getting Walton's right now. Author Stephen Walton's stuff, right? Just so it'll be in the chat. Even if you end up ending before I get it, it will be for everybody. It will be in the chat. So.
All right. And, I don't know if you and Gap had seen the video I did 3 weeks ago announcing the changes that were coming this year for Pop Talk. And one of those changes being that the open panels go down from every episode to just 2 episodes per
Yes,
month.
I remember that. I do.
One
I saw
one on a Sunday, one on a Wednesday, and the next one's going to be on the 25th. But I don't want you guys to think that I'm not going to send you guys an invite. Even if you can't come, I'll still send you guys an invite. And anyone I have in mind, an invite saying, I'm doing Pop Talk this Sunday. Here's the invite. I'm doing Pop Talk Wednesday. Here's the invite. If you can make it. If you can't, no worries.
It's
Go ahead, Cash. Go ahead. You're a
No,
co-host. You're a co-host.
yeah.
I told you if you got
I'll check out these channels too. I mean, it's good to learn from other people who have been doing this longer on YouTube, and it's all about actually finding the community and staying away from a lot of the bull crap that's still on YouTube, unfortunately.
Exactly, Cash. And so Adam will back me up on this. Once you get, if you so like these people, they are so big on throwing you out there for you to blow up. They don't, they don't care. I mean, even Adam will tell you there's one of them that blew up, went way past the regular circle that we're all in, that Adam and I met in. And they're just happy as a clam for them too, because they've got their own unique spin on it. And, so, and keep that avatar, Mike. It does kind of look like that's the real you.
I agree. No, I can see it.
What?
Yeah, no,
you're saying I'm a super villain? There's only one super villain here on YouTube, and he's at the center of the earth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's Thanos. Yeah, he's secretly Thanos. That's Phil McCracken. Who likes to now? Oh,
you mean Doomcock?
No, Frank Cock.
Adam.
I'm still wondering when Paul's going to be back on Doomcock's live stream again. Is he still doing those live streams? I haven't.
I don't know, but we can talk about anything else offline if you want to talk about that.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, well, there we go. There you are, Steven. I found you.
I hope we do see Paul on there again and stuff, because nothing better than to see Doomcock just brain meltdown.
Oh gosh!
when
Doomcock has seen Paul's list of movies,
yes, he falls apart.
Yeah,
yes, he does.
How in the hell could you put Sonic at number 1?
It was like 9 or something. I don't think it was number 1. I think it was 9. But Predator.
It was up there though. It was up there.
It was
Predator
up there,
was low, and Aliens.
Predator
was low.
Aliens was so low. Or Alien. Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to ask Paul if Puss in Boots 2 is in his top 10.
I actually saw Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, and I thought it was pretty good.
It was pretty dang. It was one of the better animated films I've seen in a while. I just watched it
Really?
the other days.
Yeah.
Wow. I'll have to
Yes,
check it
it's
out.
really good. Yeah, it's really good. You don't even have to watch the first one. So, yeah.
Well, that's good. That's really good. And I look forward to Mike, you doing all the upcoming releases. And I don't know if you've seen that chart flying around the internet with all the movie releases.
Yeah,
but I'd love to see you do a discussion on, and have a panel and see how many of those people really care, because all I could read is reboot, adaptation, reboot, adaptation. So
I'm going to look for that chart, and maybe we'll talk about it this Wednesday on Pop Talk.
Yeah, I know you want to go, so we'll shut up.
No, you're fine. Phil's not on, so it's
Yeah,
all good.
you're fine, but I do appreciate you guys being on, and I appreciate Kathy for jumping on to the panel. Of course, Jet Sparks for jumping on the panel. Baron, Old Man, really appreciate it. Of course, we had a lot of folks in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
One of them On the
Tommy
channel.
the Guinea Pig Collective. I'm about to drop Angela Straven as well. That's where we watch AEW because, as you guys know, I'm a huge freaking wrestling fan. Huge. So,
Yeah,
and that's where we
I
do the
blame.
watch parties where you can watch the AEW on us while we watch it and commentate. So, yeah.
Nice.
For those that like wrestling, and again, we're here. It's we, not me. We all grow together, man, and that's the thing. That's what we believe in. It's not none of us are trying to do this individually. We're trying to all be able to do our own things, grow as much as you want to grow or how you want to, but also have that community at your back. That if you need help, and then again, like me, I've gone on Pete's streams and talked about you, Mike, and when I've been on my own streams, obviously, I brought it up too, and and that's the thing, though, that's what you do because I enjoy your content, so I want other people that enjoy sports but don't have maybe the time to watch it to listen to you because I enjoy those docile tone lyrics that come out you as you're sitting there talking about the passion of the game and just the way that we have you telling us everything because it is your passion. It's something you love, and I can hear it in your voice, and I love seeing you do what you love doing. So, and I think a lot of times when you've got somebody like you that does it the way you do it, which to me is proper, versus that it's more entertaining, but you get the love of the sport too. And when you're a fan of that, I'd rather see someone like you than other people. So of course, and you're my guy, so I'm going to fucking back it. Let's get this guy up. Let's help everybody build as much as they want to. I myself, I'm not worried about being monetized. I'm just the mouthpiece, if you will. The mouth of that style, Jimmy Hart. So but I enjoy what you do, and that's the thing with Gap. We're not trying to step on toes or anything. We're just trying to give you some suggestions because we love the work, man. We really do.
Yep. And the thing about this channel, it may have started off with me doing recaps of Cub games, but it's grown into much more. I consider it more of a variety channel now than anything else.
Yeah.
I do pop talks each and every week. I do game streams each and every week. I do talk about baseball during the off season, not as much as I do during the regular season, but I'll pop in a video here and there if there's a news story that pops up that I want to add my 2 cents. And then of course during the season I talk about the Cubs and what they're doing. And right now I'm actually working on a new intro for the box score. How is it going to turn up? I don't know, but I have until March 30th to have it ready.
Sometimes I feel like I'm watching something on NBC Sports or some other professional sports channel, the way your graphics are. We got to get you a real W flag. So then you, instead of pushing that
I have 2.
Then why
W
the hell
flags.
did you wave it? You should come on and go, something to raise the flag. And you
I think people would already think. Wait, they already do think I lost my mind. Never mind. I have Phil on here.
Yeah, well, at least you don't have them on Sports Talk.
Oh,
back in
gosh.
the 1880s when they wore this kind of helmet during baseball.
Phil, they didn't wear
Phil's
helmets in the
already been on
1880s.
talk. He's already had sports talk. He keeps talking about how, my team is the A's is the only team to win 3 consecutive World Series titles in a row. Yeah, we've already had this gap.
But I do want to thank you, Gap, for being on, Adam for being on, Cash for being on, Baron, Jet Sparks, Kathy for being on. Thank you very much, Old Man, for being on. Greatly appreciate it. And of course, Adam, you were in the chat. Phil was in the chat. We also had Kathy in the chat. And we also had Dempsey in the chat. Thank you, Dempsey. Thank you to Jet Sparks. We also had Black Dragon in the chat. Thank you, Black Dragon. And we have a kitty cat that's hungry.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Bam Bam from Flintstones. Don't judge. Keep on going on.
I am. I just gotta scroll up. Lord Thoth stopped by. Let's see. We also
Bam,
had
bam, bam, bam.
Barney. I know that was probably the worst Fred impression you've ever heard.
Mike is going, damn it, 49 minutes to wrap this damn stream up.
Right. Well, that's okay though, because Vinny actually launched the link, so now I was able to share the direct link in the chat for tonight's 9:05 Eastern Standard Time show.
All right.
On
All right.
Vinny Art. So there you go. It works out really
Nice.
good. Plus, let's face it, Mike's been having a hell of a good time.
Yeah, I have. If I haven't, I would have just
Yeah.
looked at you guys and said, "We're going."
Nope.
It's a big black. He's a big black cat, and he's powerful, and he whines and complains all the time. But when I talk loud or get excited, he comes and meows his displeasure, as you heard. He doesn't like
have
you
him
raising
attack Phil. Have him attack Phil. It's not a problem.
Oh, he'll see that and go, yeah.
I want to thank the Padawan to be.
Hold on. I just thought of something. I might as well. Okay. Happy birthday, Brian the Observer. It's his birthday Wednesday. Lasso of Truth's birthday. I will be on her channel on Wednesday. I damn near forgot. Yeah, she's doing a birthday stream, and yeah, I'll be on that too. Let me get hers. She does toy reviews. She's a newer YouTuber as well. So yeah, I want to make sure to get Lasso's name thrown in here as well.
Throw it out there.
Yeah.
You like horror movies, right?
Horror,
Mike.
Yeah. I mean, I went and saw Megan.
You think he does? I know he does.
I don't know.
I went and saw Megan. And on a scale of 1 through 10, I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. On a scale of 1 to 5, 3.5 out of 5.
All right, Keely Chow was here.
Yes, Keely Chow was here. Roll Tide, Keely Chow. Great dude.
Yep.
So let me highlight him. And of course, Nerd Nerdporeal life form. Okay, it's not as good as Homer, but hey, you get what you get. And I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. I try not to miss anybody when I go through and see who was in the chat before I officially wrap it up.
We're thankful for anybody that stops in and listens and, checks any and all of us out,
Mm-hmm. Pop Culture Mechanic, thank you for stopping by. Thank you very much. He has great streams too. I mean, his anime streams on Sundays, and then he does his
puts a lot of time and effort into his streams. I appreciate his research. It's very cool.
And then his streams that he does on Tuesdays, and of course, the lovely Sherry.
Oh, I didn't know she stopped by. Phil didn't scare her away. That's awesome. Good job, Phil. You did something right for once. I mean, what?
For once.
And of course, Old Man.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Baron, who is currently on the Primetime Kings with 24, and New Bomb Turk.
Okay.
And that's everybody.
All righty.
But please be sure to subscribe to these channels that Adam has provided into the chat. I will definitely make sure to click on the links. And if you
I'll get Lasso. I'm looking for Lassos right now.
Okay.
I'll have her in there too. And I mean, again, it's a lot of us in a lot of the same groups. We've got just so many wonderful people that we're doing this. And I don't know, it's really cool, man. Like especially like I said, for me to meet people, get to know them, and just to have this much fun, man. Because everybody can get kind of discouraged sometimes with what's going on, and it sucks. So it's good to find people like you and us, and that can connect and talk and have fun. So I'm just grateful for that, man. And again, just want to thank you, because you do it to have fun and be able to talk with like-minded individuals, and well, like Phil too, non-like individuals as well that loves coupons. But you know, you take the good and the bad, and well, here we are.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on. I mean, I've said it before during a live stream. Nobody's obligated to come by and watch the content that I do on the channel, whether it's a video or whether it's a live stream. Nobody.
Oh, sliding in that plug there with Anonymous because we're still live. Do, 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 Anonymous.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I remember.
And because Anonymous is here.
No kidding.
Yes, Anonymous is here. I'm going to go ahead and play it. He's going to probably say a few things to me the next time he's on.
love
But...
it.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I've said it before. Nobody's obligated to watch any of the content I do on the channel.
I know, but we like your content so much. We want you for it to expand. That's, you know, so hence all the suggestions to expand your networking.
Well, you mentioned, you know, some baseball memorabilia, you know, things I've, you know, purchased or have been gifted because I like baseball. Again, that's something I can show on the next collector stream that I decide to have.
Yeah.
I would love to see what you got. I mean,
depending on how big you want to do it, keep in mind you've got friends here in the community that might have some sports, but you know, if you want to keep it with sports, just simply sports.
Well,
you know, too, if you want other people to join or just do your own as well, because I mean, you know, that's always stuff to help with the content and again, just have fun because that's what it's about.
Here's the thing about the collector streams. I did 2 last year, and you know, it's just folks showing whatever they had in their collections, whether it was sports, whether it was games, whether it was pop culture related. Show it. I don't try to limit it to one particular thing or another. It's like, if that's what you collect, that's what you have in your collection, why don't you talk about it? Yeah. Come on, talk about it. And I mean, I have so many Cubs hats that you wouldn't believe. And of course, books on the Cubs and you know.
Well, yeah, of course you would. Because you're a fan of it.
But you know what, Mike? It's the times you talk about stuff when you go to see pop culture with your family, your dad or your mom, or you remember your dad and you at a baseball game. You know, people like to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. I mean, this is gonna be a hard month for me because on the 17th, it's gonna be 19 years since my dad passed away, and then a week later, it's 2 years since my mom passed away. So, as far as the month of January is concerned, I don't particularly care for it.
I'm with you. My dad also passed in January, brother. You're not alone.
Yeah, and if you need any of us, you know, you can DM me or you know, the only thing I can do is listen, and sometimes that's the best thing somebody can do.
I know, and you know,
it sucks, but you're not alone, is what we're saying.
I know, and then you know, and my sister feels this way too. You know, a couple of weeks after it's the 2nd anniversary of Mom's passing, it's also what would have been her 73rd birthday.
Yep.
On the 19th of February. So, you know, that comes up. Then my dad's birthday comes up. Then my birthday comes up after, you know, my dad's. Of course, my sister's birthday's a week after my mom's. And so it's like, and I know this is going to sound selfish, but that's why I'm having the open panel on January 25th, because that's the day my mom passed away. And I know I can't do the show by myself that day. I just know I can't.
We'll be there for you.
Yep.
It's a little easier on the 18th, because it's been 19 years since Dad passed away, and that's just gotten easier over time. I'm not trying to sound like an asshole here.
No, we get it.
But that's gotten easier over time. But Mom's is still relatively fresh. And I even said to my sister yesterday, I said, "Did you ever think it, was just, I don't know, their bond, or just weird that Mom would pass away, 17 years at the time, a week after Dad's unfortunate passing, the anniversary of his passing." And she said to me, she said, "Well, you know how much they loved each other." I said, "Yeah, I know." But then I also think, because this is just part of how my mind works. When my dad passed away in 2004 on January 18th, which was a Sunday then, in 2003 the Cubs played the Marlins. And then in 2020 in the playoffs the Cubs play the Marlins, and then I lose my mom. And that's always bugged the hell out of me since Mom passed away.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to put it.
No, I mean, we get it.
It's like that. It's just too strange to me.
Yeah, that's like my grandpa. My grandma died during COVID, and they were together their whole life. And grandpa, he didn't even make it, but like, I don't know. I think within 6 months, he just couldn't be without her. So, and there's always things like you said, the baseball game or stuff. And they had similar signposts when my grandma died, and the same thing right before my grandpa died. The same, it wasn't a baseball game, but it was the same similar thing going on.
Yeah.
And, be lucky that your parents loved each other and they were together this whole time, because a lot of people don't have that, and you have that. You still have that, and they're still with you. And so there you have it on that part. But
yeah, and I'll definitely be celebrating them in December, because that would have been their 30th wedding anniversary. Not 30th, but 50th. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because my grandpa and grandma, on both sides, they're gone, and I miss them all the time.
Yeah.
And they were together 50 plus years, and the same thing with the other side and the grandparents. But it was, for me, it was the wrestling. Even though my grandma at the time on the other side, she's like, "I hate this crap. I don't know why you and your grandpa love this stuff." And me and my grandpa used to sit down and watch the wrestling, and he used to motion to me, and he said, look at my armchair. And I'm like, "Why?" It's an armchair. And he said, "Ha, it's got a secret compartment, but don't tell grandma I've got Cheetos in here." And he lifted up the arm, and there was damn Cheetos in there. So when my grandpa wasn't at home, she was like, "Why are you always sitting in grandpa's chair all the time?" I was like, "Oh, it's really comfortable. I can have a better view of the TV, grandma." She's like,
Where
"Yeah,
the
whatever."
Cheetos are, Granny.
Yeah, that's where the Cheetos are. But the same people were wrestling when she passed away.
Yeah.
So I get it. It's so, but anyway.
And I mentioned 30. Well, 2003 was their 30th wedding anniversary, and my dad went out to see my grandmother, and my dad said, "I promise, when I come back after helping my grandmother straighten a few things out as far as getting her taxes ready for the coming year, we'll celebrate." Well, my mom and dad never got to celebrate, because my dad said, "I need to stay a few more days," which my mom was fine with, because my dad was the oldest of 3 boys, and at the time, the last who was still living. So he was doing what needed to be done to make sure everything was taken care of. All the ducks were in a row. Well, it was only a week after my dad got back, since he, was staying out there longer, that he passed away on January 18th of 2004. So they never got to officially celebrate their 30th wedding anniversary, but like I said, my mom understood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry for bringing everything down, but
No.
It's just we want you to know you're not alone, and don't ever think that you are, and you've always got us, man. We're here to
Yeah,
help, and that's that's what you need sometimes, though. It's just that extra support to know you do got people that care, and we're just letting you know we are here, man, because it's rough. Like I said, my dad passed away, then I've got birthdays. Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collector's birthday's coming up, and then my dog will turn 1. Duncan, he'll turn 1, and his dad was with me when I got really sick. And when we had that little outbreak in 2020. So and then he wasn't even one of our dogs. It was a friend of my wife's dog that was here. I went to go get him for her, and then I got sick, and then. So he stayed here for way longer than he was supposed to, but because then they got sick. So, it was kind of one of those things. And then after everybody was healthy, then he got to go. But then I ended up with Duncan. He breeded with one of our girls, and we got him, and he's been my little best buddy for the longest time now. And it's just funny when a birthday of somebody that you've known, for me, like Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, and then my dog have birthdays, and there's 50 years apart between the two. It's just cool, and it's odd. Yeah. But again, it's the same thing. Like there's birthdays, there's all the deaths and the people that we've lost and the nonsense. And sometimes you get lost in that, because I know I've been lost without realizing it for about the last fucking 3 years. I haven't really been okay. Not even just meeting you, I thought I was okay, but I was depressed without really realizing it. I was just fucking numb, dude. And it took these people that we're talking about, ETEP and Tony and Angela's Draven. This is how good of people they are. They met me while I was damaged and not at my best, and not even knowing it, bro. Same with you. You met me, and I might have seemed fine, but I didn't realize myself how depressed I really was, because I really missed my friend Brandon Moist from when he passed. And it's only been a couple years, and I was losing myself, but I was so depressed. There was days I'd work out and I'd be fine. And Tim Talks would be on, and he'd be working out, or he'd do a short, and it'd get me motivated. I'd get motivation from these people sometimes. And then there's just those days where you just don't want to really move. And I was kind of telling the guys that there were days where my blood sugar would be low, and I'd get up, and it's like, should I even fucking bother? Not that I'm suicidal in it, but that's how emotionally I felt. I got up and, stopped my insulin pump and got some sugar and shit. I've been dealing with this shit for almost 40 years. But again, I've told you, they told me at 9, 10, when I became diabetic, I wouldn't live to be 21. So that's a hell of a thing to dump on a 10-year-old. So I'm speaking from experience when I mention that I don't think this shit should be dropped on kids, because they're kids. Just let them be kids. But again, you're not alone, man. Like, I'm a fucking complete hot disaster. My brain doesn't work right all the time, but when it does, it's spot on. And again, I've been surrounded by a lot of good people, and you're good people, and that's why I want the good people to be together, so that we, the good people, can outnumber the bad people, and at least we, the good people, will have us when the others have nobody. That's how I see it. So take that as you want to.
Yeah, and that's why, Mike, all I can do is listen and be there, and I only can empathize with my grandma, both grandmas and both grandpas, and animals, because that's the way my life has gone. But like, without saying too much, sometimes I'm lucky I walk. Most of my time is in bed. So to meet people like you, Mike, and Adam, and Cash Money, and Kathy means a lot to me. I feel like it's in a way going to see my friends, but they're on my TV or they're on my phone. But I don't feel alone.
Guy, we could do that for you, Gap.
Yeah, and
Very cool, man.
Yeah, so
Good to help.
you know, when, like I said, when I can walk, I'm like, oh hell yeah, I can walk. But I mean, I had a really bad accident and I lost 20%. I used to be over 6 feet tall, but I lost 20% of my height. And ever since then, it's been hard. But
yeah,
you know, you guys bring me joy and laughter. And you know, when I said earlier, this is something I need. This was something I needed today. And you guys welcome me in, and then ETAP and Vinny and everybody and Adam, everyone was like, yo, Gap, you know, it just makes you feel better. And
yeah, we're excited. Look, but here's the thing. I love it, bro. I love it. But we're just excited to see you as you are to be there and be seen. You know, and that's the thing. It's real though. It's not like you're imagining this. It's real because we do feel the same way.
You've got a lot of really good opinions, man. You always add to panels. You always add to the panels. It's like, oh, Gap's here, man. What's up, dude? We haven't seen you in a while.
I mean, the first time I saw you, Gap, was on. Well, he was Captain Trek at the time, but Captain Phantom Nerds. That's the first time I saw you, and I was just starting to get to know who the captain was through his live streams. The Morning Brew. And I'm thinking, okay, he's got Bird of Prey on there. I knew who Bird was because I was already a sub to him. But, I started listening to you thinking, this Gap guy is pretty cool.
Well, thanks.
See, Francis even agrees. Now, keep in mind, that is Frank. That is this sucker right here. Let me pull him up. The Doom. The Frank Cock, that's Frank Cock making all that noise, and even he's telling you. See, he's telling you how much he likes hearing you.
He's got the most unique. Yeah, there he is.
I am Frank Cock, the future ruler of Earth.
He's Frank Cock, because I had Frank Cock long before we had Doom Tep and and stuff fitting them. See, he was deemed Frank Cock by Doomcock himself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Doomcock did that. And so I love it.
I did the picture and he laughed his ass off and he loved it. And I was like, I don't know. I was like, Doom Frank Cock, and he laughed because I was on a Discord call with him and I was showing him it as I was doing it. And again, I fell 8 feet in our pool with no fucking water because of the rubber on my shoe had fallen off and I didn't know it, and landed on my left side and completely fucked myself up. That is how I become a YouTuber, because as I was injured, Frank is the one that started finding all these channels, and I started watching them. And then, I went to Horror Hound in 2018 and met Mr. Jeff Hicks. And then from 2018 to 2019, went back and met Mr. Hicks. And then, of course, 2020, we didn't have one. And then went, in 2021, I went to Ohio. 2023, March, I think it's 24th to the 26th. We will be there with WCBS, World Class Bullshitters, E-Temple Cooling's Place to Be Reviews, Angela Straven, myself, the super fan, will be there. Justin Proper will be there. There's a good chance that Nelson the Gentleman might be coming too, along with many other YouTubers. So we're going to kind of make that kind of our thing, and try to boost it up. If it doesn't end up working there, with Horror Hound, this will probably be the last year we try them. We'll find another convention so we can all, try to get together. And then, Mike, like I told you before, I was serious about going to a Cubs game. That was in the works. And
Adam will do it, Mike. Adam will do it.
Oh, I mean, and I know you don't know a lot, and I know I'm a good guy, and I'm not. I mean, yeah, I'm weird because I've got wiener dogs, but I'm not like weird. But I mean,
you're not Phil Weird. Don't worry, man. You're not Phil Weird, so you're okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not Phil Weird. I mean, I've got wieners, but they're dogs. I mean, even Kevin Smith. I mean, he was already where to go. There it is. Look, he's already about to tear up. He sees Frank and he's about to cry. You know, it's
Mhm.
normal. It's okay. But Jason Mewes knows about this picture. He thought it was awesome that we did it, and he was like, "Yeah, man, go with it." Like I
You
had
know,
permission, verbal permission from Mr. Mewes to you. Not that I needed it, but when I played him in Fortnite and I showed him the stuff on Discord, it's all on his Discord from a couple of years back. That's how, I mean, and then I actually got to meet Jason
Jason
at
Mewes is
Horror
on Discord. That's interesting.
yes,
Yep.
he is.
Yeah, he's on Discord. He's a gamer. He plays all the time, dude. He was on Twitch. That's where I was messaging him and stuff. There's parts where I shared it on Twitter when he was reading it, and then I told him because my Twitch was Frank and the Clan. So he'd be like, "What's up, Frank and the Clan? What's up, Frank and the Clan?" And I would die laughing because he's talking to my dog. So finally, because I am a fan of Jason Mewes, an old school Kevin Smith fan, I told him in the chat, I was like, "Hey, bro, by the way, so you know, because I know you've got a great sense of humor. When you're talking to Frank, that's my wiener dog." And I sent him the picture, and he just like on air, he's reading it. And he goes, and like I shared it. So like, and that was me first kind of learning some of the stuff with YouTube and all the other stuff. And again, it was to make a guy whose movies I thought like Clerks is a great movie. I love Clerks. And I watched that movie and saw how those guys are in that movie. But when you actually see those guys, I mean, they are friends, and yes, they're working together. That's what made it so well. And we're all friends, and we all work well together. And that's been, you know, my life in the aspect of the movie Clerks. That's all we're doing here. You know, we're all in Clerks. It's just a different movie, and we're having fun. And there's nothing wrong.
I don't know how I feel about Kevin Smith anymore, but yeah, his old
I'm talking
school
about
stuff, sure,
Clerks,
but,
though.
yeah.
I'm not anymore.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
care about the stuff today because you know what? All
No.
people are going to do are bitch, moan, and complain. And if he makes something I don't want to see, I won't watch it.
Exactly.
Exactly. And you know,
I
Mike,
agree.
I remember you being in Captain Fandom Nerd Stream as well. And you know who got me going? PJ, Orville Nation.
Orville Nation, yeah.
And then who inspired me to get on and do shorts, and I only streamed 4 times, was Loki. Loki's Mornings of Mischief motivated my ass so much, and I let him know. You know, he's like, if I motivate somebody, I want to know. And I said, well, you motivated me, you know, and I started doing that, and then I started picking up Cardinal Sin and started getting in Doomcocks. And you know, Cardinal Sin's like, you know, if you know PJ, you're one of my mods. So I'm one of his mods too, and I'm Arthur Stephen Walton's mod. I'm your mod, Mike. I mean, a lot of really good people, and you know, PJ and Loki and all of them are good peoples.
Well,
And
yeah, I mean, every week, like clockwork, I can't start off my day without watching Loki's Mornings of Mischief.
yeah, and I haven't been getting up in enough time to do it lately, but I thanked him, and he got me motivated to do stuff. And you know, I talk a lot, yes, but you guys, all of them brought me out of my shell because I was like, oh, nobody's gonna, you know, whatever. And then, you know, I tried it real quick, and I mean, they said if I kept on blowing, I would have been monetized by now. But I just, you know, that just depends on how I feel good. But I don't care about the monetization. I look forward to watching your show, Mike, Loki's, ETEPs, all of those people, Doomcock, everybody. You know, I watch more YouTube, I think, than I do television. And
Same here.
like what we're talking about now is raw and real, and that's the way you are, Mike. And that's really good to know, because you know, all these other YouTubers are scratching and shilling and whining and bitching and taking each other down, while this group is trying to build everybody up, and nobody's out for themselves. You know, I don't care if you come on a show and you blow up, and I don't care. You know, I mean, I just do the things because, you know, like Loki and PJ were like, Gary, you know, so many different people, you should just do what you like. And so I do the shorts, and I'm fine with it. You know, I don't care if it blows up or not. And, you know, so, you know, we just want you to know we're here for you.
I mean, I watched one of yours that you did where you got the classic phaser.
Oh yeah, I love that thing. The classic face.
Yeah.
You guys, think of a storage unit. You remember that show Storage Wars?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I bought this new house last year, and I thought, oh yeah, I measured right. Well, I didn't measure right. And one of my rooms is more like a storage unit. So whenever I feel good and I can get up from the bedroom and go over there, I'll do some more stuff. And I'm waiting on a big box of I wait till the end of the year to catch those Entertainment Earth sales and those.
Oh yeah.
And I have to thank you guys, Adam and Tone,
Yeah,
and
Monotone
ETAP.
Tony.
Yeah,
Monotone. I know it fucked me up when it changed from Clown World, man. I was like, son, I love the clown thing, but yeah, Monotony.
Yeah, Monotony, yeah. And I missed his show on Fridays, y'all. He had a show called Liars, and he would talk about real world stuff, and just do it in a way that was just in the middle, and you decide which way you want to go with it. But 90% of the time you agree with it because it was factual, and he spoke. You could feel his passion when he speaks about things, when Monotony speaks. And then I used to collect wrestling figures, and then I had stopped wanting to think about my grandparents not being here, and my grandpa loved wrestling, and so I had gotten rid of all my wrestling figures. But you guys made me get back into it, so I started off with Sheamus. I know what you're going to say, Adam. Sheamus. But I started back and I learned about Ringside Collectibles. So Entertainment Earth has some sales on some wrestling figures. So I'm going to have some wrestling figures and some He-Man figures and some stuff.
What?
16 figures for $45 off of Entertainment Earth. 16.
Nice.
So I'm going to be motivated to do. You'll see more shorts of stuff. And I got the original Star Wars figures. Some people have been talking to me to try to get me to open them. I put them in plastic bags when I was a kid, and I stuck them in the Darth Vader case. So I have all the original Star Wars figures.
Nice.
From 77 to 90 or 83 or whatever. And, I don't know exactly where they're at. I know they're in the house somewhere, but I'm going to try to do more shorts and stuff. So
yeah, that'd be cool because it's nice when Mr. Peabody's got the original stuff too. So sometimes he'll get his out and do some stuff with it. And it's just like for us, it's nostalgia though. And with this kind of being, basically a good recovery for you, right? Because it's when you're feeling good enough and you're able to do it, but it motivates you to get good, even because as well as I do, man, there's those days we probably could do something, but we're just not motivated, to even bother to do the filming. Like we'll go do what we're really wanting to do, but it's like, man, if I would have just sat down and done it, it'd have been done already instead of procrastinating on it,
Yeah, and that makes me think about something that I should have streamed with a long time ago, because I know I can do it because I know the people. I could have Stargate actors and actresses come on because I love Stargate. I could have the co-creator. I could have one of the producers from season 4 all the way through the last Stargate. And everybody's like, why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? And I was like, I don't really want to bother them. But I know in the back of my mind, if I said, hey, Joe, I want you on to talk about Stargate and your time, writing the shows, or when you did Dark Matter, I did the promos for Dark
I love
Matter.
Dark Matter, dude. That was, you and me are going to be real good friends. I mean,
yeah.
not that, but like, dude, that's like, I was like, fucking petition that don't let that motherfucker go. We keep that show. I love that show. That was an awesome show.
It is an awesome show. And Joe thanks me in private messages and stuff. Like I did the Dark Matter Mondays, and then I worked with a dude named Thogard. He used to be with the press, and he knew Joe. And we ended up collaborating at the end, but I used to do all the Dark Matter Monday shows with Joe Malazzi, and PJ was hosting them, and I used to do the promos for him all the time. And then Thogar came in at the end because I got like, I need help. I'm getting tired, and they're like, "Damn, Gary, you're getting tired after 29 weeks," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's kind of hard." To do videos, but I could have them on to do a show and blow myself up, but that was the point. I could have all these people on to blow. I did one of the Stargate actresses promo videos and edited, produced it, and she came in on it, and we made her a promo video, and she still, to Simone Bailey, she still has it pinned a couple of years later to the top of her Twitter. I did that video. I did change my name on Twitter because I pissed off the fandom, because I told them there was not going to be a Stargate until at least 2025 or 6. And so they got pissed off. And I was sitting on, I'm telling you all this because I'm not a fame grabber. I know people at MGM and Amazon. I knew that I know they're going to do it. I knew the information that they recently released. I knew about this shit months and months and months before somebody decided to drop the dime. And, I didn't do it. I could have blown up in the, more with Stargate fans, and I know some people in that did the MGM Stargate Command. And, they used to send me stuff in the mail and everything. And we've been friends since 2017. And, I just didn't want to use people just to blow myself up. I mean,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
You don't want to use them for clout.
Yeah. It's like the
You
little
want
bit
them to
of
know-
YouTubers, dude, that I know. I'm like you, and you're talking something, but it's like, because I've known Doomcock, and the people that know that I know him, and the people that were there way back, because I was with him, a long time, long time ago. I mean, granted, it was High Council days, so it wasn't like all the way at the beginning, but he wasn't as huge as he is now. I mean, I remember, I think I've got a thing in one of my messages where I congratulated him on 5K.
Yeah, that was a while, way back. Yeah,
This is what I mean, though. And like, I've known him and a lot of YouTubers when they were like that, but the good ones still message back. Doomcock said, "Happy birthday" to Frank on his birthday. Now,
yeah, that's awesome.
And see, that's what I mean, though. Like, and I love Pete and the guys, and they make fun of ETAP, and that's fine, though. Again, it's like, the fact is they're not Doomcock fans, but I am, and yet I'm on the shows, and you see how much fun we all have, and a Gap can testify to this, and you guys can too. But that's just it. When you're in the right group, when you find your people, man, when you find where you're supposed to be, or however you want to phrase it, you just, man, it's nothing but bliss. And then you've got that brothership. And again, same thing, man. When I fell and could barely move, it sucked. It was bad, but it was that having to push yourself. And sometimes we do. You got to, you get comfortable and you just kind of stay there. And then if you can get inspired, though, and then you finally, once you come up and above that, and then you feel so much better. And it's awesome to know that Joe. Man, dude, that's pretty bad. I did not know that. And again, I love that series. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah. I mean, I even Joe and I talk every once in a while, and he took notice when I did the videos with PJ, and he was just like, if you ever have a question or whatever, just DM me or whatever. So I did. And I've even got to the point where I had said, well, I really see right now, this is the thing. Amazon doesn't want to use Joe and Brad, the co-creator, and they want to take the dudes from The Expanse and let them see what they're gonna pitch and see if they're gonna go in that direction. And I'm like, you know what, you need to remind these people that was one of the most diverse, I'm going to use today's words, diverse, equitable, and inclusive shows way ahead of time. They even had lesbian couple, but it wasn't thrown in your face in Stargate Universe. It was matter of fact. And you're gonna, F it up again if you don't have them involved, because I keep on trying to tell them, and it's like, yeah, we hear you, but they don't want to listen. I was like, well, you need to tell them again, or give me their phone number and I'll call them. You got to have your base fans, which is your old school fans, your rabid fans, your fringe fans, and now bring them in to bring in the new fans with it. But you got to have that base to start with. And, they're famous for screwing up on that. And I'm afraid they're going to screw up Stargate because, they're going to think it isn't woke enough or crazy enough. And,
it doesn't need to be woke or crazy, though. I mean, it was a great series to begin with. Quit messing with our shit. Go make your own.
That's what we're afraid they're going to do. And, but we have a group all around the world where we and lately they've been constantly getting Stargate to trend every so often. And, they've already noticed it. I just hope that they pay attention to it. And they recently, MGM, before the purchase from Amazon, they did a Stargate SG-1 role-playing game. And that sold out immediately. And they even did a nice leather core rule book with it. And they had the Stargate you could print and 3D print, the characters you could 3D print, the game master board with the Stargate in the middle. I backed the project and everything, so I could, I wanted it to sell. And, we kept on telling them, you need to throw out some merchandise, and you really need to listen to these people that are the original fans that have been with it, some of them since the original movie. So I hope they don't mess it up, but it's more a matter of wait and see. But then I pissed off the fandom, because I'm like, look, people, they were talking about, crap. And I'm like, stop with the rumors. I know something that you all don't know, and it ain't going to happen this year. And they got pissed off at me. And I'm like, please don't become like every other fandom and get divided. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, you said that you probably pissed off some people, telling them the truth when it comes to Stargate, whether it is or isn't coming back. I probably pissed a few people off when I've talked about the Orville and say, I don't think it's coming back.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't think it was coming back because two things. They released all the actors and actresses from their contract. Mm-hmm. Hello, big flag. Number two, they changed the title. And they changed streaming services again. Minor red flag number 2 and number 3. That's it. And Seth MacFarlane already had that deal with NBC, I think 60 million or something. So I think he was ready to go on. You don't release I learned from the people who actually cast shows and stuff. You don't let the actors and actresses go if you are going to keep on shopping it around or have it picked up. I tell you, if Seth MacFarlane said, you know what, I'm going to do one more season, and then I want a few movies, they would have done it. That's what they did with Stargate, where they're like, okay, we're going to go into Stargate universe, but before that, we want you to wrap up as much as you can SG-1 and Atlantis. So that's why we had those 2 movies, and then Atlantis. And I'm afraid, as far as Atlantis was, Stargate Universe was gritty, way ahead of its time. The Expanse was gritty. I'm not so sure if they go gritty again that they're going to reel in people enough to make it successful. I mean, Stargate started off with 2 seasons right away, and by the time they got halfway through the second season, they're like, all right, we're going to go to 5. And that's unheard of. And, I don't think that's going to happen if they don't find that middle ground. Fantasy is hot right now. So my suggestion was, you need to have some of that fantasy aspect, military aspect, and grittiness in the right mix, and you'll have another hit Stargate series. Oh, yeah. And you need the original people behind it. But right now, they're like, well, and they want to deal with James Bond first, and stuff. But it is on their radar because even after 25 years, Stargate's still the number 3 best-selling property that Amazon MGM has, right below, James Bond, and I can't remember what the other one was, but it's in the top 3 after 25 years, and it's coming back on Comet TV January 16th, which you can watch Comet TV on the internet, or you can watch it on this Comet TV on the Roku, Apple TV, and then you can, or you can watch it on the Stir app. And of course, Pluto has Stargate running. Stargate has its own channel, so they're trying to do like Star Trek. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And when it went into syndication, so like I said, I just hope that they don't screw it up. I do know this and it's 100% fact. Amazon really does not like and does not understand why they get bad press on their shows lately. Rings of Power, Wheel of Time. You need to listen to the fans. You really need to listen
think
to
about it, though. Here's what the problem is. You're right. Hold on. And I'm sorry. I got to throw this in real quick while they're quiet. We're the consumers. We're the one that wants to buy the properties and stuff. We want to buy what you're giving us. So maybe you should listen to us. Just say it.
Yeah, and it's like the analogy about the fan base. It's like building a house.
Yep.
If you don't have that fan base foundation, you're not going to be able to add the moderates, which would be the walls, and then you won't be able to put the roof or the sheetrock or anything else until you get the new viewers in, and you got your house. And then you don't go and attack fans prior to your production coming out. And I know this is old saying, but you need to stay true to the source material time and time again. Your deep pockets are going to run out sooner or later, and you're going to have to see that you went broke because you went woke.
Yeah.
Disney is seeing that right now, but
yeah, we've been making we took the show. We held him hostage. No. I do want to say real quick though, Tuesday, we are going to be doing something new, Mike. Monotony, we're going to be 8:05. We're going on a different platform. It's Twitter something or other. I will be sharing all the information out when I have it on Facebook and on Twitter. Supposedly, we're supposed to be able to have more freedom of speech on this new platform that we're going to. So we are also testing other platforms so that other creators can find out as well that, hey man, that YouTube is not the only platform since we're so censored here. So I want to make sure.
I want to know about that
too.
also.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious about it. I'm looking forward to seeing that link when you have it.
Yeah, brother.
Oh, Adam just reminded me of something that ETEP does that I think Mike, maybe you.
Yeah, I was going to mention the new channel. But I'll let you do it, bro. I wanted to make sure I gave Tony some clout too, because that's a big one. Yeah, man, go.
Yeah, well, I mean, this part, Mike, ETEP does a members only stream, which isn't broadcast. And as far as I understand, Adam, correct me, but you can say what you want on the member stream. Is that correct?
To an extent, it's a little less. It's still filtered, but it's a little less filtered. There's still, some of the hot topics you still can't talk about what's going on, and but we can get by with a little bit more of, because we're just joking, right? Like, I mean, we're serious, but we're joking, so there's a little bit more freedom there too. If you end up with a member stream, but I don't want to give bad. Neither of us are trying to give false information. Let me get back with you on that for sure. Once I speak with him. But
and
to quote ETEP Wakulian, it was, there's a little bit more, not as much as we should have, but it's better than main YouTube.
Yeah, and Mike, have you thought about Odyssey?
I've tried to get my channel, ported over to Odyssey, but for some reason Odyssey won't do it.
Yeah, mine does the same thing, dude. So don't
you
worry.
Have enough. You have over 300 subs, so I
know I do. I know I do, and I've tried. Now, I do have, and I've mentioned this once before, and I'm going to go ahead and mention it here now. I do have everything backed up on Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble. Yeah.
I've got a Rumble and
Rumble's got some of its own censorship too, isn't Odyssey right now supposed to be the one that's
Wild Wild West, baby?
Yeah.
more
these
open?
specialized editions of Star Wars off that because a friend had posted them up there, so it's like, ooh, so you can just go watch, and they don't care. They just
That
don't have
is-
the live feature.
Yeah, that's true, Cash. Rumble is a step above, but Odyssey is.
Oh,
The Wild West.
No,
Odyssey's the Wild Wild West. Yeah, maybe internet.
It's supposed
Could
to be a lot
internet
better,
or,
but
like I've done it myself. I've kicked myself out of my own stream before.
Yeah. We'll give a few, but I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, we've been having lots of issues with internet, and cell phones, and shit that normally works not working right for no apparent reason. So if you're also having those problems, you're not alone because it's happening. It's happening here.
The other day, I was doing a game stream and I was having issues where I had, and Kathy can attest to it. I had to stop the first stream and then try to do what I can on my end to have the stream run a little smoother and then restart the stream. It was still a little rough, but it was better than it was.
I don't know. I think it's Phil. I think Phil's got this secret organization and he tries to mess with people's phone lines and internet. I think that's what's going on.
The McCrackenites?
Yeah, the McCrackenites.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Like I said, man, I'm creative. I've always been creative, but just really not really done much with it. I mean, around the small groups of people we're mentioning where I felt safe enough to do it. And then it just has come out more and more where it's like, it's like, well, one, I just don't care thing. A lot of it comes to good advice from people like Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective and, some of the same people we've been naming, Walton and, what to do and what not to do. And ETAP and it just, again, all the people I have fun with and you guys, again, it's always great, jumping on here and moving around. And then, again, like I said, I was literally just sitting here reminiscing about everything, just thinking of those that have been gone for a long time and those that are new friends. I consider all you guys new friends and stuff. Those that that are real people and don't have McCrackenites. But
well, like since you're talking about creative, I'm excited to get back to this live action Star Wars project I'm working on because the two people who worked on this originally just recently hit 1 million views on their fan project of Star Wars. And I was like, This is crazy. Yeah, shut up, Phil. I mean, whatever.
The way I see it, if we're not happy about entertainment, right, you have two choices. You can sit there and bitch, or you can get off your ass and do something. So that's what I'm doing.
Right.
And maybe what I'm doing wouldn't be, again, entertainment to some people, but when I take a video of the dogs, which I have to make sure I share with you guys, where from Cheech and Chong, Lowriders playing because Frank does like Cheech and Chong movies and stuff. I mean, I do too, but he literally sits there and watches it. Okay, so when Lowriders on and I'm recording it, and then he starts running around and dancing because it's his theme song. I mean, it maybe to some people that's not art. It's artistic to me, and it sure as fuck is creative. And maybe that's not your kind of thing, but it's mine with a Wiener Dog Clan, baby. And that's just me being artistic.
Yeah. Don't worry, Phil. It's coming, dude. Don't worry. And you better make sure that you got some streams in the works too, Philly boy.
And thank you for coming on the panel, Gap. It's great to have you on the panel. I mean, I appreciate anybody who comes on the panel or stops by. Whether you see me in a good mood or a bad mood, I'm still glad to see you. Even if I say, "Oh, yeah, thanks, Phil. Shut up."
Right, and
or because I did say this the other day to Phil, because Phil, you were annoying me the other day. I'm just gonna come out and say it. You were annoying me the other day when I was playing Gotham Knights. Yeah. I did say to it, "Well, if you don't like it, leave."
Yeah, Phil.
I remember hearing you say that, and I was laughing my ass off.
Phil can be a handful for sure. He just, and then he'll say that he thinks he knows everything. He doesn't know everything. and Phil, you're gonna
he knows he likes us.
You're gonna get more trash talk from me because you're trying to say I'm a communist just because I live in California. I don't think so. How dare you, sir?
Gap is charging his phone.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
pass
going
a
to
new
charge my
law.
iPad.
Coupons
Then
are
then
illegal.
Phil thinks he's a southerner or a northerner. We don't
You're
know.
from Delaware, Phil.
We actually
You're
think
from
he's
Delaware.
an AI. He's just an AI, dude. He's just
See,
programmed.
even Frankie is telling you you're
the
from
dog.
the north.
The dog is even saying you're AI, Phil. The dog. The dog is saying you're AI. You know how to annoy people. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
that
We will
is the
do
one thing you
same
do
to
know, Phil.
When your stream is going, hashtag Star Trek 5 can suck it. You heard it, Phil. Can suck it. Yes.
But yeah, thank you everybody for sticking with us, whether you stuck with us this whole time or you bounced in and out.
Is that 3 hours? That was almost what, a 2-hour exit? Wasn't it like 3:40 something we were going when you were trying to wrap up?
Okay. So nothing exactly wraps up as planned on Pop Talk. It never has. It probably never will.
Not usually on Sundays. The one stream that Adam was on, I think, went 8 hours.
Yeah, we went 8 hours, but again, we were having a great conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was fun.
Now, with the Wednesday one, especially with me changing it from every edition being an open panel to just 2, that one I am trying to keep to at least 2.5 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
that one I will admit to everybody, I will put the hammer down.
Yes. We also need to push some streams on other channels about talking about easy mode in games and how it's weak, people. Weak.
Yeah. We're looking at a certain Star Wars channel that has a Master Paul.
Yes.
You see, Paul. Easy mode is not the way. This is the same buzzer you will hear during the Wednesday edition when I want to wrap it up. I will keep playing that to annoy the hell out of people.
I like it.
But
The
easy
dog's
mode is not the way.
It's
It
not.
is not
Now,
the way.
people will tell you it doesn't matter. That's fine. If they want to believe that, whatever. But you can push yourself, Paul. And if you come back and listen to this stream, you can push yourself to play normal. Are we being pusher people? Absolutely on this. But
at
yeah,
the same time, I can
do
hear
it.
Paul saying, "Wait a minute, Mike, you already admitted that when you first played Jedi Fallen Order, you couldn't beat the last boss, and you did switch it to easy mode."
Hey, that's
I did,
all right.
and I regretted it.
He regrets it. See.
Then I went back recently.
Hold on a minute. I thought easy mode, the point of easy mode was like just for trophies, right? Like, isn't that for those trophy wars?
No, you can still get. I don't know about that. I have to do some research.
Because you used to have games where every level you would get a trophy.
Right,
I mean,
right.
like legitimately,
Yeah.
in the games and shit. So
Yeah. No. The only trophy.
Normal first.
The only trophy that Master Paul deserves is the trophy for I'm a noob for playing on easy mode. That's the only trophy he deserves.
No coupon for you.
You know what? You know what, Phil? I'd rather die 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 50 times than switch to easy mode again.
Yep.
Because you are only making it easier on yourself, and you're cheating your brain on how to work the puzzle properly.
That's right. Yep.
In my opinion. So there you go.
I agree.
I mean, Cash was here when I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I kept saying, "No, I don't want any hints. Don't tell me what to do. Don't say you need to do this, you need to do that. Know your role. Keep it to yourself. I'll figure it out on my own."
Know your role. Yep.
Know your role. Your role is to be in the chat. You can heckle me, but guess what? I ain't changing my ways.
Yes.
That's right, man. We're not changing our ways. I do gotta go. Dogs are going nuts. It's
Yeah.
time to go take care of some wiener dogs. But again,
All
Mike,
right, get those
thank
wiener
you, Kat.
dogs, man.
It's been a blast, man. I know it's a hell of a life, but you know they're very entertaining, and well, they love all you guys, and you know they're gonna we're gonna have them chew up some coupons for somebody. Yeah, I like that idea. Goodbye, y'all.
Have a good night, Adam.
All right. See ya.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up here ourselves. It's almost 8:00 here on the East Coast, almost 5:00 on the West Coast.
That's right. Yep.
So, thank you to everybody for being here. Gap, Phil, Adam, Old Man, Baron, Jet, Kathy. Thank you very much. Of course, Cash. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody who was in the chat. Dempsey, and we had an Nortorial here. We also had Pop Culture Mechanic here. You know, everybody who stopped by, everybody who lurked, thank you very much. I don't know when I'm going to do another game stream, but trust me, when I decide what day and the time I'm going to do it, I will definitely post it in the Discord and on Twitter. And of course, Cash and I, you know, we're gonna do some things. You know, we're gonna play some games.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Cash, I think you and I need to save Gotham again one of these days.
We just might, if it doesn't crash.
It's true. Gotham Knights, the Crash Edition. You don't even have to pay extra for it. But thank you, everybody. And yes, have a great evening. Have a good
Yes.
rest of your Sunday.
Yep. And Star Trek 5 still sucks balls.
Yes. Take care.